What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Appreciate everybody who's stopping by for the conversation today. Got a lot to talk about, got a lot of stuff going on. But if you're an Arsenal fan, it was a fantastic weekend for us. Manchester City dropping points to West Ham, absolutely glorious. Um, Pulling away and creating more space, creating more of that buffer once again, absolutely needed. So you can't ask for more than that. I mean, even with if Manchester City wins their game in hand against Crystal Palace, they're still 6 points behind us. Um, Absolutely fantastic position that we're in right now as a team. However, the little worries of Timber being injured and possibly some other guys still being hurt. There's already rumors that Ben White may be starting the game against Bayer Leverkusen. I don't know if I'm that confident with that, but we'll get into it. So let's start with Arsenal. Obviously, a massive 2-0 win over Everton. The man who took the game by the neck and led us to victory was Max Dowman, a 16-year-old, which I've been calling for Dowman to be getting minutes this entire time and not playing with the youth. You know, there's an old saying: if you're good enough, you're old enough. For me, I think Dowman now has to be an integral part of this run towards the end of the season. Me personally, I'm starting him in the Leverkusen game if it was up to me. But Max Dowman coming in, they moved Saka to the number 10 position in the second half. I mean, let's just be honest here. Before Dowman came in, we looked like shit. Madueke should never start on the left-hand side again. He has no right foot to be able to cut into the middle from the left-hand side, which is his game. He wasn't even able to get decent crosses off on the left-hand side. I just think he should not be on the left-hand side anymore. If he's going to play, he's either going to come in for Saka on the right-hand side or he's going to start the right wing and Saka's going to sit on the bench. Dowman came in, changed the whole complexion of the game. He was taking chances, taking his man on, not caring, and causing chaos for Everton's backline, who, let's be honest, Havertz and Saka did absolutely nothing. They did absolutely nothing. Gyökeres, again, this shows the flaws in the system of having a false nine who is not doing anything for the team. Havertz was all over the place except in the positions we need him to be as a striker. There is no false nine that's going to come into this team that's going to hold the ball up to give Saka the opportunity to put the ball in behind Saka. Saka's pace is gone. His running is no longer there. So the false nine position, just with one of your wingers not being able to do that anymore, is null and void. You need a poacher. And you saw with Dowman on that right-hand side that he was able to create a chance to where he put the ball in the box, caused problems in the box, and it left it up for a goal. For me, I don't think there's a situation at all anymore to why Dowman shouldn't be playing. Now, for me, I think Dowman should be the starting left winger. I don't care if the kid's 16. The left wing position is the worst position right now for Arsenal. We're having so many problems with that left wing position. It's causing problems going forward. And I just think that in the situation that we're in, Dowman has to keep pushing forward now with this team as the starting left winger. I don't care if the kid's 16. I've said it already a few times. He needs to push forward. For me, big up Binks. Big up Binks. And big up Declan. Big up to everybody who stopped by so far for the conversation today. The link's in the chat. I will pin it. Anybody who wants to hop on is more than welcome to hop on the show. But yeah, I mean, listen, 6 points ahead. Villa's fallen apart. Manchester United has caught in form, and they're most likely going to retain. They're definitely going to retain the third spot because Villa, Liverpool, and Chelsea are just trying to outshit one another at this point. I mean, it's ridiculous, but yeah, man, I think for me, you know, this Bayer Leverkusen game is a massive, massive freaking game tomorrow, and I think we just need to go full gung ho and attack. I like I said, for me, Saka, I'm sorry. I know they've been giving you the captain's armband. You got to sit this one out. I'm starting Madueke and Dowman and Gyökeres up top and just letting them go fucking crazy. This offense is so bad and we're so tired. I mean, I said this, and shout out to the Waffle Don, shout out to Tony Claude, Don C, and Gunnar Rican. I said this on that show. Big up, Suge. Big up, Suge, my guy. Appreciate you stopping by, Suge. I said on that show, Kieran Dewsbury Hall looked like a fucking class midfielder against our midfield because these guys are so tired because we're moving. It's so bad right now. We need to have some creativity to take some of the load off the guys in the midfield because they have just been ran into the ground. Timber getting hurt. I haven't seen anything where they have said how long Timber is hurt for. But it's a worry because I think Urian Timber is a big problem for us to be able to get maybe into to win the Champions League. And I've said it from the beginning. I don't think we're winning the Champions League, if I'm being quite honest with you. I think what we are doing is I think we're on for a double between the League Cup final and the Premier League. I don't think we're winning the Champions League. And I think the injuries and the tiredness of the players is the reason why that will not happen. I know they said it was an ankle injury. But I'm just worried that he should have been subbed. He shouldn't even played the game yesterday, the game against Everton, and should have got a rest. And I think Mosquera needed to start. Now, obviously, there's talk that Ben White is looking good in practice. He's been looking good in training and everything else. But I'm sorry, man. I don't want Ben White starting this game against Leverkusen, if I'm being honest with you. I think we need to start Mosquera and go with a more defensive makeshift backline to protect ourselves because let's all be honest here. Leverkusen's playing with house money at this point. Leverkusen, their season does not depend on a Champions League or how far they go in the Champions League or anything of that nature. It doesn't matter. They're playing with house money at this point. And that's a scary thing for Arsenal because we need to get back to at least a semifinal in the Champions League. Now, obviously, it's still going to be tough. And we are on the easier side of the bracket, but nothing is a foregone conclusion. And for me, with the way Grimaldo was giving Saka and Timber problems the last game, I want another defensive guy in that back line to help out. Because to be honest with you for a second, I wasn't too confident, especially with the way that 19-year-old was given the business to Saliba and Gabriel. I don't want just two men sitting back to defend the one man. I'd rather have three guys win the ball back quick and continue in possession and continue to tire out Leverkusen as the game goes on. I do not want to give Leverkusen an opportunity at all. At all, I do not want to give them an opportunity. And I think with Mosquera playing the right back position, I think we can help out with that. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting game tomorrow. But for right now, with where we at in the Premier League, I'm very happy that we have this much, that we have regained a decent cushion over Manchester City. Let's ignore the Champions League for a minute. We have more chance in the Cups and League just because the other teams are just as bad as us, even without Timber. Listen, for me, I'll be controversial here. I think the Premier League, I think we're starting to get close to putting a second hand on the Premier League trophy, if I'm being honest with you. I think Manchester City is too flawed right now with what they're doing. And I think Pep is overcomplicating things with Manchester City. I think Pep is overcomplicating things with Manchester City right now that is playing into our hands. You saw him overcomplicate everything when it came to the situation with when you see the situation with Real Madrid in the Champions League with that crazy lineup he threw out there. And then on top of that, you've seen what's now just happened with West Ham. For me, I think I am more confident that we're winning this Premier League mostly because of City's inability and Pep possibly getting in their way with overcomplicating the lineup than it is solely based on Arsenal. Solely based on Arsenal, I would still be in the 50-50, but I am much more positive because of the way that City is complicating things and the players are not playing up to where we even thought that they could possibly be. And even Pep is starting to get in his own way. I mean, we've seen him make these mistakes and overcomplicate things in the past. Excuse me. We saw it in the Champions League final against Chelsea. For some reason, he wanted to put Gundogan as the number 6 for the in the Champions League final. He's doing the same thing right now, overcomplicating his teams, and it's coming back to bite them. So for me, I think Arsenal is very close to winning the Premier League. I am very positive and over 60% in the belief that we're winning this Premier League because of City just getting into their own way. As far as everything else, listen to what Suj said. I hear it. My worry is, and I said this before, we needed to go to Leverkusen and smack these boys up so that that game was already done, so that the second leg at home, we could relax and rest players getting ready for the League Cup final against Manchester City. My worry is that if we do not take this game serious, the fact is we need to put these guys to the sword and end them in the first half. That way that we can rest guys in the second half and do what we need to do so that we're resting guys for the League Cup final, because trophies is a must right now. And with the way City's going about it, for me, 2 trophies minimum this year. 2 trophies minimum this year is the situation that we need to look at right now with the way City's getting in their own way. Big up RSV, my guy. Did you see Liam Mercer? I didn't see him, and you know what, RSV? I don't care to listen to that guy. That guy shouldn't even be in the job at Chelsea in the first place. That Chelsea, we'll get into Chelsea here in a sec, because Chelsea, I mean, it's a whole situation with them, as it always is. But for me, I'm not paying attention to Liam Rossignol because half the shit that he says is bullshit. Half the shit he says is bullshit. So I don't even listen to him like that, to be honest with you. So anybody would struggle against Bayern, Barca, or even PSG. Listen, I hear it. The problem is how tired legs as we all got. We have tired legs throughout this team. We saw it in the game against Everton. I mean, Kieran Dewsbury-Hall was being made to look at like a big-time midfielder when Kieran Dewsbury-Hall has been shit. Kieran Dewsbury-Hall is not that good of a midfielder. Let's just be honest with it. Kieran Dewsbury-Hall was causing so many problems in the midfield. And here, everybody knows I'm not a fan of Calafiori, but that defensive stop was massive because the front line of Everton looked a completely different team in this game because of the fact of Ndai causing problems in the middle third of the pitch, dribbling and everything else. And for me, Everton, besides Manchester United, Everton's been besides the United game and the first half of the Villa game at home, that Everton game, Everton was the third best team that came into playing Arsenal at the Emirates this season. They were the third best team playing at the Emirates this season when we look at the league. Everton came and gave us everything that we were looking for because we have tired legs. Now, I'm still pissed that Miles Lewis-Skelly can't get into this midfield when you see Zubimendi and Rice are absolutely tired. Why Norgard is not getting any minutes in the Premier League is absolutely ridiculous at this point. And again, I said it earlier, Max Dowman should be starting at this point. Big up, Waha. Appreciate you stopping by for the conversation, my guy. Always appreciate it, man. And guys, the link is pinned. If anybody wants to hop on, you're more than welcome to hop on. Yeah, exactly, Banks. Exactly. But yeah, it's a whole situation right now. And for me, Max Dowman needs to be starting. Dowman is the starting left winger for me for the rest of the season. I really don't care if the kid's 16. He's unpredictable. He's good with both feet. You see, he's not afraid to take on his man and take the initiative to do what he needs to do. We need that because creativity is where we are struggling at so badly going forward to why we're having to play this haram football in order for us to get results. And I think it's just an absolute travesty right now. And for me, like I said, going into tomorrow, I'm resting Saka. I'm starting Madueke and Dowman and Jokeres as my front three. And to be honest with you, I would go with the 4-2-3-1 and let Eze go up there and just tell them do what you got to do. Zubimendi Rice, I don't want you going forward. I want you to sit back and make sure our defense is solid. If you're starting Hincapié or Calafiori at the left back, go up and help out the attackers. Our back line of 5 that we'll have there is going to do enough to stop Leverkusen from scoring. We need to go and take the initiative and blow the doors off these idiots within the first 30 minutes. That way we can dictate the rest of the game. That way that we have a team that's going to be resting. Because what everybody fails to realize is You do more running when you don't have the ball. If you control the game, some of the people always wonder, oh, City can win 4 in a row. It's rotation, all that. It's not only rotation, but when you dictate the pace of the game and you control the game and you let the ball do the fucking movement, which is a problem that Arsenal has, you're able to still rest while you're playing, if that makes sense to people. If you're dictating the pace of the game and letting the ball do the work, you're not doing as much. When you score and then immediately go and sit back, you're doing more running around covering defensively than you are controlling the ball. And that's a problem that we need to get over to see out this season. Now, for me, like I said, me personally, I'm on 70% right now. I'll go even further. I'm on 75% sure we're winning the league. I'm not having any doubts about the league, if I'm being quite honest with you guys. I may sound like a top gooner saying that, but I'm doing that mostly because of the fact that I don't trust this City team. I don't think, like I've been saying since October, this ain't the same City team. If Kevin De Bruyne and Ilkay Gundogan were still on this team and they were still in form and not older, then yeah, the City would be right on our ass, possibly even be winning the league right now. But this ain't the same City team. Everybody overhyped Reinders. The Reinders transfer just in general shows that nobody watches City A, because Reinders was never that at AC Milan. He'd have 3 good games and then be shit for 5. So, it is what it is. I just don't think that Arsenal's coughing up the league at this point. And if they do, I'll sit here and say, listen, I fucked up in saying it. But for me, I think Arsenal's winning the league. I think Arsenal's dead on to win the league now. I think the fact that we have been able to get lucky and we've redeveloped this cushion over Manchester City, I think we're winning the league. It's now the question of, are we getting over the line in these other competitions? Because for me, like I said, 2 trophies mandatory. If it's going to be the League Cup and the league, which is what I think it's going to be, I'm cool with it. I'm here for it. I need 2 trophies for this team. If we could do a domestic treble, even better. I'm just looking at us, the way that we look tired and everything else, I don't think the Champions League is happening. That's my personal opinion. But yeah, man. So that Arsenal, listen, good weekend. The worry is that Timber is hurt. We don't know how long. I know they're saying an ankle injury, but we're gonna have to wait and see with what's going on with that. But yeah, now let's get into this Chelsea news. So for those who don't see what's going on, Chelsea has been handed a 1-year suspended, it's a key word in this, suspended transfer ban, and have been fined $14 million, 10 million, almost 11 million pounds for what's going on. Now, what's crazy about this entire scenario is this has got nothing to do with Todd Boehly and the Clear Lake consortium that have bought Chelsea. This has to do with over 47 million pounds of undisclosed payments to different people under Roman Abramovich's ownership. Big up Gooner SC. The transfer ban that Chelsea has gotten is from close to a little over 47 million pounds of payments that have not been disclosed by the Roman Abramovich ownership from the time frames of 2011 to 2018. Most likely to what they're saying is it's undisclosed payments to agents for different players that have transferred to Chelsea is what they're alluding to this going on. I'll be quite honest with you. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that Chelsea, Abramovich has been gone now for going on close to 4 years as the owner of Chelsea, and that you're still trying to dig up more stuff. I'm more pissed off that Todd Boehly's come in and spent $1 billion with no freaking problem, and there's nothing being looked at from Boehly or the Clear Lake consortium for a transfer ban, rather than what happened, stuff that's going on even almost 15 years ago. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that this is the level of nonsense that we're dealing with the FA. I mean, listen, Manchester City, I don't think is going to be found guilty, but the 115 charges needs to be understood as well. And obviously, yes, that goes back a way too. But the 115 charges for City, the fact that it's taking so long to get over this bullshit, and Chelsea has had this, from what we're hearing about this, is that Todd Boehly and the ownership at Chelsea have known about this potentially happening over 4 years since they bought the club. I think it's nonsense. If this has been going on for 4 years, the investigation's been going on for 4 years. They should have already figured this out. Macy isn't in the back room. I've pinned the link. Like I said, anybody's welcome to hop on. If Macy wants to hop on, he can hop on. Same thing with Kawaja. Anybody, Suj, anybody's welcome to hop on. But for me, I just think that this whole thing is nonsense with Chelsea. If you're going to go back from 15 years ago to start looking at this shit, again, what's the situation with Bowley? These guys have only made the Champions League one time since these guys have taken over as the ownership. As far as them qualifying for the Champions League, they're not getting a lot of prize money. Yeah, they got the big prize money from the tournament in America last summer, but if you're talking about this much debt that Chelsea has accrued, it's obviously nonsense. At this point, I don't even know where the hell football is going with this, because again, you're talking about 47 million pounds of undisclosed payments under Abramovich's ownership. Abramovich hasn't been there for a while. Why are we still doing this nonsense? If anything, there's more room for an investigation of them overspending under Todd Bowley and everybody else because of this nonsense. Facts. We've been keeping Chelsea's finances afloat because of these fucking bums that we've signed. 100%. Wahaha. Yeah, exactly. The 115 charges we still don't know about, yet this transfer ban has been hanging over Chelsea's head for 4 years. From an investigation for stuff that is 15 years old up to the newest one that they were investigating is 8 years old. Why is that going on? Why is an investigation taking 4 years for that? But we still don't know what the situation is with City. And listen, I'll be honest with you. I could give two shits about Manchester City's 115 charges and Chelsea's fucking transfer ban, potential transfer ban from what happened 15 to 8 years ago. I could care less about it. The bigger thing for me is there's a ban for the youth right now. There's a potential transfer ban for a season for the first team. Wahaha. That's why it's a suspended. That's why there's a suspended transfer ban right now. The youth suspension is already in play right now with Chelsea. There is a possible first team transfer ban coming into play depending on more of the investigation, which again, if this is going back 15 years and the closest thing is 8 years old, you would think that they would already have figured this out if they're getting a transfer ban. And again, like I said, if you're bitching about 47 million pounds that have been spread across, like I said, 15 to 8 years ago for undisclosed amounts to, if it's agents or anything else, big whoop-de-doo. Okay, in 4 years, that fucking club has spent over $1 billion with Bowley as the owner. I mean, what are we doing here? It makes absolutely no sense. Dumb question, but maybe they can still sell players. When you have a transfer ban doesn't stop you from selling players. It stops you from buying players. It stops you from buying new players to the team. So they could sell Garnacho, Delap, and Gittins coming into this, but they can't go out and get new players. We all know what result will be points deduction forever. Yeah, facts. Wow, facts. They only signed shit. Exactly. That's the other thing, Mark. They've spent $1 billion and bought shit players. If you take the transfer ban away from Chelsea, what's the difference? We all know that Chelsea's going to be. We all know Chelsea's going to be looking for youth. This ain't the same Chelsea under Roman Abramovich. They're not serious about contending for the Premier League. They're not. They're starting to go down the route we were of top 4 as a trophy right now. I mean, you hired a guy. Listen, Liam Rossignol was a manager at Strasbourg. Strasbourg is not one of the big clubs in France. Let's be honest about it. He's been doing good, but Liam Rossignol should have went to a Bournemouth, should have went to a Brighton, should have even at the high end, maybe an Everton job if Moyes had walked away to try to prove himself. Not from Strasbourg to fucking Chelsea. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense what's going on with that. So yeah, it's a whole situation with what's going on. But Chelsea, listen, we're talking about nonsense here because they're talking about its agent pay. When you look at the situation with, I think it's Hazard, Eto'o, and Willian were the 3 names that were the immediate ones leaked. That it's payments to agents for the team, to why this is going on. I remember the days. Yeah, facts. Exactly. That's why it's like, listen, for me, I could care less if they get a transfer ban or not, because their ownership isn't serious. Their ownership is not serious. They've bought a ton of players. They're screwed with the amount of money that they've spent. I mean, they sold the youth academy team no, not the youth academy. They sold like rights to the women's team to generate more money so they wouldn't be in PSR problems. But then again, this shows you how nonsensical this PSR and everything else is. How do you do not have PSR problems when you've spent over $1 billion in 4 years, but then you're going after 47 million across 7 years? It makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense. It makes no sense. I mean, Bowley and all them, I mean, they've been throwing away money like it's nothing, and we're not looking into that. So either way, it is what it is. I'm not really too concerned with Chelsea. Chelsea is not in that same frame of mind that they were under Abramovich. But that's for that. I mean, exactly. They've spent all this money, but they're not being looked into PSR issues with that. And I think Mudryk didn't hit the 100 million because a lot of that money was for add-ons if they won the Champions League and stuff. So I think Mudryk is still around the 60 million mark. But either way, if it's 60 million, you're talking 140 million for Mudryk and Fofana, and then 120 for both Caicedo and Enzo. I mean, what the fuck are we doing here? That's almost 400 million for 4 players. And they're bitching about 40 million from fucking 15 to 8 years ago. It makes no sense. It absolutely makes no sense. And you know what? Listen, it is what it is with Chelsea in that regard. If they go after him, they go after him. Me personally, I think it's ridiculous. They froze, I don't know how many billions of dollars from Roman Abramovich for the sale of Chelsea. They still have that. I mean, the fact that you have that money at your disposal, or that you're in court for Abramovich, I don't think Chelsea should be getting punished for that. It's absolute nonsense at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Now, moving to Manchester City, look, City ain't the same team it was. I don't think City's coming back against Real Madrid. Some people have said that they're a little worried that if City goes down to just the Premier League, that maybe there's a chance they could come back. Brother, I'll be honest with you, don't believe it. I think Pep is in that same mindset right now that he is overcomplicating things like he's done at times for Man City before they eventually won the Champions League. I think he's overcomplicating that team. You saw the setup against Real Madrid was absolutely ridiculous. They were at that high line to leave that much room for guys like Vinny, Brahim Diaz, and Valverde to run into was absolute mindless from Pep. I don't know what the hell he thought he was getting into that. So City, for me, listen, they're going out. I personally think the only 2 teams that have a chance from the Premier League that could potentially move on is Arsenal and Liverpool. I don't see Chelsea, Manchester City, or Newcastle winning. I don't think Newcastle's going to the Camp Nou and knocking out Barcelona. In my personal opinion, I don't see that happening. If they do, fantastic for them, and even fantastic for us, because that's the best team on our side of the bracket if they get knocked out. So it is what it is with that. However, I just don't think, and it makes it even worse, if these European referees continue the way that they're calling games, the Premier League is going to be on fraud watch right now, because I don't think there's any coincidence that the referees in Europe have not allowed all the nonsense that we have seen in the Premier League, with all of this bullshit that we've seen with corner kicks. It's not happening in Europe anymore. And you saw all the Premier League teams have been struggling at the fact that they're not allowing this nonsense with the corner kicks at all. So for me, I think the likes of City and Chelsea are definitely out. Nobody can get on here and tell me that they're going to score 4 goals without giving up a goal to their opposition. I don't see it happening whatsoever. Liverpool, it depends. It depends. Because Liverpool, I could still say this. Even I know Anfield is the big, Anfield nights in the Champions League can be magical. Listen, man, Konate and that defense is on fucking fraud watch. And Galatasaray, everybody's, oh, it's Galatasaray, it's the Turkish league. They got some ballers, bro. They got some ballers. They should have beat Liverpool by more than just 1-0 in that first game. And if Liverpool's caught lacking, even at home, Galatasaray could smoke them. So Liverpool, I still think they're going to go through because it's at home. But I'll tell you this right now, they make it through, they're not getting past the quarterfinals because PSG is about to slap them boys up. They're going to get slapped up by PSG. Ain't happening. Ain't happening with that. Manchester City is not coming back against Real Madrid. They're not coming back. Manchester City is not going to score 4 goals and not give up a goal to that Real Madrid team. That is not happening. That defense is so shit. It's so shit. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. So, we could very well be walking into, and listen, full disclosure with Arsenal and Leverkusen, it's not a foregone conclusion that Arsenal is going to beat Leverkusen. Leverkusen's playing with house money. Their season does not ride on the success in the Champions League. It doesn't. Let's just be honest about it. Leverkusen's going to come into this game tomorrow knowing that they're on the road and sit tight and wait for a counterattack. It's going to be on Arsenal. The onus is on Arsenal to go forward. And we have seen throughout this season that when the onus is on Arsenal to be creative and go forward, we don't really do that much. So I don't know. I'm still going to be pissed, but I would not be shocked if we found a way to screw ourselves out of the game against Leverkusen. I would not be shocked if we faltered in the Champions League, but I'm still saying that the standards need to be that Arsenal needs to go and blow the doors off these guys and push through, because you spending $1 billion and getting on this side of the bracket, semifinals for me is mandatory. It's absolutely mandatory for Arsenal this season. Pick up my guy Waffle Don. And if you guys haven't subscribe to Waffle Don, man. He's my guy, man. He's an absolute fucking legend. Always drops good content. Ball knowledge is awesome. I mean, if you guys didn't watch it, watch the Who You Would Pay to See with Waffle Don. He threw out some names that a lot of guys did not talk about. He was actually one of the guys that did not use some of the similar names that we've seen, and he's my guy, man. I'm very appreciative that he lets me on his channel and everything else. Gunnar, see, I disagree. I think we're winning one of these games. My personal opinion, this is my personal opinion, I think we're winning the League Cup. I actually think that we are winning the League Cup. I would not be surprised if we screwed up against Leverkusen. And I'll be honest with you, Leverkusen needs to be put away in the first half. They need to be put away. We need to be winning 2-0 going into halftime. That way we can set up cruise control. Because for me, the last thing I want to see is us go to fucking extra time or penalties because we were being lazy. And now we got to play all these extra minutes and then go into the League Cup final. If we go into extra minutes and it goes to penalties with Leverkusen, then I'm nowhere near as confident as I am right now that we'll be winning the League Cup. I'd be nowhere near as confident because of all these guys are already down on their feet. These guys all look tired. We need to go in there. Like I said, me personally, Madueke, Gyökeres, and Dowman are the front three that we need to run for this Champions League game tomorrow. Blow the doors off of Leverkusen, get the job done in the first half, and be done with it. That way we can move on and go to the League Cup final. Big up, Andy. Big up, Andy. Appreciate you. Appreciate you stopping by. 3 wins away from securing top 2 secured, bro. Top 2 secured. There's no reason to be scared of that. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that. Chronic, my guy. Big up, my guy. Your boys are on super fraud watch against Galatasaray, brother. You guys better pull that out, because if you guys lose at home to Galatasaray, it's going to be some monumental fucking problems going on with Liverpool right now. Monumental. What's going on, my guy? How you been?
How you doing?
How was your weekend?
Weekend was great. Let's go Huskies, and the title race is over, my friend.
I said the same thing. I think for me, the title, I'm at the 75% mark right now that Arsenal's winning. Yeah. There's that little bit there's the little bit of stress that kills you with Arsenal because we've been playing this haram ball. But I'll be honest with you, brother. Pep Guardiola is getting in your guys' way. I mean, how he
100%.
that lineup. I know you texted me after the Champions League game and we were going back and forth. That lineup he put out against Real Madrid, I don't know what the fuck he was thinking in that game. I have no idea what the fuck he was thinking in that game.
The guy has dementia. He has absolute dementia. I mean, what the hell are you doing starting Semenyo in the effing 10? Are you mad? Are you all right? Are you actually all right? Like, are you tapped, mate? Are you actually tapped? Nah, he's got to go. He's got to go. I want him gone. Give me Luis Enrique. Give me anyone else. I don't care who it is. Hell, give me Gino Auriemma. I don't give a fuck.
No, Gunnar, I don't think City's winning the league. I think this league is in our
the league's
hands.
Done.
If City wins the league, it's not because City won, it's because Arsenal fucked up.
Yep.
I think, listen, we've been playing shit football all year and we've been grinding out results. Pep has been getting in their own way. Semenyo at the 10, and then not only Semenyo at the 10, the bigger thing for me was Arbeloa went with a 4-4-2.
Yes.
He put Valverde at one wing. He put Valverde on the right wing. And then he had the two strikers up top. And then you had Guler playing on the left. So there was no inverted wingers for this team. So you knew that they were coming to go straight direct at the team.
Bingo.
Why the fuck would you play that high of a line when Vinny Jr. is going to get left alone with Gahey? And I'm sorry, man. Gahey got taught the ball was round and not square in that game against Manchester, in that game against Real. That was embarrassing.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you, Gianni. After the second goal went in, I just turned the game off. I really did. I'm serious.
You missed the best goal. The best goal was the third one.
I didn't even watch it. I saw it after, but no. After the second goal went, I just knew it was over. And yep. I don't even, to be honest with you, Gianni, if Pep really goes this summer, which I hope he does, I don't even know what his legacy is going to be, because it was great in the Premier League and all that, but the Champions League record has been horrendous. Like, there were so many bad defeats. Like, Jesus, the Real Madrid game the other day, the Lyon game when the Champions League went to CBS Sports. That was a bad one. The final against Chelsea, I still have scars about it to this very day. I remember crying like I remember crying like a baby after that game.
See, here's my thing with that take, right?
Sure.
I kind of hear what you're saying as far as the Champions League being horrendous, but at the same time, he was building that team, the foundations up from there. So I don't really blame him for some of the losses. Now, like I said, the loss in the final against Chelsea is all on Pep, because why you would take Gundogan, who was balling out in the number 8 position that year, and try to be cute and move him to the number 6 when you know that's never been his true position. And on top of it not being his true position, Chelsea was a counterattacking team under Tuchel at that time frame. So why would you risk a guy who can't be defensive the way you would need to in that 6 role and just allow them to go and attack? Because every time Chelsea countered in that final, you thought there was a possibility they were scoring because of the midfield was. So that final, I understand. The other games, I don't know, because again, with me with the Champions League, it comes down to heritage. That's why I always say, like, for me, I don't think Arsenal's winning the Champions League. I think Arsenal is walking away with a domestic double. I don't know if it's going to be the FA Cup. I personally think it's going to be more so the League Cup and the Premier League.
I hear that.
I just don't see us winning in the Champions League, because that game against Leverkusen for me exposed a lot about where this team is, because all the games that we've lost, the Villa game away and even the Villa game at home in the first half, and then you look at the United game, I'm struggling to remember what the other loss was at this season.
Can't remember, and to be honest, I can't see. Arsenal don't see this. That's the thing with Arsenal; they just don't lose many games. Like, I can't remember the last time Arsenal actually lost a league game, other than the United game. Like, it's very rare that they lose games with the style of football they play. So,
yeah, and the problem is this: when you look at the situation with Arsenal in the Leverkusen game, Arsenal our Arsenal, normally the problem with Arsenal, when you look at how we've had the games where we've lost or the games that we've struggled in, the problem is the other teams come in and cause issues through the middle. They flood the middle. Leverkusen didn't do that. Liverpool away. That's it. Thank you, Gary.
Oh, that's right.
That was
That's
it.
when
Yeah.
Soboslai scored the free kick.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think the thing for me is this. The problem is when you look at the games that we've lost, it's because the opposing teams have flooded the middle. They overload us in the middle, and then they're able to hit us with counters through the middle to where we're overloaded and the damage is already done. Leverkusen didn't even need to do that. Leverkusen stayed firm with that 3-4-3 formation and sat the two guys in the middle, Garcia and Palacios, and they ran the fucking game. Even without the ball, Leverkusen ran the game because it was the same old Arteta bullshit U-shaped football. I mean, Madueke, listen, for me, it was a super soft penalty that he got.
Oh, that shouldn't have been a penalty at all.
Yeah, because the thing is, Madueke, as soon as he got touched, he immediately threw himself to the ground. Everyone saw he could have landed right on his feet and shot the ball off and got a shot off. So for me, that is very true. For me,
sorry, are you serious?
We didn't score against Liverpool either of the two games. We're the only team that hasn't scored against Liverpool in either games we played them.
What?
Yeah, we drew 0-0 at home, and now that I was reminded, we lost 1-0 away. And the game against Liverpool at home, if you remember, the second half, Liverpool had 70% of the ball. And Wirtz was playing the false nine because I think Ekitike had just gotten hurt at that time, and Wirtz was next to Szoboszlai the whole time. They didn't have a striker in the box the whole fucking game against us. Same thing. You literally saw the same thing. Mirror mentality of just U-shaped football, no balls getting thrown into the box or anything else, which is why, for me, like I said, this Leverkusen game, Saka's on the bench. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if he's been named the new captain because Odegaard's been found out. For me, Madueke has to start on the right wing, and you got to start Max Dowman. I don't give a shit if the kid's 16. If you're good enough, you're old enough, is the old saying.
I've heard that.
And to be honest with you, it's an indictment on the manager that we've ran this team into the ground with a better squad than what we've previously had. And to be honest with you, the 16-year-old is the best attacker that we have that's not a striker at this current point in time. He's the only guy that can use both feet. I mean, did you watch the game at all? The Everton game with us?
No. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you, Gianni. The Premier League is so shit that I probably wouldn't stay awake for 2 seconds. That's how bad it is.
This is how bad Saka is. Saka is an inverted winger who will not cross the ball with his left foot into the box. Dowman is right-footed. His weaker foot is left foot, and he crossed the ball in with his left foot to cause the problems that led to the goal for Gyökeres. Saka can't do it. It's exactly. Interesting. He just hit the nail on the head. The 16-year-old
going a 27-year-old. Are you mad?
Yeah, and that's the problem. That's the problem. And Waha, you're not wrong with that. You're not wrong with that. But again, the problem is right now is there's an old saying, and you know it from being here in America. Our saying, you got to go with the hot hand. Fuck that.
Yes.
Madueke and Dowman got to start this game.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's the problem, that we're relying on a 16-year-old, at this point in time after £1 billion spent to fucking get this team over the line. It's ridiculous. And like I said, for me, the only reason why I'm confident about the league is because Pep and you guys are fucking shitting everything up right now.
Horrible.
Yeah. And that's the only reason why I think Arsenal, I'm so positive and thinking that Arsenal's going to win, is because there's no lifeline from City right now.
Nope.
I don't see where everybody's talking about still being worried about City. City's big. The same thing that we've said that Arsenal's mentality, it's Arsenal versus Arsenal to get over the line. City's fallen into that same category now.
Yep. It's City versus City.
It's City versus City, and it's Pep versus Pep. And Pep is getting in his own way. I mean, what was your thoughts on that Champions League game? I know you said you turned it off after 2-0, but the the game that you saw, I mean, I didn't see nothing from you guys.
To be honest with you, that was one of the oh my god, that was one of the worst performances I've ever seen. There were a couple of times that we got in and behind behind the defense. But again, I was texting back and forth with you. I can't believe I'm saying this. We are actually missing. Hey, thank you, Kwaja. We're missing KDB and Gundogan and those, and I'm telling you, and
Them boys
I'm
deserve a statue outside of your ground.
100%, like Michael Jordan has one outside the United Center. I'm telling you, those guys. It actually took me until that game to realize, Jesus Christ, Gundogan and KDB were literally, and I don't rate KDB as highly as like a David Silva or any of those midfielders from the past, but those guys, that if those guys were playing, I'm telling you, we would have looked more threatening. They would have provided Erling Haaland with the chances that we made, because it wasn't very many, but we would have at least looked a lot more threatening if we had those two than with a Bernardo Silva, who unfortunately, because he doesn't have a Gundogan or a KDB next to him or beside him, he just looks lost half the time. And
Yeah, Bernardo
it's just
Silva.
really it's unfortunate, and it's unfortunate that this is going to have to be a full rebuild, and it's shitty. So,
do you think it's a full rebuild, or do you think it's
yes.
just a couple positions? Because I think for me with City, I think City doesn't need a full rebuild. I think City needs a couple positions to be changed out. I think if you guys straighten out, obviously Rodri, I think is now starting to hit the downside of his career with the injuries and everything else. I'm not too. Rodri should maybe be given one more season.
Sure.
But I honestly think that maybe it has to be a situation where Rodri and Gonzalez have to sit next to one another so that Gonzalez learns the position better in order for that to happen. But for me, I don't think it's a full rebuild for City. I think you need another creative spark in the middle, if I'm being quite honest.
100%.
A lot of people, it just shows how many people don't watch the other leagues and they just rely on a YouTube mixtape for a player. I told everybody, Reinders is not. I told everybody, Reinders is not who you think he is. That dude would have three great games for Milan and then go missing for 7. He ain't that fucking good. He's not a consistent enough player for me to fit into a Pep style of midfield for me at that.
Nah, Pep's got to go. No, Pep's got to go. I don't want to hear Pep style. No, he's got to go. I'm not trying to hear Pep style. He's got to go.
Do you think Pep needs a fresh start? Yeah, I do.
Yeah. And you actually alluded to this, Gianni, that he may go to the Italian league.
That's where I think he's destined to go. I don't think he's going to an international level just yet. Plus, I don't think Pep really works at an international level.
Really? Why?
Because Pep is a manager that needs the day in, day out training. Him getting players for 2 games every couple of weeks or months does not fit the way that Pep wants to play. They're not going to play that way. Pep is day in, day out beating it into players as far as the style that he wants to play. Maybe it could work at the Spanish national team because the Spanish DNA of football is tiki-taka anyways. It's more tiki-taka like Pep style, even though tiki-taka is more so Barcelona style. But the Spanish national team, maybe, but it would have to just be Spain. I can't see him going to another national team with not the amount of training that's required to play his brand of football, as we've seen at Bayern Munich.
I was just going to say Bayern Munich, now
yeah.
City. Yeah, like if you went to an England, God forbid they do horribly and they fire Tuchel, and I don't know how that would go. But
I don't think England could play his brand of football. Not with the players they have.
No.
Not with
Germany, absolutely not.
No.
There's a reason why they wanted him gone. There's a reason they wanted him fired at Bayern. And I actually didn't even know this.
The reason why they fired him at Bayern is because of the fact that he didn't live up to the potential. He didn't live up to par for the Champions League.
Huh. I thought it was
when you're at Bayern Munich's required for you to win the Deutsche Pokal and the league every single season. And he was doing that with no problem. I think there was only 1 year while he was there where he didn't win the double. The problem
it was Dortmund that won it 1 year, yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is when it came down to like the semifinals, he just couldn't get over the line with Bayern, and that's why they sacked him.
Yep.
So the thing with, and that's why it fit with City, because City, they needed him to build the foundations for what you guys have turned into now. Before the early days of Pep, nobody was saying City had a shot at the Champions League, and if they do,
God,
they
no.
were bullshit. If they did, they were bullshit.
Yeah, they were bullshitting themselves.
It wasn't until probably maybe after the first. It wasn't until probably after Liverpool, after they got to the final and lost to Chelsea. I think that year was the start where everyone has to say, okay, City is possibly in the look of being one of the favorites to win. If you were looking at it with a truthful eye and not lying to yourself, a lot of people knew that City was not going to be a true favorite for the Champions League. They may make it far, but everybody knew City's going to run into the one team to where they're not going to put the ball in the back of the net and they're going to be open for counterattacks.
Real Madrid.
And that was the whole reason why they went out to get Haaland. So for me, I think Pep had to build the foundations up for them to be considered in and out titles. But I just don't see a full rebuild though for this squad. I think you need another center back. That's for
yes. That's very clear. We need fullbacks too, because the whole midfield going into fullbacks is just retarded. I'm sorry if I'm using the R word. It's a complete and total
say whatever you want on this show.
Oh, thank you. It's just a complete and total shit show. I mean, what are we doing? I mean, my God, man. Ooh.
I don't think Pep goes to Atletico, to be quite honest with you. I don't think Pep goes back to Spain. I think he's got too much love for Barca where he doesn't go back. Maybe. Wow. But you could be onto something, Suj, because there's supposed to be a lot of money flowing into Atletico now with the new ownerships. Big up, Luca. I've never seen you in my channel. Appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, big up, Luca.
My guy. Appreciate it. Baron, my guy.
Baron, good to see you, my guy.
Because there's been a lot of I think he's going to go to I think he's going to go to Italy. I don't think he goes back to Spain. I think if Juventus straighten out their money, if Juventus straighten out their financial problems, I see Pep going to Juventus. And if it's not, if Inter's the first team that straightens out their money, I could see him going to Inter. Okay. I don't think Pep is going to put himself in a position. One, I don't think Pep is going to go to Atletico and become the enemy to Barcelona, especially in a city. I could actually see Pep returning to Barcelona if this whole nonsense goes through. If Laporta, because the word was that if Laporta gets voted out as the president and it's a new guy coming in, Hansi Flick was going to walk.
Wait. What?
Yeah, in Spain they have elections for the president of the club. It's not.
That's
it's not
right.
Done.
Yes.
It's not done like it's not done like how it is in the other leagues. There's elections for that. For me, if Laporta gets voted out and Hansi Flick walks, I could see Pep going back to Barcelona. But I don't know if I would not put it past Pep to take another sabbatical and take a year off.
No.
I could see Pep taking a sabbatical, taking a year off, see where everything is, and then okay, he won the election. I didn't know the elections took place. Thank you, Baran. I didn't know the elections had taken place already.
Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. Because the last go ahead.
Well, then that means
thank the Lord
is staying. So
no. I'm just saying that no, because the president before Laporta got back was the reason why Barcelona were in a complete and total S show to begin with in 2020. I think his name was Barmetsu. So
yeah,
thank the Lord. Yeah, thank the Lord that Laporta won, because he's actually saving them. Because correct me if I'm wrong, aren't Barcelona still in debt?
Yeah, they're in debt, but the thing is now is they've been knocking that debt down because a lot of the youngsters have been pulling up, and the amount of prize money that they won last year, where everywhere they went, helped to figure that out. Listen, I don't know if Fabregas leaves, only because I don't know what team is going to take a chance on him. Because my thing with Fabregas is this: I want to see Fabregas stay at Como one more year without Nico Paz. Nico Paz, the rumors are already in Italy that he's already agreed to going back to Real Madrid. So him going back to Real Madrid, I want to see Fabregas go out there with the scouting department and the management of Como, get a new player in, coach him, and see if you can do the same thing. Because what he's doing with Como right now is awesome. That he's getting to that they're in Champions League football right now. And
wow.
Yeah. And I'll be honest with you, I hope he stays at Como for one more year just to see it out. But I do not think Fabregas should be getting a big move just yet. I think he needs one more year at Como before he bounces.
Actually, I want to ask, how many years should a manager stay in a particular situation before they get a big move to a big team, in your opinion?
It depends.
Okay.
It all depends. I actually like what happened with Inzaghi at Lazio because he was there for 5 years and Lazio was in and out of the Champions League for 3 years. And when you look at the way the ownership at Lazio moves with being very stringent and tight on money, the fact that he got Lazio into Champions League 3 out of the 5 years that he was there was very impressive.
Wow.
For me, with the thing with Fabregas also is Como has gotten a lot of money pumped into the squad that a lot of other teams in Italy hasn't. And I think that is another reason why I want to see him at Como, with him possibly going on to look at a replacement for Nico Paz and then coaching his way back to what he's doing. Big up Nasser.
Big up Nasser.
If you got time, brother, hop on.
Big up Nasser. He's my guy.
He bottled the league with that. See, I wouldn't consider that a bottle, to be honest with you, RSV, because Lazio had starting 11. They only had about 2-3 good players on the bench. That's the problem with Lotito as the owner. So I don't really consider that a bottle. I think the fact that he was able to do what he did with that Lazio team for the period of time and the players that he had there as well, I think he did very, very well, if I'm being quite honest with you.
Is Lazio like the Chicago Bears ownership?
They are, but they're nowhere near as big as a team.
Okay.
Like Lazio, if we're looking historically, fan base wise, Lazio might be 7th or 8th biggest team in it.
Wow.
They're not
of all time.
They're not. Well, one, they're the smaller team in Rome compared to Rome.
Yes, Roma.
Even though they have the same amount of trophies, they are definitely the smaller team when you look at the fan base wise in Rome. And if you're going off fan base, Napoli has a bigger fan base than them in Italy. Rome has a bigger fan base. The 3 big teams in the north have a bigger fan base. And I'd even want to stretch and say, because even though they've been shit this year and shit for a while, Fiorentina has a very big fan base as well. And I don't think their fan base is bigger than Fiorentina, if I'm being quite honest with you. Yeah, he could face challenges, but I think the thing with the reason why I'm saying I could see Pep go to Italy, Pep is going to wait it out to see the finances. If he gets to walk into a Real Madrid or a Real Madrid,
can you imagine though if he went to Real Madrid?
Yeah, no, he'll never go to Real.
Yeah,
he'll never go to Real. If he was to sit back a year and wait to see what the finances are with Inter and Juve, I think that he'll end up going to whichever one of the teams has a more stable financial situation going on with the team. I don't see Pep being the type of guy that's going to put himself on the line and say, listen, I'm going to take 1 year. You guys sell a decent amount of the good players and just get okay players so that we can stack up money for a season. I don't see Pep being that type of a manager. I really don't. He did have Immobile. Yeah, but Immobile never shows up when it counts.
Yeah, Immobile is crap. I remember watching him at the Euros a few years ago. The guy is useless.
He's always been useless international.
He's horrible. The guy is terrible.
Big up
Benji. The guy is terrible. And
My
the fact
guy.
that
Yes, sir. What's going on,
bro? You okay?
How you doing?
Big up, man.
All right, can I ask you a question?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I thought you were going to finish the conversation.
How bullshit is this transfer ban with Chelsea? I think it's absolutely.
I actually want to.
I'll explain it. The transfer ban.
I've already looked at it. It's nonsense. Why are they bothering you guys for shit from 15 fucking years ago?
So I'll explain it. Listen to this, yeah.
It's agent shit. It's agent payoffs.
I'll show you what happened. So essentially, during the Roman period, we know that he did X, Y, and Z, yeah? So I think it was Willian and some players that they call.
Yeah, they said Hazard, Willian, and one other player are like the 3 main guys that they made these payoffs to for the agents. It's like, dude,
What?
Chelsea spent over $1 billion in 4 years with Bowley.
Wait, this is
I was
where it
about to
gets
say,
very
what
funny.
are we doing here?
Remember, this
Okay.
is something that even I had to get my head around at first. But the more I spoke to people about it and done a bit of research, it made sense, but it still doesn't make sense. It's weird to explain. But essentially, when the club got taken away from Roman, the government took charge of the sale.
Right.
So they went through all the books, and at the same time, what they done was they also went through, had to vet the next owner, so they couldn't then make the same mistake. So they made their choice.
Right?
Same mistake, yeah. And then what they've done is, and then I think Roman could also choose, but from the like approved owners, he can choose whichever one he thought had the best interest and blah blah blah.
Okay.
But what essentially has happened is after both Clear Lake and everyone bought the club, they went through the books again and found inconsistencies. And essentially what we've done is self-report. So we went to the FA and said, look, we found these things in the books.
Right.
Because they said either we hide it and then it comes up later on and we get done for it, or maybe we get less of a punishment if we just go there and say, look, this is what we found.
Right.
So that's kind of the thing that came up with the 74 charges. We essentially self-snitched. You know what I'm saying?
What? But you would think, but here's my thing, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Abramovich is still in court to get his $2.5 billion or whatever the fuck it was for the sale.
Because they don't want the money to go to Russia.
Correct.
They want all the money to go to Ukraine.
If there's that much money there, and it's, I think, what was it? The rough number was 47 million pounds is what they found is inconsistent from what I saw.
Something like that,
if you got $2.5 billion, take the fucking 47 million pounds you're missing from the $2.5 fucking billion and be done with it. I mean,
Roman ain't having it. You know, he's never having it.
That's basically the reason why I'm asking.
He's told them. This is the thing, Gianni. He's told them at the time that when the money comes in, he's gonna split it in half or something and give half to the Ukrainians and half to the Russians because he's half.
Right.
So he essentially said that to all the victims and stuff like that. So it's gonna go to charities. Right. They said, no, we don't believe you. We want all the money to go to Ukraine.
Correct.
And he was like, no, I'm gonna just get all the money and I'll deal with it. It's my money, X, Y, and Z. Right. So all the things that we were dealing with from that onwards, it's obviously coming in now. And obviously, some people are going to say you cheated and blah, blah, blah. It's whatever it is. We know how it goes. You know what I mean? Right. At the end of the day, whether we cheated or not, I'm still happy I got Willie and Hazard. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter. You know? But the thing is that I understand that obviously in that moment in time, everyone has their thoughts and you may not understand some of the things that happen at the time. But the things that even the Premier League or the FA is going through, just some of the things just doesn't make sense, bro.
Nope.
They're dragging this bit. You probably know that they're going to lose against City anyway. That's why they're dragging it. Because if they had something, they would have probably given them. They can't give them certain amount. Because this is the thing with the Arabs as well. They're not falling for this stupidness, bro. We look how many loopholes we found when Bowley came in.
Yep.
Yes.
Do you think that they found no loopholes? Like when I went through, because at first I thought 115 charges. That's crazy. And then when I started looking into it and watching some of the Man City content creators when they go through all the paperwork or whatever. Big up to Football Rig as well. And when I went through it, it was like, what? The changing rooms 3 centimeters too big. You're coming out late to the train. I'm like, brother, like. And then obviously every year they add all the years you've done it. So obviously you're gonna have multiple charges for the same thing. So the 115 just sounded mad. But in reality, there's only half of the charges are all you failed to tell us. You failed to show the books. Like you didn't comply with us. Right. So that doesn't mean you still did anything wrong, but. So they know what they're doing. The other people that know what they're doing, we're just gonna wait and see what happens there. But yeah, our thing is a bit.
It's bullshit.
It's fucking nonsense.
It's bullshit.
It's so stupid. So I think they charged us 10 million. Apparently, the worst amount ever. And you know the transfer ban. The transfer ban, Gianni. The transfer ban is
for the youth
academy.
Yeah, it's not even for the first
team. And then the first team is a suspended sentence, or whatever you want to call it. So if we do end up doing something wrong in the future, we'll have 1 year transfer ban.
For me, if you're going to be this gung-ho about shit that happened that fucking long ago, you got more of a reason to be going over the books crazy for the 4 years that you guys have spent the billion since Bowley and Clear Lake took over. There's more of a possibility to go look at that with that situation, that there was that much money shelled out and that little bit of time for you to be looked at. I mean, the fact that when I was looking through, I forgot who it was that wrote it. I think it was Gabriel Marcotti from ESPN wrote it for us here. For like
big up Gabriel Marcotti.
Yeah,
I know who that is. Yeah.
He was the one that wrote it, and it's like Bowley knew that he said Bowley knew about this hanging over their heads when he bought the club. It's like, brother, if 47 million is what we're getting gung ho about from fucking 15 years ago, take your fucking money out of what you've taken from Roman. Just work it out with Roman so it doesn't affect the fucking club. It's ridiculous.
It's nasty. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. This is the thing though, like, even if you could look at some of the things, like,
yeah, absolutely.
Instead of them focusing on actually fixing all the rules, making sure there's no loopholes, that everything's in the right way, they're going back to, I don't know, 2015, 14, 13 to tell you, oh, by the way, well, because you told us, now we got to go through the things.
Yeah, because Hazard came to Chelsea in 2011, right?
He came in the summer after we won the Champions League.
Right.
So that would have been 2012.
Okay, no. So that's 20. Yeah. Going into the 2012-2013 season. Okay. Yeah. That's because it's Hazard, Willian, and I'm forgetting the third guy who's in the.
I forgot who it was.
It's Eto'o. It's Samuel Eto'o.
That's it.
Samuel Eto'o.
Oh yeah. Eto'o went to Chelsea a minute ago. That's why I'm saying it's bullshit that they're holding that much regard over them from that long ago. It's nonsense. This is what I mean by the politics in the fucking Premier League is absolute nonsense. You're holding it is.
I hear what you're saying.
It's absolute nonsense. You're going after somebody potentially 14 fucking years ago. If you're gonna I would have worked out a deal with Roman like, look, hey man, this is your money. Your team fucked up when you were the owner. Send this money to the FA, be done with it.
Yeah, we just go our separate ways.
That's how it should be. If you got $2.5 billion from the fucking from the sale or however much it was, just fucking put it towards this and be done with it. Why this dragged out? It's all like it's got to be a fucking soap opera. What the fuck is going on here, man? It's like the Premier League don't even want to be about football no more. It's all about soap opera and drama now. It's nonsense. It is. Sam, you're right. It is brown envelopes, but it's like, dude, there's no reason. There's no reason to go back 14 years. Again, there's more likely, even if Bowley and everybody was clear with with no brown envelopes and what it's been going on, there's more to find to cause Chelsea to get into PSR problems with $1 billion spent in 4 years than there is to go back and say, oh, we don't know what agents got paid from Hazard and Eto'o and Willian from this long ago. Brother, it's 14 years old. Who gives a fuck at this point?
Right.
I just think it's.
I remember that, during that period when we were selling the club and all that. There's that period where we didn't have any income and the whole COVID thing. Yeah, COVID thing and all that stuff around that allowed us to spend more money at the time.
Yep.
Because when Bowley and that came in, they had to spend a certain amount of money that they promised or Roman that they had to spend to put into the club. So they had the leeway and they were able to do it. But then at the same time, because we didn't get Champions League for at that time, the only thing that kind of kept us in as well was the player sales and whatever we were doing at the time. But in general,
booking their books is what City's been accused of. With Chelsea, they went over it. That's the thing. Bowley and them did their own investigation when they bought the club. Again, if you look at the articles, Todd Bowley has known about this since he's owned the club. This isn't any secret to the higher ups at Chelsea. That's why I'm saying to drag this out for 4 years, if the ownership already admitted to it, there's no reason 4 years later to now be getting hit with this nonsense.
Especially if the ownership are new. Because this is the thing. This ownership has nothing to do with them. The players are not here no more.
Exactly.
So there's nothing.
You're right.
And obviously we know the circumstances, the way the club went. You just keep it moving and let's go. You've already damaged it.
Just go our separate ways.
Doing what you did at the time. So now let's just leave us alone and let's go from now onwards. But
if anything, what should have happened is if they knew about it when they took over the club and they were open with it, the Premier League should have came out and said, listen, you still have to spend the amount of money that was promised that you would spend in transfers, but we're going to limit you the first year because of this nonsense of what happened under
The
Abramovich.
problem is that we already have a so-called transfer ban from UEFA.
Right. Yes.
So essentially, what's happened is, do you remember when we were selling the hotels and the teams or whatever?
Yes, the women's
did
hotels.
So the FA,
yeah.
the FA, you're allowed to do it on the FA rules, but not UEFA rules. So we have to balance out. So essentially, this is why the whole Xavi Simons thing happened, where we didn't really sign him until we got rid of some players, so that we can just. So essentially, we have to make sure our books are balanced throughout the summer to make sure that we can still keep players in and let players out. But that's essentially what we have to do for I think the previous summer and one more window or something like that. It was 3 windows, 4 windows on the UEFA. But the way we got away with it under the FA is because we balanced. What's it called? The PSR thing is that
PSR, yeah.
So we kind of got away with that. In England, we got away with it. It's the UEFA that doesn't accept those things. So that's where we didn't get away with it. But all you have to do is get yourself some good lawyers, bro, and you can always find your way out. You know,
as long as I'm confident with the money and good lawyers, you never face the problems you're supposed to face.
That's why I'm confident with the whole 115 things. One, because the majority of the 115 things are a bunch of freaking nonsense, and 2, we have the best lawyers. Well, primarily that's due to the amount of money we have, but still, if you get the best lawyers, it can get you out of anything. Well, again, it can get you out of most things, but money talks. That's all I'm going to say.
Where do you see, you being a Chelsea fan, where do you see going forward from here? Because I'm starting to look at Chelsea like you guys are going to be the new Arsenal, and I'm only saying that because
or Tottenham.
It doesn't. No, they ain't never going to be Tottenham.
Hold on.
Don't disrespect Chelsea.
Listen, when he said Arsenal, that already kind of like, my heart went quiet for a bit.
But you get with what I'm saying with saying that, though.
But you understand where I'm.
If you guys were Roman, Liam Senior wouldn't even be allowed on the grounds. Correct. That motherfucker would have never got the job.
Yeah,
to be honest, he did give it to Lampard, but that's a different story.
That's a different story.
But then he did get rid of him when it was time to get rid of him.
Yeah.
So that's obviously kind of justified. I get what you're saying. Obviously, it's not the same ownership, so it's never going to be the same kind of thing. Right. It's just, you know what it is? We just have a lot of frustrations because it feels like sometimes we feel like we're so close, but yet so far, whatever that saying is. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
We're a couple of players away, and the players that we have are very polarizing, innit? It's either we're really good or
Garnacho's
really
one of them.
In between. Like the Leeds game, the Burnley game.
He doesn't deserve
even if I get to like
he's a championship player, and I'm being polite with that.
Who?
Garnacho.
Bro,
actually, he's not
even.
You're
talking to the wrong guy. Do you know what I'm saying? I've been a Garnacho hater for the last 3-4 years. You know,
he's shit.
Brother, I didn't want him at my club. Bro, I don't even call him by his name, bro. This was about accident, bro. I call him 4.9, 0.49, depending on his performances, bro. The chat knows.
Jesus.
Like, you know what it is for me? Yeah, I think he was the one guy out of probably all the players we ever bought. I never wanted in my team in the first place, but that's because one director had a fetish for him and he ended up overspending. We didn't want him anyway. Like, that's the problem for us. The only thing that kind of keeps me all right with it is because I know that he's so bad he will get flipped. Because remember, with Garnacho, he still has that, as much as we think he's a scrub, yeah, he has that PR around him, innit? He has to, he's that wonder kid or what, that player that, you remember? Not really, but you know what I'm saying? There's everyone that knows. We don't, the people that don't rate him, you don't see it. But there's some people believe he's that next CR7. Remember, he took the from him.
Freaking robot.
Yeah, he got the blonde hair. He scored the overhead
Android
kick.
17.
Yeah, that's all the names that we called him, bro. Android 17, Ellen DeGeneres. Bro, that's bad names for him, bro. Gianni knows it's bad names. Ellen DeGeneres. Like, there's no names when I almost died. But for me, I think it's just, obviously, he's someone that I never expected to do anything, let alone he's scoring a few goals. Those are all bonuses for me, bro. And when you watch our games, you see how much. And you think you can still play. Because remember, let's say Pep won the league without a left back, and remember at the time he won it with Fabian Delph and that. So you kind of have someone missing in the team and maybe still do something. But Brentford, Bournemouth, he fell asleep at the back post. I big up to Sammy. He fell asleep at the back post and cost us goals. You know what I mean? Like even the winger can end up costing you goals that you can't do anything about. Big up to Nasser as well. And it's a thing where, bro, a lot of these players are sometimes very unreliable, isn't it? And I've always said this, and I think Gianni, you and I spoke a lot. You know, when you have issues in your spine, they're not, you can't get away with it. You never get away with it. Like so. As much as you can play well against this team and that team and have performances, even the PSG game shows that. And I mean, 1, 2, 3 mistakes here and you're behind. Do you know what I mean? It's very quick. No matter how good you perform, you could throw the game away right there. So,
see, I think you guys made mistakes with the setup, just like City did. But I personally think why the Premier League teams have struggled in the Champions League is that the European referees have been given the word from the higher ups in UEFA that the nonsense that's going on with the corner kicks in the Premier League is not being allowed in UEFA anymore.
No way.
I think that's the reason why they've all struggled.
I've seen that against the Galatasaray when Liverpool played.
Yeah. Well, Liverpool, and look at Havertz. Havertz was holding the guy that corner kick towards the end of the game, and you saw that the referees was not having none of this shit.
I think the ref ran straight to Van Dijk and told him, "Yo, if you touch him again,
yeah, you're getting booked.
You're getting a yellow or something." You know what I mean?
City was their own worst enemy. Why they thought they could play that high line against Real Madrid the way Real Madrid lined up was nonsense. You thinking that Mark Gay, he's going to be able to man mark fucking Vinicius Jr. with that much space? Listen, I don't rate Vinny that well. I think he's a pace merchant. I don't think the creativity is on par with other players, in my personal opinion. But if you're going to give a guy who paces majority of his game that much room to run in, you're asking for fucking problems. That's just my opinion on the matter.
You're right.
For me, I think you and City are the definites. You guys are both. You guys can't tell me that you guys are going to score 4 goals without giving up a goal to PSG or Real Madrid. In my opinion, I don't see it happening.
No, the tie's over.
Liverpool got lucky that Galatasaray didn't have their shooting boots on.
We're not going through it. We just found out Reece James got a hamstring injury. Gusto's injured or ill.
Oh, Gusto and James are missing? I know James was.
I think Gusto's ill, but I think Reece James I think he's hearing he's out for 2 months. So I don't know.
No, you guys are done.
Yeah, in baseball they do a mercy roll. They need to do that in football.
Do you think you guys are making Champions League if Reece James is gone for 2 months? Because you guys aren't taking advantage of Aston Villa is stinking out the joint right now.
The problem is our running. Because
they could have with James, man.
Liverpool. We still have Liverpool, City, and all these other teams there. So I don't know, bro.
Okay.
I don't know. What did you say, Sammy?
He said they weren't doing it. Go ahead, Sammy.
Yeah, well, you weren't doing with James, man. You think you would have done without James? And James is probably the only outstanding player at this the Chelsea squad.
Only?
No, he's not the only outstanding. I think they have other good
guys. I'm bullying my brother here, man.
I hear it.
Sammy, what's going on, brother? How was your weekend, my guy?
Sammy, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. How you guys doing, man? I don't know, guys. You were talking about Chelsea, man, and you know what? Chelsea for me is it's just like City. The way they build up the team, I think there was a little bit of sketchy things going behind the scenes, the brown envelopes, and a lot of facts that wasn't surfaced and unknown to the Premier League that Abramovich used to do. Man, that guy is insane, bro. I mean, just like City, how they did it.
Testing. I used to live in Holland when he used to send them players over there. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm looking at it thinking, hey, Van Ginkel came. Do you know what I'm saying? That Donny's coming. At some point, Mason Mount came. Like, we knew that something was going on, bro.
Not only that, even
no, you're right.
Yeah, but even before, if you remember, when Abramovich took over, was it 05? I think it was when Abramovich came, 05, wasn't it?
No, it was
2003.
No, because
2003, 2004. 05 was when you guys won the league. Yeah, that's true.
They won the league in his first year.
But if you look at the summers after he became the owner of Chelsea, man, the signings they used to make, man, is just insane. Just like City did when the Sheikh came in and they started buying the Robinho and all that stuff. But Chelsea used to do that as well. So I think Chelsea and City are in the same boat. You guys stink. You reek of fraudulent and brown envelopes, bro.
Yep.
No,
It's
we
absolutely
reek of
horrendous.
winning, bro. Do you know what
Yeah,
I'm
we
saying?
reek
It's
of
not-
we reek of
Yeah, we
winning,
reek of winning.
playing players out of
Forget the whole
position.
reeking of
Pep
thing, bro.
Guardiola
Just
needs
because
to
you
F
don't
off.
win
It's terrible.
doesn't mean we reek of. It's
No,
we don't care, bro.
No.
I still got 2 Champions Leagues.
No.
I got
We're not
We
doing
do
that.
it fairly,
We're
Yasser. We
doing
only do
that
it fairly.
Right
You know what
here,
I'm
right
saying?
now.
That's for all the
Fatboy,
trophies,
we
man.
are not doing this here, yeah? You are the new ass now. I said, as soon as Abramovich, man, like Don Roman, got kicked out of your football club, you are us now.
Nasta.
Oh,
You
yeah,
ain't
leave
even
love
won the
Harley.
league yet.
The
You
logo,
haven't yet
the
won
time
the
is
league.
now, bro.
You
We're
know,
well
I
on our
get it.
way.
You lot are
Don't
gassed
worry
because you're
about
top
us.
of the league and all that.
We
No,
got
We ain't won
we're
the
winning the
league yet.
league.
we got
We're
No,
winning the
50
league.
Arsenal's
time.
winning the
Arsenal's
league.
winning
It's
the
over.
league this year. We're not winning the Champions League. We're not winning the
Yeah,
Champions
that's what I'm
League.
saying.
We'll win.
Yeah,
We'll
but
win
give
the
it
league
time.
this
Give it time. We'll be closer to that than you are at this moment in time. Like you're not winning another Champions League before we are. If we keep going, especially if we get rid of Arteta, yeah? We get rid of Arteta.
Hey,
bro.
Nasta, bro. You don't know that just because you're in the good
You
period.
don't know a lot of other shit either.
Well,
It is-
Matt,
we will see.
Bro.
We will see. Look, I'm not hearing these 2 Champions Leagues. You're sounding like Liverpool fans, bro. You're sounding like Man United fans. Come on now. We
When
know,
I say 2 times
we
2
know
leagues,
the
I'm not
history.
talking about
I
like
know the
50 years
history,
ago, bro.
Come on
I'm
now.
talking
We're not
about
doing this. We're not doing
2021 and I'm talking about 2012. Like, we're not talking about 04 when you won the league, bro. Like, do you get what I'm saying? There's a different time.
We're not doing this, bro.
I ain't
don't
even hit
care.
30
We are
yet,
not- we
and
are
I'm
not-
talking
we are
about
not- we
2
are not
Champions
doing
League.
this, bro. You're not the same Chelsea, bro. You're
No.
not
You
the
don't
same
need to tell me
Chelsea.
that though, because I
We
already
had
know that.
heritage before that. You were a cup team before you started winning regularly. Before you had
Facts.
that dominance,
Yeah,
yeah.
but I wasn't born there. I was
We were
born,
there,
but I
Man
wasn't.
United were there.
I
Even
wasn't
before that,
watching them
Liverpool were
times.
there.
You know.
Even Forest and Aston Villa years ago, bro.
But
I
Mhm.
know
real quick to play devil's advocate with that though, because I watched that interview with Bowley recently that he was
Oh,
talking
God.
about everything when he took over. To play devil's advocate, if Todd Bowley wasn't so much of a dumb fuck when he took over the team, if he had that much money to spend and had a proper sporting director, I don't think Chelsea are in this position. I think Chelsea are still competing. If I'm being
Yeah.
But there's a problem. There's a problem though, Gianni, because he doesn't own majority stake. He owns like a
Oh, yeah.
minority.
He doesn't
Yeah,
own the
he's
majority.
Majority stake is Igbali.
Yes.
So he's the
Oh,
one
that's
that makes
great. That's
most
even
of the
worse.
decisions.
and
But
Igbali,
the
and for
reason
me,
why
he's the
everyone
bigger
mentions
problem.
Bowley,
Yeah.
you know what it is? The reason why everyone mentions Bowley is because he was the face of the project. Like,
Yes.
when we got, so everyone just like links the ownership with him. It's similar to like the Jim Ratcliffe thing with United.
Right.
They
Right.
just everyone just looks at him, but there's still the Glazers and everyone else who has
Well,
the charge.
and that's the other thing too. Bowley can take the hits because with the situation with the Glazers and what Arsenal fans have been saying about the Cronkies, it's easy to have an American owner take the hits of being the idiot that's running the team and everything else. It fits the narrative, even though he's the minority owner compared to Igbali.
But he already done wrong. So if you watch the interview, he said that he played Football Manager for that first season, realized that he's not good enough.
Yep.
And then what he said was, you know what? Because remember, I don't even think it's the whole season. It's that little part of the season that he did. But
No,
he
it was
still
just
got,
when he
like,
took over. Yeah, it was just when
yeah,
he
yeah.
it's
So he
when he
got
took
like a
over, when he had
Nkunku.
Tuchel.
Like, if you think about it, though, he got Nkunku, he got Sterling, and he got Cucurella, and he got Koulibaly, I think.
you got
So
Joe.
those are all players, even if we don't rate them, are supposed to be experienced,
Yes.
people that know the Prem, X, Y, and Z.
Sure.
It's when he brought the sporting directors in, or not him necessarily, but Igbali, and that started bringing all the
And
sporting
they went the
directors.
youth route. Yeah.
Their whole thing isn't just the youth. They want to get the Caicedo from when Brighton gets him. So they want to cut out the middleman in terms of business, but keep the good players and send the players that aren't good enough on loan to find out whether they're still good enough or not. And if they're not, they just sell them for a profit somewhere else.
Right.
So they like, so there is other ways that are more whatever, but most of the fans obviously don't care about that. You just care about what's going on the pitch. Do you get what I'm saying? And I think that's why a lot of us have been calling out the sporting directors, because we don't think it's good enough. When your manager wins, when your manager wins the trophies that my manager won last season, and yes, the Conference League and all that, I understand. But I'm saying when he starts showing you that maybe he is going in the right direction, you're supposed to not necessarily reward the manager, but help him get to this, get him forward, take the team forward. Instead, he didn't invest in it, bro. Instead, they ended up. He asked for a centre back.
You should have rewarded. Like you won the Conference League, you won the Club World Cup, yeah. Like, look, for me, you know my thoughts on Maresca in it. I don't think he was all that, but he still got over the line, innit?
He did.
You still had the same similar players that you have now. But now you brought in Stephen Bartlett, Diary of a CEO merchant, Matisse FC, and all of that. Do you know what I'm saying? it's a shit show on the pitch. Like, you know, Ed Barley, that whole blue co, like, it is completely fucked your situation. It's completely fucked your situation because it's
financially,
not like bad players.
Yeah.
You still got Cole Palmer. You signed Reece James up to a new contract. How will that go? I don't know. With his
He's
injury
on
record.
less money. He's on less money. So
Yeah,
his
but even
money's
then-
gone down.
Even then, like, as much as we all rate him, I rate Reece James super highly. If it
I
wasn't
do too.
him, he'd be
I
the
do
best
too.
right back, one of the best players in the league for the last 5-10 years, easily.
I agree.
He's that fucking good.
Mhm.
But then you got like Cucurella. He's a pretty good player. You got Gusto's a good player. João Pedro's decent. You know, he's been doing really well with the goals and all of that. Enzo Fernandez, he's okay. He does
There's rumors
well.
about him going.
Not
in
worth
the summer,
$100
though.
million.
There's rumors about him going in the summer.
Yeah.
Like Pedro.
Yeah, he's rumored. What is he? He's rumored to
No,
go to
I
PSG.
don't rate Pedro. I don't rate Pedro Neto.
I don't either.
No, Neto's
As much
awful.
as I liked him at Wolves, he hasn't showed anywhere near the levels. I think what I realized is that he's just more of a transitional player. That's why he does well against PSG and some of these teams when he has space. But other than that, when he has to keep the ball and think, it's like he panics, bro, and he just does the fake shot, and just slows down all your attacks. Yeah, he just said it in the chat as well. And I think, yes, there are some players, and I think someone said it earlier as well. We have 2 second choice goalkeepers, 1 choice centre back, and no top level striker.
Facts.
So
I think João Pedro works for you guys if he was the false 9, or not false 9, the number 10, and you moved Palmer out to the right wing. I think Palmer looks better out on the right wing than he does in the 10.
I think you know what it is. I think depending on the game, you can have him playing on the right, drifting in, or you can have him playing in the 10. Because sometimes in certain games, there's too much traffic to be playing in the 10.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And you get blocked up, especially when they have a player in the way and stuff. So it's much difficult. So you'd rather have him going into traffic than being in traffic getting the ball. But so those things can be looked at and maybe fixed. Like, that's not really my biggest issue. I think my biggest
your biggest issue is the defense. You guys need to keep us son of a bitch.
It's just the 2 centre backs.
Yeah,
The goalkeeper hasn't even been that bad this season, but I still don't trust him. I don't trust Sanchez.
You can't be Chelsea Football Club. You can't be Chelsea Football Club of what we know it is now and have that fucking bum as a goalkeeper.
No. I know, but at this point, the way he's been throughout this season, it's like
for his standards, yes.
For his standards, yeah. But I'm saying you still need to get a different goalkeeper, of course.
Yeah,
100%.
I need
Fofana is someone that's also gone downhill this season since he come back from injury. He's essentially caught the bug from all the other centre backs.
Yes, sir. May I ask you a question? Yes, sir. I mean, because of your mistakes financial, what you did in the past couple of seasons, which means you're limited financially to invest on certain players in the market. Who do you think will accept to come to Chelsea with low, let's say, salary, right? That is available in the market right now. Especially if you're going to go for Premier League proven, they're going to cost you a lot, and you have this cap of 150,000 a week. I don't see you guys signing any. And if there is anybody who's going to accept it, who do you think will come to Chelsea?
Listen, there is not necessarily 150 grand cap. So if you go on our favorite website, Capology, you realize that most of our players on 150. You know, like they were either more on 150 or they weigh less than 150. But everyone's around that money. But the way our contracts work is all an incentive-based contract. So you'll get a base fee depending on how you perform with your bonuses, and depending on how the team performs, you earn more money. So if the team doesn't perform well over the season, you're not necessarily earning more money just to make sure that's one thing. But we're not necessarily limited. Let's say if I give you the example of like an Olise, we agreed to actually sign him the first summer. But then when Crystal Palace found out we spoke to him, they tried to take us to court. So we skipped that and went to the next season. But then he wanted to play at Champions League, but we weren't in the Champions League that season. So he went to Bayern Munich. We were willing to... There was nothing that said that we already agreed personal terms with him at that point. But he just wanted to play Champions League football. So that's something that we couldn't give him, and he went to Bayern Munich. So we don't... I think it's... Our issue's always been the targets the board goes for. It's more...
Yeah, but like Gianni said, your defense is very, very weak. So who will you go for? in the summer?
So we already I think they were definitely selling some of the defenders this summer. So
Yeah,
they've already got.
you guys are linked with Gilla from Lazio, who's a really good center back.
We were linked to him. We were linked to the other brother that went to Liverpool, the Jacquet brother, whatever his name
Yeah,
is. He went to Liverpool.
Yeah.
We didn't want to pay over a certain amount. I think they look at what they think his market value is and stuff like that, and then they look at, are we overpaying because everyone else wants him, or is that his value? And because if it doesn't work out, are we still going to be able to move him on, or are we making much more?
You
of a
always
lot?
overpay. What's the issue? You
Listen,
always overpay.
I hope that rumor. Sammy talked about it on his show. We talked about it Friday. I hope you guys
Oh,
overpay
yeah.
and get fucking Calafiori's bum ass off our.
Oh,
No, when I saw that,
how
there's no
many
way.
of your squads?
How you guys were even linked?
Let's
How
go.
you guys were even linked with Calafiori? I have no idea, but I hope and pray you guys pull a Arsenal instead of us buying a player that you guys want gone. You come and buy a player we need gone. I don't know how the hell you guys got linked to Calafiori.
But here's the thing, right? I don't even think what you said earlier, Yasser, about your wage structure. It's around 150k, give or take. So it's not 150k like the absolute limit, but some.
No, Reece James got 200, even though he was on two. Reece James was on 250. Fofana is on 250, but
right.
That's
Yeah,
the contract.
so
that's the
basically-
contract they got. That's the contract they got when Bowley came in, because he was giving everyone a lot of money. Even Sterling got
8-year
300 at the
contracts.
time.
Yeah. No,
The 8-year contracts was for amortization. It's not for because of the money.
Yes. So it's more to split it.
Chelsea set up the 8-year contracts because the way money works in football, when you transfer a player, your maximum normal contract is 5, and you have to pay the books off within the contract limit. That's the whole reason why they did 8 years for Enzo and Caicedo, to spread that 120 million across the 8 years to pay the books off. Rather than 120
And even if you sell him early, you
Yeah.
only owe X amount, and then when that's why we made the profit selling Lukaku, even though we spent 100 million on him, because we only had
Yes.
had X amount of money in spent over a certain amount of years. But yeah, that's one thing. But I just think in general, it's just we just need to make sure we get the right targets. I don't have an issue with them selling certain players in the team, of course, but it's just who they're going to replace them with. Like that's
And we need to replace him with quality.
Do you think Palmer's going to United?
Oh,
nah,
please
that's
no.
not happening. That's not happening.
Like,
And that's not me defending it, because I know that players can come and go, so I'm not scared to say, he could be going or not.
But if
I
you
just
miss out
think
on
that
Champions League, it's a conversation to have. Yes.
That is an uncomfortable conversation.
Well, wouldn't they get in if Villa wins the Europa League?
There'll be an extra spot. There'll be an extra spot.
spot would open up, because then that would mean the coefficient not only stays, but they got the Europa League victory.
So your hope is on Emery?
So even if all the English teams go out on Wednesday, they can still get England could still get a fifth spot.
England here, if Arsenal's the only team that makes it out, if Liverpool bottle to Galatasaray and the rest of the teams go out, England's not getting the coefficient unless Villa or Arsenal win one of the competitions, or even Palace for that matter.
Villa are going to win the Europa League. I've said this from the get-go. Villa will win.
I don't know, man.
I've already said that. I think Villa, they all did.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Europa League king, bruv. I know they're not.
Brother, he is, but the problem is, look who they run into.
And all of that, but
brother, they run into Rome. Brother, they run into Rome, and they are not on good form. Villa is not in good form right now, man. Villa, listen, if Liverpool and Chelsea didn't have their head up their ass, they would have jumped them already and got into the fucking Champions League spots.
I think Villa have already clocked out of the
that's
almost there on the cusp of like clocking out of the Champions League, because we knew they weren't going to win the title. Do you know what I'm saying? We knew that they would fall off in the title race because their squad ain't big enough. Right. They've got very good midfielders, but that Onana injury and all of that has killed them, bruv. You know, in our game, because we should have got battered like 4-0 before half time. And then when he got off, it just changed the game. The fans booed, almost like accountability works. And
him, McGinn, it's him, McGinn, and Tielemans that are hurt, right?
I think so. Yeah,
Kamara.
I think maybe Morgan Rogers is still, but back to what I was saying, like about the whole like wage structure at Chelsea, like where it's like, you know, performance based and all of that. I actually think across the board, that's how the model should be. It doesn't have to be, you know, 150k as an example. I think it depends on the club. But rather than what we do, and we just overpay. Like Calafiori was on what 12k,
12K.
and then
now he's on
120k.
120K.
Yeah, I don't want to see that shit no more. And with
No, I hear
Berta
that.
in and Michele, but more so Andrea Mafioso, bad boy Berta, mate. I don't think it's going to happen from here on out. But what we were doing before, like it was an absolute farce. That shyster, that fraud, Edu cooking stuff.
And now he got sacked out of
Derby, bro. Do you know
Forest.
what I'm saying? Less of that.
They
Less-
told him not to come
And he's
into
not
work.
even
You
a
know, I
Forest
saw
no
that.
more. He got
I was
kicked out
on
of
stream
Forest.
when I found that. That was funny.
Vinay,
Yeah,
the
but you know what?
DFA
Fuck
is at
Forest.
Tottenham.
I
Well
don't like
done.
that owner.
Finally.
Fuck that owner at Forest. Fuck that owner at Forest. I'm not a fan of him. He's a fucking piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. For,
Hey, he's
for,
doing
for
mad
Sammy,
things,
for
bro.
Sammy and Natster, I'm after this weekend, I'll be honest with you guys. I think we're close to 80% now of winning the trophy as far as putting our second hand on the Premier League trophy. And it's not Arsenal definitely stunk the joint out for majority of the game against Everton, but it's because I'm just not confident City's ever going to gain any momentum to overtake us at this point.
Nope.
I
The
think
league's
the
done.
Dowman, bro. Max Dowman has arrived. Like this
And-
manager
and that is-
not
and
playing.
that's kind
Even
of
if he doesn't start him every week. Sorry, Johnny. Like Max Dowman, I said it on my last like sort of live. Yeah, he is the goddamn truth, bro. I'm not saying he should start every single game from now to the end of the season.
No, he
but
should.
has to play
I
every single
disagree. I
game,
think he should.
He
even on the
should.
bench.
I think
he really
he should.
should, Nat. He
I think
really
that
should.
Dowman should be starting at the left wing the rest of the season. I think
But-
Dowman should be starting at the left wing.
No. I think that could backfire, guys, on him. I mean, he's young, he's talented. Nobody's questioning
No.
his talent. I have
Guy,
no I have
I
no doubt
think-
about
Guy's
his talent.
16 years
I'm
old.
with
The kid's
Sammy, though.
16
I'm
years
with
old,
Sammy.
outperforming
Hold
every
Hold on. One at a time.
Yeah,
Sammy,
but you have to manage such players to give them more and more time gradually and not fully the 90, right? So now he played them a 70th minute. The next game, if you can, play him the full second half, for example. If he does still perform in a high level, then play him for the whole game. But to just throw him like that and expect a lot from him, I mean, one thing is consistent. I mean, the inconsistency from young players, we've seen it a lot, and you don't want to put him in such a position that he loses that confidence, and it's going to be very hard once you shatter that confidence in him. And I do rate the player. I think he is probably the best player we have right now in the attack. No doubt in my mind. He's better than Saka right now. He's better than Madueke. He's better than
everybody.
Martinelli.
Better than everybody,
Yeah.
right?
By far, you know.
Here's where I want to play devil's advocate with that, right?
Please.
The only reason why I want to play devil's advocate is I hear with what you're saying, because I had this conversation with Tony and Waffle Don and Gunnar Rican in our previous show and Don C. My thing is this. I'd rather us pull a Barcelona and throw him to the wolves for this tail end of the season and then determine what he's going to do next season, because the youth players are going to have to play a major role following this season. When you look at Wanyeri coming back, Miles Lewis-Skelly going forward, and possibly more of the youth. The reason why I would let him go in this last half of the season is we are struggling for creativity. The fact that a kid whose main foot is his right foot put in a left-footed cross into the box when that's all Saka can do is do two quick little steps, switch it back to his left foot and shoot. Saka should be putting that cross into the box 10 more times than what he's been doing. A 16-year-old should not be doing what our captain now should be doing at this point when he can't do it. The whole reason why I would like to see Dowman is I would take a roll of the dice and do like a Barcelona with what you see the turnout was with a Pedri and Gavi, where they took a roll of the dice on them and they ended up winning the league with the youngsters at the helm. At this point in time, I'd rather just let the kid go gung-ho and go and attack. And then to what you're saying, Sammy, say the kid has a couple of bad games. Okay, you learn now. This is your youngster learning at a young age that you're now going to get rotated. Somebody else is going to go on to the left wing. And now maybe you have to regain your confidence or your form coming off the bench. My whole thing, the reason why I want to put him out there is the left wing is the worst fucking position we have on this team right now. Madueke should never start on left wing again. I'm sick and tired of people talking about it. That kid cannot even cross. How your left foot is your main foot. You can't cross the ball being on the left-hand side. He's not going to come in the middle because his right foot's god awful. At this point, Madueke is either going to be the starting right winger for games or the bench right winger for games. That's it. The left-hand side, the injuries and the inconsistencies of the other players. The problem is for me is Dowman needs to be given the time to at least this next game. For me, I think he should start against Leverkusen. Just go gung-ho and attack them. At this point, I don't care. We need to at least progress to the next round because I do not want to leave up the chance to U-shape football and we get caught out early against Leverkusen. That's the reason why I'm saying for me, at least the Leverkusen game, he should start. Now, if you want to sit him for the League Cup game because it's a cup final and he's 16 and the moment may overtake him because he's young, I understand that point for like that game. But tail end of the season, creativity is our biggest problem. And that's the only reason why I'm saying that Dowman needs to start for me. I hear with what you're saying of protecting the player because, yes, you're right. A youth player, if your confidence gets shattered, there's a potential that you never reach up to the potential of what you're supposed to be if your confidence is shattered that early on in your career. I definitely hear that.
My thing is that Max Dowman, from what I've seen, is a bad man, bro. Like, he's got that temperament. You saw what he did for the second goal. Obviously, the first goal, that ball was class.
Yeah, the composure he has is insane.
Composure, like technical ability,
bro.
is Sammy. It's levels above what we have.
100%.
Right here, right now.
100%.
Dowman is technically our best player. Now, for the second goal, Saka, Trossard, Martinelli, and definitely fucking Madueke would not have done what Max Dowman did. He has composure, he has temperament, and all the technical ability. Well. That guy is not phased, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? He could have easily fucked it up. Like, we see, like, what is it? Martinelli and Saka, like, you know, but to be fair, when it comes into transition, Martinelli is actually pretty good at putting the ball in the net.
Yeah, he's
but again,
not in the league this year.
Yeah, but with Dowman, bro. But with Dowman, yeah, Dowman is something else, bro. Like, I'm with Gianni on this. I would start him as often as possible. If he has an iffy game here and there, I don't think it will knock him, bro. That guy is 16 years old. This guy, being the youngest Premier League goal scorer now, like, he's buzzing, bro. Like he's got that bad man mentality, as we call it over here. Not bad mind, bad man.
Yeah,
do you know what I'm saying? Really
yeah, gotcha.
bad man. If you know people. Do you know what I'm saying?
Not only that, by the way, he's the youngest player who ever played for the UCL as well. Just like,
Yeah,
he
is he really?
played as a 15,
You know that-
yeah,
yeah, I
15
agree
He
with
broke
you,
he broke EML's record.
Youth level as well.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, 15 years
I
old,
agree
bro.
with you to a
Didn't
certain
even hit
extent, but
16 yet.
I agree more with Sammy, innit? I think there's a difference between coming off the bench and being an impact player and not necessarily having that pressure on you than actually starting. And I'm not saying that he specifically won't be able to do it. That's not what I'm saying. I rate Dowman, innit? That's not the point I'm making. But it's that managing the expectation and the pressure. Because if you are going into the certain games and all of a sudden everyone's going to keep saying Dowman. Do you know what I'm saying? And if he doesn't start doing things all of a sudden, it could affect him, even if no one's really expecting more from him because he's a kid. He still feels like he's not doing enough because he scored in his first game and then coming off the bench. And so I still think he has to be managed. That's why I kind of agree with Sammy. Maybe bring him on half time and stuff like that so he can get more minutes. And then if he gets to this is what I was obviously I think he was under 16 and that's why I couldn't play most of this season.
No, he was hurt. He got hurt. He
was
hurt.
injured. 2
he was
months
injured.
injury.
Yeah. So you would at least be playing him here and there, coming off the bench in games you were winning, and maybe play him in certain FA Cup games and stuff like that, where you can, you get to see more of him and he can rest some of your other players. But I think he definitely has to be there. Do you know what I'm saying? But what do you guys think of Ethan though? What's gonna happen to Ethan?
I think all the youth that we have should be a part of the team next season.
100%.
The thing that I'm worried about with this team is you have tired legs already in March. I mean, the team's been tired since January, if we're being honest. The 10 games in the month of January really hurt us. But that's what it takes when you're at this point of the season, when you're trying to be in all competitions. So it is what it is with that. My thing is this. Ethan should be coming in and should instantly be thrown into the pot as one of the guys to be playing that number 10 position or even floating to possibly left wing or right wing next year. Miles Lewis-Skelly, I don't know what the fuck Arteta's got with this guy. He needs to be given some minutes because Zubimendi and Rice look gassed in the midfield. I mean, I said this with the Leverkusen game. The worry that I had with the Leverkusen game was all the games that we have struggled, the teams have flooded the midfield to overrun us in the midfield. Leverkusen didn't need to do that. They stayed with a man short in the midfield with 2 center midfielders versus our 3 and still were able to deal with us pretty damn well, which is a worrying sign that the inability to rotate on the manager's part and the tiredness of the players could come back to bite us. And that's why I don't think we will win the Champions League, in my personal opinion. I think the league, like I said, I think the league is pretty much done because this City team for me is not going to make a comeback.
Nope.
I'm not a believer.
Yeah, I don't see it either anymore. Yeah.
So for me, Lewis Skelly, Ethan Nwaneri, Dowman should all be major parts of the team next year. If we don't have to spend crazy money on certain positions because
who would you offload, Johnny?
Huh?
Who would you offload?
I would offload Havertz, Odegaard, and those players before I offload the youngsters.
Marino, Calafiori, like I would offload.
Yeah, I'm offloading those guys and letting the youth stay because at least it's fresh legs.
Yeah, to add what you were saying, Johnny, to add what you were saying, Johnny, it's sort of like to Yasser's question as well, in a way, like the HLM boys, the Project Youth, that's what we need to be going for next season. But when it comes to like Max Dowman in terms of managing expectations, I hear that up to a certain point, but we're in a position now where we're still in all 4 competitions, brother. Yeah, we cannot afford. Yeah, we cannot afford, and as well, Sammy, with all due respect, we cannot afford to have this cautious mindset in it, because that's what this manager's been doing. Not just this season, he's been doing it since we bottled the 8-point lead. Do you know what I'm saying? What is that, 2-3 seasons? We can't have that mentality. We just need to go for it. If we get knocked out of the Champions League and we actually play somewhat counter-attacking football, then so be it. Okay. Our European record is shit. We know that. I don't need Yasser or anyone else to tell me that. Do you know what I'm saying? I know it's shit. I know it's dog shit. Yeah, but why not go for it? We're still in the FA Cup. Just go for that, innit? If we get knocked out, we get knocked out. Even though it's our cup, the League Cup final. We don't win that, I don't think we'll win the league, because again, it's about mentality.
Even though you're 9 points,
I'll do a favor. I'll do you a favor. I'll do you a favor, not. If I were Arteta, personally, and you can disagree with me, if I were Arteta, I would play him the second half of the Champions League. I would not play him in the final against City, and I would start him in the league, and I would start him in the FA Cup.
I hear that.
Not playing in the final at all, like not even coming off the bench, like with 20 minutes.
If things comes comes to shove, I mean, you're gonna throw the kitchen sink and you're losing or anything. You at that point you can do everything you need to do to win it. I mean, obviously, but I would not start him because I think the final is a big event and it's against City and it could shift and swift the momentum on the other side, and I don't want that to happen. You know, sure. I would rather stink up the gaff and just win in a pence. You know, I don't care, but I wouldn't put him in that position. But I would start him in the league. Since we're 9 points clear, I would put him there, starter. I would start him against Southampton.
Big up Darren.
Big up Darren. I would start him against Southampton in the FA Cup, and continue in the league. And in the semi-final, and against the Bayern Leverkusen, I would start him in the second half.
The only
Don't
way
you think this is a good run?
See, I agree with what you just said, Sammy. I would reverse the situation with Leverkusen. I would have Madueke, Dowman, and Gyökeres start and go gung-ho in the first half and just attack them till the end for the first half. Because for me, we should have destroyed Leverkusen in that first game. We should not have played as conservative as we did, because now you're running into a situation where, let's say we play conservative again at home, which isn't far-fetched to think because we've just done it again against them.
Love.
Yes, sir. Do you want to shout out your channel, brother?
I am on Yasser TV. I'm actually going live right now, which is why I gotta go. But I saw you were live, Gianni. I thought, let me go and say hello.
I appreciate your time, my guy.
Big up to everyone on the panel as well. And listen, I'll see you guys later, man. Love.
Big up, Yasser.
Big up, Yasser.
Yasser, bro.
So I agree with what you're saying to manage it. For me, I think the rest of the league games, he should be starting at the left wing. I hear with what you're saying that the final may be too big for him because of the age and its City and everything else. I hear that. And I definitely hear with what you're saying is if it's a situation where you got to throw the kitchen sink at City, then you throw him on. For me, I want him, Madueke, and Gyökeres to just blitz Leverkusen, because what I don't want to happen is these guys are already this tired. If we go into the 70th minute, 80th minute tied, I really don't want to be risking extra time and penalties because we're already tired enough, and we have to win this League Cup trophy. We have to win this fucking trophy.
100%. But that's the thing, Johnny. Like with you, I would start him against Leverkusen, then whether you take him off at half time or after 56 minutes. But what I do in the League Cup, I bring him on in the second half. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I think, yes, you could make an argument that the occasion may be too big for him. I see it the other way, at least for me personally. I think he'll relish it. But the fact that, in my opinion, he shouldn't start, but come on in the second half, whether it's 50, 60, even 70 minutes, let's say, for argument's sake, it's still 0-0. Do you know what I'm saying? Which is very much possible because I know we're going to stink out that final regardless. Let's say it's 0-0 like it was at the Everton game, similar. 75th minute mark, he brings Max Dowman on. Then he can do what he does similar, but the difference is City don't defend as well as Everton. Do you know what I'm saying? Everton were defending better in our game than City. Do you know what I'm saying? City are just better going forward, isn't it? But again,
is that because we're so tired? Because here's the thing. Listen, Kieran Dewsbury Hall should have never been spinning motherfuckers in the midfield the way he was. Let's be honest. Kieran Dewsbury Hall's shit. We made Kieran Dewsbury Hall look like fucking Lampard for 20 minutes in that damn game. Like, let's be honest. Declan Rice and Zubamendi are fucking dead tired.
Yep.
Like for me, maybe you guys disagree. I would even throw Norgard on for 45 minutes in the Champions League just because of the tiredness. That's to me.
In the League Cup final, I'm not going to lie. Norgard.
No, I'm not. No.
Here's the thing. I would never thought I would say this yet. You can disagree. That's fine. But instead of Zubamendi, do you know what I'm saying? Because the thing is with Norgard, and the thing that I hate with what Declan Rice is doing, Declan Rice is doing way too much running and covering for Zubamendi. Do you know what I'm saying? If you put Norgard next to Declan Rice, like I think Declan Rice does less running off the ball, but when he's on the ball, it will give him a bit more time because Norgard is the ultimate steady Eddie with what we've got right now. Zubamendi was meant to be that guy, and he's not that guy, bruv. And he's gassed as well. Whereas with Norgard, he'll sit in there, he knows the role, he knows what he needs to do. He's not going to play these stupid passes, back to the keeper and all of that. He's going to play the right part, similar to what El Nene was doing. El Nene knew he was a limited footballer. He'd done the very, very basics. And then you can have Eza in the 10. It will probably be Saka on the right, even though I don't think he should start on the right. But
I don't think so either.
Do you know what I'm saying? It might be Martinelli. I hope it's not. And even Trossard as well, because they've both been poor. Like,
no, Trossard's still hurt. Trossard's still hurt. He's not going to be playing. I don't think they rushed him.
Is he still hurt? Okay, fair.
He's still hurt. Darren, I want to come to you with this. What are your feelings with the whole situation with Dowman? My personal opinion, I'm along the same lines with Sammy. You still need to protect him because he is a young player, and you don't want a young player's confidence to be shot because it may never come back. However, for me, I think Dowman definitely needs to start against Leverkusen because Leverkusen's playing with house money. Their season does not depend on where they finish in the Champions League. Arsenal sort of does, especially with the gift of the draw that we got the easier side of the bracket. For me, a semifinal is mandatory to make. I understand that Bodo Glimt is the Cinderella story so far and that they've been fresh. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Arsenal should be making a semifinal mandatory this season. If we don't win, no sweat off our back because I didn't think we would win at all to begin with. But for me, Dowman, you protect him in the final against City. You start him against Leverkusen. If you go and play Leverkusen off the park and we're up 3-0 at halftime, cool. Take him off at halftime. Let him relax. He got some wind under his sails as a young player. He did his thing and everything else. But for me, I think he should be starting at the left wing in the league games for the rest of the season. What's your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, he has got fresh legs. He's coming back from an injury. That was a great performance, and he saved Arteta's skin there on Saturday evening. I'll be more inclined to say, right, we've got this great, fresh, young asset. We don't want to eat too much pressure on the lad. You've said that already, and I totally agree. I would be very tempted to get in the dressing room and say, look, this is a great option to have coming off the bench for the rest of the season. I don't think I'd be tempted to play Dowman starting in any games other than Southampton away in the FA Cup, whereas that's his proportionate level of responsibility at the moment. I've been putting in the chat and in comments, I would probably have left Dowman in the reserves to stat pad to get his confidence up, banging 30, 40, 50 goals. But unfortunately, Mr. Arteta has structured his squad as such. He hasn't got any creativity. Odegaard, who was never up to the job, is missing in action on and off the pitch. So that's gone, right? So I would be sorely tempted to put Mr. Dowman and say to all the others, why the F was a 16-year-old bailing your asses out on Saturday evening? You lot have got to step up to the plate now. Otherwise, Mr. Dowman is going to be taking your place next season. Your career at Arsenal's under threat. No more contracts for you. This guy's coming in. He's the future of Arsenal, right? And try and motivate the squad like that. Tell them, come on, guys. Don't let the apprentice have to bail you out again for the rest of the season. Because I just think to throw him in, even against Leverkusen, we could do Leverkusen. That wouldn't be so bad. I'm not in for putting him in against Man City on Sunday. Wouldn't do that at all. I'd still keep him on the bench for Man City because what a great option he is. If we're at 0-0 at 60 minutes, if you start Dowman, the other manager's thinking, right, he's there. We've got to provide cover, you know. But if you keep him in reserve, it's going to completely bamboozle the others because then they got to change their game and think, fuck, this guy at the drop of a hat can put a through ball in, ball over the top, and he's also got acceleration that we're now going to have to deal with. You know, it is a plan B because plan A with Arteta is semicircle around the box.
But
right?
so that's part of the reason why I'm saying he needs to start because here, you go back a month ago, all these top gooners were talking about we can't wait for Havertz to come back. Let me tell you something. The Everton game just showed Havertz ain't going to do a fucking thing.
No.
Michael Keane hasn't been a good center back since Ancelotti was the coach at Everton. We just made Michael Keane look like a fucking baller again.
Yeah.
Havertz, that game against Everton showed this false nine nonsense needs to fucking stop with this team because Havertz was everywhere except where we needed him to be in the fucking box to score. Now that doesn't take away from the fact that Saka's been dog shit. That doesn't take away from the fact of that, and it doesn't take away from the fact that Martinelli's been shit as well. So it kind of goes hand in hand. That's the reason why for me, I'm giving Dowman more of a nod to be playing because one, it is first of all. Base level, it's an indictment on this billion-dollar project that after this many years and spending this much money, that we're talking about a 16-year-old even breaking into the fucking team, if we're being honest here. It's an indictment on this entire project. Now, for me, the reason why I can't put him in the reserves is because everybody else that we have, we've already seen what they're going to do. Jesus ain't doing shit. Havertz ain't doing shit. Martinelli ain't doing shit. Trossard is hurt, and since the turn of the new year, Trossard ain't been doing shit. And I'm not risking possibly 2 trophies for them to come back and just reaffirm what I already know about them. I'm gambling on what's the proper word? The uncertainty of Dowman. Dowman changes everything for Arsenal going forward for just the tail end of the season. Now, if we're having this conversation in October, I'm having more of the line of what Sammy's saying and what you're saying of give him spotty times in the first team as a reserve player for certain games than him starting. But I'm not risking a Premier League trophy. If this 16-year-old kid's going to get us over the line and have 2 trophies because of it, fuck it. We'll talk about the youth and everything, protecting the youth next season. We just need to get over the damn line. That's the reason why I'm saying he needs to play.
And that's exactly my point. You know, we're not risking Premier League, League Cup. You know, maybe you could add FA Cup and Champions League, but it's more about the League Cup and the league right here, right now. He's our best player. He's technically our best player. you know, we can worry about, you know, giving him bit part minutes, you know, for next season. Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's when we'll need to do that, whether Arteta's here or not. Do you know what I'm saying? But like you said, Garni, like Jesus ain't doing shit. There was one point in time where I was like, maybe he could be a left winger option, you know, because Trossard ain't doing it.
That's his better position.
Yeah,
Jesus is better. Jesus is better on the wing, but he just won't put him there. That's the problem.
Well, the thing is, right, you're saying these players ain't doing shit, and I agree. They're not consistent. What they're doing is they're all chipping in at certain parts with the odd goal here and there. You know, and that's got Arteta out of jail, and that's because he's got such a big squad. 1 minute Gyökeres will get a goal, then Martinelli will chip in with one, then Madueke will come up with a goal. And because our defence is tight, that's what a lot of people have been saying, and quite rightly. We're only winning the league this year because of our defence. Our attack has been crap. And I've just come off a stream somewhere else, and dear, oh dear, some of our fan base, they invited me on. And I actually said in the comments, I'm coming on. And I said, put the link in the chat, and the link disappeared. The link disappeared. I couldn't get on. But I'd love to get on with them and educate them that they've got to stop lying about this football club and lying about what happened on Saturday. One of them come on and said, Dowman run the whole length of the pitch, beat 2 players and scored. Well, there's 2 lies in there. First of all, he didn't run the whole length of the pitch. It was halfway line. And secondly, he beat the 2 players at the start of the halfway line, not at the end, when they were saying it's a total gas up. But I'm sticking to my guns. I'd leave him on the bench, bring him on as a confusion tactical. Because the problem is, right, if you put him on to start with and they put 2 men on him like they do Saka, what are you going to do then?
There should be other openings. That's
what if Pep says to Rodri and all these other big players that they've got, first 10 minutes, hammer Dowman, give him a reducer, smash his legs.
Yeah.
It's a matchup league.
If you start him, if you bring him on as a sub, I think they're less likely to give him that attention.
They're
going to think they've got to deal with him for 90 minutes. For you.
But here's also
they've got to deal with him for 20 or 30 minutes. They might not be so bothered about him.
I hear it, but at the same time, we also don't play with common sense. Because look at the game against Leverkusen. Andrich got a yellow card early on in the game. Now
he should have been readied.
He should have been red, but there's been plenty of games that we've seen where a guy gets a yellow card, he makes a foul, and the referee looks the other way. We've seen it time and time again throughout the history of football. So I'm not going to get upset about that. What I am going to get upset about is we didn't fucking target him to make sure he got the red. Dowman is a player with the common sense and his dribbling ability that's going to do that. So if you're going to take a shot of trying to play 2-man on the kid with the creativity and he's able to force a yellow, his ability to say, fuck it, I'm going to attack you could maybe cause that red card to come. And now you're already up by having the extra man on the pitch. So that's kind of the reason why it's a two-way street with Dowman. I totally understand with what you're saying.
Gianni, I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you say that you wanted to play Dowman? Maybe I misheard you or something. You said you wanted to play Dowman in the left wing?
Yes, left wing.
On what basis are you saying that will work out for us?
It's because it's not basis. It's because everybody else in that position is dog shit. Anything at this point is better than what we have. That's the only reason.
Doesn't mean he's gonna thrive in that position, right?
Huh?
It doesn't mean that he will thrive in that position.
It doesn't mean that he will. It doesn't mean he'll thrive in the right wing either. It's just
it's more likely he would, right? Because if you can see the way he plays, he likes to cut into the outer side of the foot instead of going straight to the left and try to cross it, because he likes to glide in the players in the opposite position. I mean,
but
me, I think the
thing is with him is he's the only guy that's shown so far that he can do it with both feet. The only other guy that plays a wing that's good with both of his feet is Trossard, and Trossard's not available. Madueke, this game against
he's available now.
Oh, I thought he was still hurt. I thought they said he wasn't available.
Yeah, I thought he was still injured.
And I wouldn't play.
He's available.
I wouldn't play Trossard on the left.
He's available, Trossard.
Definitely not with how we play.
I don't know.
I hear what you're saying, Sammy, about Dowman on the left. I think he's that good. He can play anywhere in the front line. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, the only other option, on the left is Jesus. This manager has not played Jesus on the left.
That's true. That's true.
I would define Jesus.
I would, maybe, but even then, like, do you know what I'm saying? Because he's not a striker, but this manager still persists that he's a striker. He ain't a striker on any level. Trossard is the false nine. Martinelli is an off-the-shoulder counter-attacking striker. And then obviously you got Gyökeres. Mourinho's a fill-in striker, but obviously he's out for the rest of the season. And Havertz is fucking useless because he's a bomber Clark donkey, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying?
But I think Norgard is a good option to bring in tomorrow, Norgard, and bench Zubamendi, who's just, it's like having Odegaard back. Zubamendi.
I agree with that.
He's on new Granit Xhaka.
Because for me, I would have Norgard and Ben White sit on top of the defense. Because again, like we saw with the Leverkusen game, the uncomfortable conversation is that 19-year-old gave Saliba and Gabriel all the smoke they were looking for. And I do not, and we can say whatever. We were lucky Leverkusen couldn't make 5 passes in our own half. Because
by the way, their bench striker is tougher, Gianni.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'd rather have, my whole thing is this. Timber's not playing. So most likely Mosquera is going to be starting at right back. Me personally, I'd rather take Mosquera than Ben White, because if we look at the game against Leverkusen, Grimaldo was running the show on that right-hand side. I do not want a guy who's just back from injury and Ben White going up against Grimaldo. I'm especially because Timber for me is the best defensive right back there is in Europe right now. If Grimaldo was able to get at him the same way, Ben White's going to get torched. And I do not think that up a chance.
The right side will be the right side will be isolated. That right side will be isolated if you choose to play Mosquera, because Mosquera going forward is just awful.
See, that's the thing. I don't want Mosquera to go forward. I want him to sit back with the other 2 defenders.
That's what I mean. The right side will be isolated. Whoever's going to play on the right, Madueke, Saka,
that's why I would let Madueke start and just tell Madueke, do whatever the fuck you got to do. If you got to dribble like crazy, go dribble like crazy. You're not going to have any backup on that right-hand side for an overlap. Take your guy on, do what you got to do. That's the way, because I'm too worried that if we go gung ho, because there's people saying that we should be starting Ben White and Calafiori at the fullback. Brother, if we get caught out,
I thought Ben White was injured.
If we get caught out, if we get caught out on a counter and Leverkusen goes up early, we're going to have a problem, because now that means we have to play even more open. And like you said, the better striker, Schick, they rested him. He may be starting this game against us. And Schick has been one of the best strikers in Europe for the last few years. Let's just be honest about it. If a 19-year-old inexperienced at this level gave that many problems to Saliba and Gabriel, who are also tired, by the way, I don't want one of Europe's best strikers going up against them in that same way. That's why, for me, sit 5 guys back, control the ball, let everybody else do what they got to do and attack. Don't even worry about coming back to defend. Have Norgard right, sit on top of the defense. Mosquera, Saliba, and Magalhaes play a back line of 3. You have another 2 guys in front of you to clean up the mess. The left back, if you're going to start Hincapié, let Hincapié go forward. We got 5 guys back. You guys do what you got to do to create. That's for me how I would approach this game, because I don't want, like I said, I don't want us to run into an Olympiacos or Sporting Lisbon situation where we give up an early goal. We got to go forward more and we're more wide open. That's my worry with this game against Leverkusen.
The thing is, sorry, Johnny. Just very quickly, the thing is that if Rice starts, which you probably will, and I would have Norgard next to him, right? I do not want Rice playing a full 90 plus. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I would take him off at, like, was it 50, 60 minutes, 60 minutes at absolute most, and you could bring
just don't play him.
Yeah, could do that. Could have Norgard, and you could even have Miles Lewis-Skelly next to him. Do you know what I'm saying? Just like Miles Lewis-Skelly is a midfielder. Do you know what I'm saying? Norgard, I think, is good enough to hold
Skelly comes on if we need him. Skelly comes on definitely to replace Rice, but I'm not starting Lewis-Skelly.
No. I'm not saying to start Lewis-Skelly. I'm saying, like, yeah, you could. I would start Rice and I'd start Norgard. But let's say we're up by a goal, maybe 2 goals. Bring in Lewis-Skelly next to, like, Norgard. Norgard could hold it down, and Lewis is in his proper position. The way he just pivots, turns, drops the shoulder, and then he goes forward. And then later on in the game, well, if we start Max Dowman, he'll probably be off by then. But then if it's like, you know, Madueke and all of that, like, you know, hit them on the break. Like, let's start, you know, like moving forward with a bit more intent rather than just moments like we saw with Max Dowman. That's basically my whole thing, because like I heard earlier where it was just like, Ben White at fullback, no. I wouldn't even start him in DM. I don't think I've ever seen Ben White in DM, even as an option.
Ben White should not be seeing any part of this pitch tomorrow. I'm sorry.
100%. Like that's my thing. But like Lewis Skelly,
I disagree, guys. I'm sorry. I have to disagree, man.
Do you want it because of more offense? Are you wanting him to start?
Because we do need that kind of balance. I understand Mosquera is a better player and in form. I'm not taking anything away from Mosquera. I think he's a sound player and very fast and very pacey, and he would add to our defensive solidity. But I think going forward, you cannot just say, Madueke, hey, deal with it. You know, deal with 3 players. I mean, he's not Messi. You know what I mean? He's not going to do that. He would need a support from the right back to overlap. And we've seen White going forward. He is okay-ish. At least he can put a cross, you know, to Gyökeres and feed him into the box. I'm not saying he is, you know, Hakimi. I'm not saying he's Cafu. I'm just saying he is a little bit more balanced when it comes to the offense and defense. But putting Mosquera just will, and we are seeking a goal, you know, and we're not just going to defend. It's not like we won 3-0 in the first leg and we're just going to sit back. No,
should have lost 3-0.
No,
we didn't even do. No, we shouldn't have lost 3-0. We didn't deserve the even the draw. We were really horrendous at that.
Yeah, we didn't deserve the penalty. I definitely agree.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is at least secure the game offensively, score goals, and then, you know, bring in Mosquera to secure the win and see it through. I mean, that's I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
I think White should be able to cope with Grimaldo. I mean, how good is this Grimaldo? I mean,
he's a fucking stud. He's Grimaldo. The uncomfortable conversation to have is Grimaldo was probably one of the top 3, if the not top 2 most important players for that Leverkusen team winning the league that year. That kid's a stud. And that's the whole reason I don't want Ben White being pushed up the pitch like Timber was, especially in the last 20, 30 minutes of the game where Grimaldo was juggling the ball over Saka and Timber and then taking off.
Is he Spanish?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's Spain's starting left back if he's healthy.
Jesus, Spain
his only injury, his only problem over career.
Cucurella? I don't think he's over Cucurella.
I think he is.
I think he's better than Cucurella, if I'm being honest.
Hence why Spain are going to win the World Cup.
In my opinion, I think Ronaldo's a better player. He's better on the ball.
Yeah,
but I'm saying Cucurella is playing, right? The left back as a starter.
He earned the starting job because Grimaldo was hurt when they went for the Euros. That's why he was.
I didn't know that.
Maybe.
Normally it's Grimaldo, but that's the only reason why I say Mosquera. And I totally understand what Sammy's talking about to go and attack. My only worry is we have seen Timber in the box ahead of Saka. I don't want Ben White there because, again, Saka has shown that the pace is gone. If he gets beat, that whole flank is wide open for Grimaldo to go and attack. That's my only worry to why I would want Mosquera to sit back and stay home and aid out in the defense if that happens. Because I think Arsenal's going to have about 70% of the ball tomorrow. I would be shocked if Leverkusen keeps it within 55, even 60-40. I'm thinking Arsenal's going to be bare minimum 65% of the possession tomorrow. I don't think Leverkusen's trying to do anything but sit back and counterattack and maybe score on a corner again. I don't think we're going to see that much offense from them. Quaja, what's your opinion on the whole Max Dowman situation? Are you more of the along the lines of protecting him and making him still a bench player, or do you think he should be getting the start on the left wing?
I think we should protect him. I mean, to be honest with you, to rely on a 16-year-old to save you the game is kind of embarrassing because of the attack that we have. Saka's been pony all season. Martinelli, Trossard are kind of useless anyway. I mean, what do they offer? I mean, Madueke's been okay, but the thing is, his end product is terrible, and he can't even finish off his dinner. That's the problem with Madueke. Big up to the panel and big up the chat as always. But the thing is, right, I just want to protect Dowman because I know that if he gets injured, then which other attacker are we going to bring on? I mean, Gabbo JT is going to do absolutely nothing because the guy can't do anything. I mean, the guy should be playing on the wing. We're wasting him up top. The guy can't even do the stuff as a striker. I mean, the guy's more of a winger because he even admitted that he's not a striker. You might as well just play him on the left. I mean, Havertz false line does not work. If you play Trossard as false line, it works. Havertz is just a donkey. He just can't do the basics of football. Let's be real with it. I mean, for tomorrow's match, I just feel like with just relying on Dowman too much is not going to help because you need your actual attackers to actually win you the game. Because I feel like with tomorrow's game, it happened with Timber, with Grimaldo. I mean, Saka kept losing the ball, and Grimaldo caused problems on that I think it was on that right hand side. I think it was at the left hand side. I think which
our right hand side, their left hand side.
Yeah. Our right hand side. It's going to be problems again. I mean, I just feel like with Saka he can't dribble. I just feel like every time I watch Saka, he tries to dribble, but he just keeps losing the ball. And it's going to be another game where Saka's going to get pocketed by Grimaldo. That's any left back is going to pocket Saka because we all know that no left back right now face Saka at the moment because he's predictable. He can't dribble. He can't take on his man. And it's going to be a problem. I just feel like with Mosquera at right back is against Everton, I thought he was decent at right back. I thought defensively he just stood there at the back and I thought he looked decent. And I feel like if we play Mosquera tomorrow, I think it would look decent. I just feel like with Ben White it's just the fact that if we play Ben White, he's going to keep being in the box and that our right hand side is going to get wide open so many times. It's going to cause us problems and we're going to concede. So I just feel like if we play Mosquera, I think that would protect our right hand side. And obviously I'll play in Capia left back because I don't want to see Calafiori playing there because he's going to get sit on his bum again. I mean, Mansfield Town, again, he got sat down on his bum. I just feel like, yes, one game he looks decent, but the next game he looks shaky. So I think in Capia and Mosquera will be my fullbacks. And I wouldn't be surprised if Timber starts for the Carabao Cup final.
No, they're saying he's got an ankle injury. I don't know.
Are you serious?
Who's that?
Yeah, but he said days, however, so we don't know what's days.
Okay.
I don't know what how many days though.
Yeah, that's the question there, Sam.
Now this Fabrizio saying it, or who's saying it?
I don't
Okay,
trust
so-
Fabrizio Romano that much. He's been a
No.
little spotty lately with his
No,
stuff. And then all this nonsense that's been coming out about him in Italy, particular. I'm not too keen on him, so
No.
I'm waiting to see from other sources than Fabrizio. We got a question in here from Normski, and this is more so to approach the Carabao Cup final. Chike, I'll come to you with how how you think City should line up here in a sec. But for you guys, we'll go around. Sam, I'll start with you. What would be the starting 11 for the Carabao Cup final, and how would you set this team up?
Oh, that's an interesting one, man. Look, it's a must-win because I think if City win, I think they will gain momentum, and you don't want that to happen. And also, we will lose a little bit of confidence. Even though 9 points, still, I think we have a very good shot of winning the league. So we'll start from the goalkeeper up to the front. So Raya, I would consider Timber if he's fit. Saliba, Gabriel, Hincapie, midfield. I hope they're fit as well. Zermendi Rice. I would go with Eze on the 10, and the left would be that's a tricky one, man. Trossard or Martinelli. They're both shit, anyways. Yeah, I would go with.
Would you throw Jesus?
Russell.
Would you try Jesus at the left wing or not?
No. When was the last time you played the left wing? Was it against Madrid with City? So it's been quite a while.
I honestly don't remember.
I think it was against Madrid, man. So it's been a while that he didn't play the left wing. I don't think he's going to be sound there. So I would go with Trossard probably. But I'm leaning towards Martinelli just because he had a good run, and also in cup games, Martinelli looks sound more than the league. So yeah, I would go with Martinelli, especially that Trossard have been playing lately. Gyökeres up front, and you know what? This is gonna sound crazy, but lately, like what's his name, Kawaja or Jalil said, Saka has been awful, guys, and this is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And he is supposed to be our superstar. He's supposed to carry us, but I'm not seeing that from him. And lately, I'm seeing Madueke playing way better than Saka. So I would personally go with Madueke. Maybe that's a crazy thing to say, but I would go Madueke.
It's not. I don't think it's a crazy thing to say because, like I said, I'm starting Madueke tomorrow over Saka.
Agreed. I would too.
And like I said, there's a saying: you play the hot hand.
Yep.
It is what it is. You play the hot hand. If
Yeah,
it doesn't
I would
work
do
out,
that.
if it doesn't work out, say Madueke is a shit first half, you could bring Saka on at halftime, or you could bring Dowman on at halftime, or whatever. So, Natster, what's your 11, and how are you approaching the game against City?
Well, the way I'm approaching it, you know me, bro. I'm throwing the bloody kitchen sink at it, but I know that's not
from minute one.
From minute one.
Yeah, like for me, it's a final, isn't it? It's a one-off game. You have to go for it, but I know that we're going to do the complete opposite. When it comes to in goal, I would pick Raya, but I know he's going to pick Kepa because he's the cup goalkeeper. It's one.
I wouldn't do that. If he chooses Kepa, he's on suspect watch.
Yeah, 100%. I agree.
You said it's a cup final. I
agree. I would pick Raya, but don't be surprised if he starts with Kepa. Do not be surprised. But it's probably in his contract either way. I think it's suicide, like it's career suicide. But it is what it is. If Timber can just about play, I'd play him because even a 20% Timber is better than what we have at right back in it. Gabriel Saliba is going to be the same. Hincapié is our best left back. I still miss Kieran Tierney, not being at our football club because he was our only left back. But again, it's this fucking manager. It is what it is. So Hincapié goes there. Declan Rice, and I would start. I would actually start Norgard next to Declan Rice in the final. Like Zubimendi needs to hold bench for me. I don't care. It might sound controversial. Zubimendi's not been at it, and he's been gassed as well.
My guys,
the very little big ups here.
Big ups
the very
here.
I've seen of Norgard and Rice together. Rice just looks way more comfortable. He's doing less running. He's more composed on the ball. He's not doing foolishness, and he's more or less in the right position where he needs to be. We don't look suspect at the back when other teams want to hit on the break, like City will try and do.
Do you real quick, just to interject, if you put Rice and Norgard together, is it a situation where you don't want? Is it still a situation? Because I know your feelings on Rice. We're along the same lines that he should be that old school English number 4 holding midfielder, where he's just there to clean up all the balls in the midfield, win the aerial duels, and then pass it forward. Is it a situation where you want both him and Norgard to do that? Because me personally, if you sit him and Norgard together, nobody's scoring on you. With the back line also there. My personal opinion, it's going to take something serious for somebody to score on Arsenal if you do that. For me, my thing is that if you go with the both of them, that's why I say like you need to have the two of them there and just let the offense do what they do in control of the ball. Sort of like what you always say, play more jogo bonito of controlling the ball and trying to attack and just let them.
You remember the Real Madrid team that Capello had, the last Real Madrid team that Capello won the league with, 06, 07, yeah? You know who he had in the DM? He had Mahamadou Diarra and he had Emerson.
Lassana Diarra, yeah.
That's exactly what we need in that final. Just two sitting midfield players that ain't going to let nothing through. And then let Ebery Eza at number 10, not only because we don't have better, but because we know he's going to start anyway, let him do his thing. Then I would have Madueke on the right. I agree. Saka needs to hold bench. I don't care if it's a final. I would actually risk it and put Jesus on the left because even though it will be the first time for the longest, pretty much, this manager...
I don't think he's ever played as the left wing for Arsenal.
Yeah,
he's always been the striker.
Yeah, exactly. But for me, it could be our Mertesacker 2.0 in terms of like Mertesacker didn't play the whole season. Wenger plays him next to Holding and Callum Chambers in a back 3, by the way. That's not Wenger's go-to formation. And we beat Chelsea. Why can't we do that? Why can't we have Jesus just out there on the left and he'll do better than the Trossards, definitely the Martinellis and that. Then you have Gyökeres up front. Martinelli, for me, is a bench player. I know he came on and he did reasonably well against Everton. I hear that, but he's not a starter, bro. He's not a starter. You know, Saka can hold bench. You'll have Max Dowman on the bench. Like I said, he'll come on at the 60th minute earliest, and if it's a bit tight, you know, he can come on and stretch the game. Do you know what I'm saying? Miles Lewis-Skelly as well. Let's just say, for argument's sake, Victor Gyökeres has a blinder. We go 1 or 2-0 up. You know, with Norgard and Rice starting, you could even take Norgard off not even Norgard. You could take Declan Rice off and put Miles Lewis-Skelly next to Norgard, innit? Norgard can hold it down. Miles Lewis-Skelly can go a bit further forward with Man City pushing further forward. Miles Lewis-Skelly can go the other way, help out Eza, help out the rest of the attackers and do damage as well. We actually have options. I don't have coaching badges, by the way. Do you know
That's
what
a lot controversial, Nat, in my opinion.
I'm not even like football manager, LMA manager, you know, whatever championship manager kind of guy.
But you said you wanted to attack from minute dot, and that's not attacking. If you wanted to attack, for example, you'll put Rice as a traditional number 4, as Gianni said, and then you'll put, like, I don't know, Havertz and Eze, for example, two attacking mindset players. If you wanted to attack, according to you.
No, but here's the thing, Sammy. I don't want to get misconstrued here. My thing is, like, Jogo Bonito is like the ultimate, but for me, like, when I say throw the kitchen sink, I want to attack, like, and take the game to the. I'm not saying it has to be pretty. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't care if we play the prettiest football, especially in a final. Do you know what I'm saying, brother? I just want to win and be as secure as we possibly can. We need to make sure that Haaland, Silva, Reinders, if he plays, Cherky for sure, aren't attacking our defence. Do you know what I'm saying? We've had our midfield wide open, wider than Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips put together, bro. We can't be having that, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? So with the Rice at number 4, Norgard doing the number 6, and he's been our most consistent player. Outside of David Raya, Norgard's been our most consistent player. And he's hardly played, bro. That is shocking. That is shocking. And then we allow Eberezer to do what he does, innit? Yes, sometimes he's great and other times he's crap. Do you know what I'm saying? Whether he scores or not.
He has his moments.
But in a final, and he's already won with Palace, I reckon he'll turn up. I reckon he'll turn up.
And that's to add to what you were saying. The reason why I'd be fine with Norgard and Rice, Eze, I don't want you coming back and defending. Part of the problem with the number 10 position for Arsenal as a whole is because we've gotten more defensive since 22-23. Eze, no number 10 should be starting the fucking offense from inside their own box or just outside of their own box, especially with how far back we're requiring our wingers to come back. If you're going to play with the number 10 and you want your wingers to come back and defend, Eze should be playing closer to the halfway line with Gyökeres in order to try to get something going in a counterattack like that, or at least have 2 options to hold up play to get your offense back in the game. No successful number 10s that we've watched is starting out from the attack from their own box and then going all the way forward, especially if you're holding back the wingers. That's part of the reason why I'm fine with Norgard and Rice, because that should allow Eze more freedom up top, which gives you another middle.
Yeah, that's part of my thinking, Sammy. And Gianni, this manager, like you said, because he loves, like, whether it's Odegaard, whether it's Eze, whoever else, even Saka, like
even Havertz.
Even Havertz, bro. They're playing quarterback. They're playing QB, bro. He loves NFL more than even I thought. Do you know what I'm saying? Look, that's fine. That's fine. But this is football. This is FUTBOL, not FOOTBALL, American version, bro.
Yeah.
No different. Number 10s are not QBs like that, bro. They're not all the way back by the goal so they can just play that long fucking pass. You know, and they're definitely not picking it up. That's the damn sure. Obviously, that's the goal. Do you know what I'm saying? But I agree with you, Johnny. I don't want my number 10. This is why I have 2 holding midfielders. Play, like you said, you've been a massive fan of the 4-2-3-1, yeah? I agree. Other than the 4-4-2, the 4-2-3, and we used to play that formation. Unai Emery played that formation. Wenger was playing that formation. It just got stale with the players that we had. Now the players that we've got now, with the Rice and the Norgard just sitting there, not letting anything pass. Like Cherky, as great as he is, bruv, he would have a problem with that. Haaland would have a problem with that because Declan Rice will have it. Norgard will do his thing. And the centre-backs, with less running and all of that, less panic, they'll be basically rubbing their hands together, just be like, yo, it's Wembley, it's a cup final. we're going to go for this, but there'll be elements and parts of that game where we will frustrate them. And the more City go forward, the worse it is for them if we play that way. And then Gyökeres will stretch their defense, and he don't even have to make that many runs because City defensively, you know, Chica, I know you're not going to want to hear this, but I know you're aware at the same time. It's like City's defense ain't all that, bro.
No,
It's just got worse every year. I'm going to be real.
yes,
With or without Ruben Diaz and others. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, they're
that's an
rubbish. Yeah.
uncomfortable conversation.
but we don't counter-attack that well, which is why my team is actually kind of quote unquote realistic, but not even that controversial. If we go for it for minute one, yeah, and we play the right players in their right formations, in their right roles, which is why I will be super concerned if he starts super Mendy, bruv. Yeah, super shit more like. Do you know what I'm saying? That guy's gassed. That guy's all over the place. And if he dares passes it back to David Raya when you got Haaland doing all that. No. I don't want to see none of that in the final, bruv. None of that. That will almost get me a heart attack as well as everyone. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see none of that shit. No Man United 2.0. None of that shit. Football is a simple game, people. Football is a very simple game. If you have
100%.
certain players with certain attributes, yeah, you play them in the right position, it will click. I don't care if Arteta's never played Jesus at left wing. If he plays in left wing, you know he's going to track back, and you know he's good enough on the ball.
I agree.
But the reason why it's been so shit is because he's playing up front. He's doing the Theo Walcott thing with a little bit more tech. Do you know what I'm saying? It doesn't work. Wenger tried that. It didn't work. Unai Emery wasn't doing that shit. He knew that Lacazette was good up front on his own, but with Aubameyang, it was way, way better. Do you know what I'm saying? That got us to Europa League final, and then we bottled it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what this manager's doing, bro, without trying to ramble on anymore, is just like he's trying to reinvent the wheel. No, brother, you're not special. No. You ain't all that. You're not a 10 out of 10 brass. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's for damn certain.
No. Know your place, bro. Know your place. Do you know what I'm saying? You're not even the girl next door kind of thing that you're not even that, bro. You're that ugly duckling that may blossom in the next 5-10 years, bro. You're that chick. You're that one, yeah. You're not a model, bro. You're not a super model. Thinking you've got a super side chicken, super Mendy. Less of that, bro. Less of that. Play that team, and we approach it the right way. Even the manager himself said, the right attitude, guys. The right attitude. What was it after Everton, or what was it another game that he said in the post-match? The right attitude, guys. No, I think it might have been the Everton game. The right attitude, guys. Yeah, you better have the right attitude because it's a League Cup final.
Yep.
We don't win that, bruv. It's not.
Yeah.
It's going to be some uncomfortable conversations.
Darren, for you, how are you lining up? What's the 11 that you would pick for the cup final?
Right, I think I'm with you. I think Ray has got a starting goal. Kepa's done a reasonable job, but we want to win this game, don't we? You know, and let's put our best keeper out there. So Timber picked himself because he's had a great season. He scores goals. He can get up and down. Saliba and Gabriel, again, pick themselves. Gabriel gets goals. Saliba, over the last few seasons, has got Haaland's number, right? He's bodied Haaland. He bullies Haaland. So there's no way I'm leaving Saliba out of this team, and I'm telling him, go and do what you've done for the last 2 or 3 games against Haaland, right? So left back, you cannot leave Nketiah out because, again, great signing. One of the success stories of a pretty shit season for us. Can get goals. Reminds me of Ivanovic at Chelsea a few seasons ago. Solid, strong, gets in the opposing half and gets the odd goal now, which is good. He's settled in. He ain't taking long to settle in, and that's what you want, right? Mm-hmm. So I agree. Again, Norgard gets starting place because what Norgard's good at and what he was good at Brentford and what a lot of Arsenal fans didn't appreciate, which I think they're beginning to come round to now, is the guy can look up and he can spray a pass, which is, there might only be 1 or 3 goals in this game. And we've got to take our chances and we've got to have plans B's and C's and D's. And one of those in our armoury is getting Norgard out in front of the back four, looking up and seeing some movement up ahead. I'll come on to that in a minute. And putting a long ball over the top, and then we benefit from that, right? So then you can't leave Declan Rice out again. And what I would do, I'll say to Norgard and Rice, you two can sit in front of the back four, and I want you to be 1.5, if that makes sense. So Norgard, you're to stay. Don't venture too far forward. But Rice, back him up 50% of the time. And when you feel like you can do a forward thrust and get up and support the attack, you get up and support the attack. And you maybe have a shot or put someone in or whatever. And then I would say to Eze, go and do your thing, as you've said. Get in there, do damage. City will be scared of Eze because he's done damage to them already, scoring outside the box in the FA Cup. We need people that have got experience, that have done things in this game, right? So I would put a wild card out there on the left wing. This has not really been tried yet and could really shit City and surprise them. I would stick Jesus out on the left wing because he's played for City on the left wing and he knows the club's culture. He knows what they're all about. And that's when you can get Norgard, spray a ball over the top for him to run onto, as well as us playing our silly bollocks semi-circle football outside City's box, right? Gyökeres must start. I don't want to see Havertz. Havertz is better off in left midfield than he is up front. And then I would stick with Saka for experience over Madueke. And I totally get why Natster would put Madueke in and everybody might put Madueke in because he's got the legs. But here's the thing, right? This is like a game of fucking chess. This is a poker game, right? So I think you've got to put 85, 90% of your strength out, but you've also got to save a bit back in case it's 0-0 after 60 minutes and all of a sudden you need some legs. I don't fancy Saka coming off the bench and giving us fresh legs. I do not fancy it. What I like about Saka is he has been poor, but how does he keep getting these goals? He always manages to get something like Brighton away. He'll have a shot and it'll go underneath the keeper. He always seems to get in there and come up trumps for us. He's not consistent anymore. He's not world class. He's not doing any great shakes this season. But I just think his experience over Madueke, who don't forget ain't been with us for very long, right? I would have him over Madueke, put him in and set up that way, and then bring other people like your Maduekes, your Max Dowmans in on the action after 60 to 70 minutes in the game if we're 1-1 or 0-0. And that's how I'd do it.
Don't you think, Darren, just very quickly, that I hear what you're saying with Bukayo Saka with the experience and he'll manage to get a goal here or there, even though it's nowhere near what he was producing. Don't you think that if we start Madueke, regardless of how he plays, like for the first hour or so, but we bring Bukayo Saka on, don't you think that would motivate him a lot more to get that, winning goal, or even just have even just one bump up, one level up in performance that even City won't expect? Because we've all seen it this season. All them players, City players, other players, have seen that Saka ain't been doing it this season. But Saka, he can flip that switch, but bearing in mind as well, he don't have the legs that he used to have. But in the last sort of let's say half an hour or so, do you know what I'm saying? Arteta's like, do you know what, Bukayo? 30 minutes, give it your all, get us a goal, win the game, be in the front and the back pages. Maybe it's just me. But
no, not at all. It's a close one. It's close because we wouldn't be having this conversation if Saka was on 13, 14 goals in the Premier League and another 5 goals in the Cups. But he's not. We wouldn't be having this conversation. It'd be Saka in. But it's not, is it? So you're very well justified in saying, let's leave Saka on the bench. But it's just a personal thing with me. I'd go with the experience. Saka's got goals at Wembley. He's played for England. You know, in the World Cup, he scored goals for England in the World
Euros,
Cup.
yeah, the Euros.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He is a bit of a big time player, Saka, on the quiet. You know, he's produced in Euro semis and that. You know, he's apart from the final when he missed the penalty, but we won't go there because he weren't the only one, was he? But
And the abuse he got after was disgusting.
I'd stick with Saka for now.
Okay.
There's
Real
no
quick.
reward for good performances, and this is for me is kind of favoritism. You know, that you're gonna play regardless, Saka or like for what we saw with Odegaard when he came back. I mean, you don't reward players for good performance. What motivates them to continue doing, good performance? At the end of the day, they'll say, okay, Arteta's going to play Saka anyway, so why should I keep on performing at a high level?
Well, I don't think Madueke can say he's performing at a really massive level. Madueke's got the legs, but he's got absolutely now, right? Nothing of a shot or final ball.
I hear what you're saying with that, Darren, but I'm along the lines with Sammy on this because you know what the sad thing is? Noni Madueke, whether he hasn't done it consistently or not, there's one thing that he's been doing that Saka is not doing, and that's crossing the ball into the box with his left foot and putting it towards the center to cause problems. The same ball that Dowman put in to cause the problems that led to the goal for Gyökeres, Madueke has actually been doing that. Saka can't, and he keeps going to his left foot and is not doing it. That's where I agree with Sammy. He hasn't played well. I'm giving that start to Madueke in my personal opinion for me, just because I haven't seen it. If Saka was shimmy, cut onto the left foot, cross into the box and causing problems and putting the ball on a plate for Gyökeres or just even trying to cause the chaos in the back line for these other teams, I would honestly say Saka's starting position can't be messed with. But because he's not doing it and I'm seeing it from two different people who shouldn't be anywhere near the starting lineup compared to Saka, from how the praise that we've always given Saka over the years. That's the reason why I'm saying, you know what, man? I know you just got this contract. I know we've thrown the captain's armband on you, but what you're doing ain't it. And I'm seeing lesser players do more and playing the same style that you play and doing better at it. That's the only reason why I say Saka.
Yeah. The other thing with Saka is, which Madueke hasn't got, is Saka. The problem with Saka with defences they've got with Saka is if he just shifts that ball to the left from the defender, his shot is proper and will get a goal and will get goals.
He does.
I don't see that with Madueke. I'm sorry. He's got the legs. He's got the legs.
That's the only
past the right back all day long. He's quick, but when he gets to that final position, either a shot, maybe not such a long ball you're describing, but he seems to be a little bit like Gervinho that we had a few seasons back, where if somebody could coach him to put a final ball in properly, he would be one fucking hell of a player.
Okay, I hear it. Real quick, there's 30 people in the building. Appreciate everybody who's been here. Please like and subscribe. Please subscribe to the Football Rig. This is Sammy. He puts out great content all the time. His Friday shows about Arsenal are one of the best shows on Friday and one of the best shows, period, about Arsenal. So please subscribe to him. Subscribe to Natster. Subscribe to Quaja. Chike, do you have a channel yet going?
I'm working on one.
Okay. So be on the lookout for Chike, and Darren pops in to give his knowledge and the elder states, one of the proper elder statesmen of Arsenal is what I will say.
Not too old.
30 years, only 30 years.
Quaja, same question that I've had posted up with Normski here. How are you approaching the starting 11? What's the starting 11 that you would put for Arsenal in the game against City? And then Chike will come to you with what you think City will end up doing.
I would have Raya in goal. I'd have Raya in goal. I just don't want to see Kepa in goal. I mean, if you remember the 2019 Carabao Cup final, the arrogant goalkeeper, he couldn't even get subbed off. I mean, Sarri told him to get off the pitch, and he decided to stay on that pitch, and he couldn't even, and he costed Chelsea. So I wouldn't start Kepa because we know what happened in 2019, and if it happens the same thing again, I mean, come on, bro, just get off the pitch, man. Just listen to what the manager says. Get off the pitch, man. And I would start Raya because I just feel like with Kepa shot stopping, he's not that good really, because Ray's shot stopping ability is way better than Kepa's. I just feel like with Kepa he's having these bozo moments, and I just feel like he's good in cup games, but in the final, in these big finals, I would start Raya. So I start Raya in goal. At right back, it's going to be Timber if he's fully fit, because I think, I don't know if his Timber's fully fit or not, but I think he is fine. But we'll see how it goes. But I'll definitely start Timber at right back. The centre back is obviously Saliba Gabriel. There's no question about it. I don't see any changes to that. Left back in Capier, I don't see Calafiori or Miles Lewis Skelly at left back, because Lewis Skelly's not a left back. He's a liability at left back. It's the same thing with Zinchenko. So obviously in Capier at left back. And obviously, I'll definitely go with Rice and Norgard. I just feel like with Zubamendi is every time I watch Zubamendi, he's just boring to watch in midfield. Slow, sideways. I'm like, he just doesn't pass the ball forwards. I see him pass the ball sideways. With Norgard he could pass the ball forwards. That's what he's good at. I mean, if you look at the cup games, I see him pass the ball forwards. But I just don't see with Zubamendi. I just don't get the hype around Zubamendi. Some people are now saying he's the signings of the season. He's good at line-breaking passes, because I've been hearing that his line-breaking passes is the best. My ass, by the way. Yeah. I just don't want to see Zubamendi. I just want to see Rice and Norgard just sitting, protecting the centre-backs. Let them do the defensive work and let Eze just go forward and go attack them. That's it. I just don't want to see Rice going further up the pitch, playing the box-to-box role, because I don't think he's box-to-box. Like, it's not working. I think Arteta needs to stop playing in box-to-box, because the amount of times I've been seeing Eze getting the ball from the halfway line. Come on, bro. Is that a number 10? No. That needs to stop. I want to see Eze in the 10 just go further up the pitch. Rice and Norgard just sit back with the centre-backs. Just all those 4 players just sit there, just do nothing. Just protect the back 4. Right, I just want to see Eze in the 10 just play forwards. And by the way, our manager Lego had said that there's a possibility that our captain, that scrubby captain, is available, could be available for the Carabao Cup final. He plans to, bring him into the final. So yeah, if it's I don't want to see that captain anywhere near that team. I don't want to see him anywhere near that team. I don't want to see him come on the pitch, because he will stink it out. Because I've seen Odegaard coming on the pitch and he stinks it out. So I don't want to see Odegaard anywhere in that team or on the bench.
And if he lifts the trophy, I'll turn around and I won't watch it.
You might do this, and his arms like, ow, it hurts. Oh, can somebody help me lift the trophy? Because his arms just too weak.
I don't think Odegaard's starting. I think Odegaard's days at Arsenal in general are numbered, if I'm being quite honest with you.
Yeah. And obviously, because apparently he's our creative spark. That's what I've been told. Because apparently, back the Odegaard 22-23.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. That's irrelevant. Obviously, on the right, it's going to be a big debate on who's going to be on the right. I think I'm going to edge it to Madueke. I just feel as though the fact that with Saka the only thing with Saka is he always gets the ball. He doesn't cross the ball. He always wants to dribble. But the problem is he just keeps losing the ball. And he's going to get pocketed once again. I just don't want to see Saka play, because I see him being selfish. He just keeps dribbling, and he needs to stop the dribbling, because he keeps losing the ball. He can't make a 5-yard pass. That's the problem. By Leverkusen, he couldn't do anything. He kept losing the ball. He can't dribble. Doesn't have that pace. I think with Madueke he can cause problems. He can cross the ball, and I think that's what I would give Madueke the edge. And on the left, I'll give it to Jesus, because I feel like with Martinelli and Trossard, they haven't been great. And funny enough, they're not even left wingers. Trossard's a false 9, secondary striker. Yep. Martinelli's an actual striker, because Emery bought him and he was balling out up top, and we put him as a left winger, and he looks average. That's down to our manager, and apparently he's our Lord and Savior, because our manager, our fan base keeps saying he's the Lord and Savior. He's the Messiah. He took us from the pits of hell, as what our fan base would say. Anyways, I think Jesus on the left is better. I see him playing on the left under Pep Guardiola. Pep Guardiola played him on the left, and he actually played well. He did. So why do we keep playing Jesus Martinelli when they can't even finish off 90 minutes? Martinelli played 90 minutes against Leverkusen. What did he do? The guy stank it out. The guy couldn't even take on his man. Yeah, zigzag, exactly. It's the same for Trossard. Trossard can't take on his man, can't make a 5-yard pass. I think with Jesus is he can get on that left-hand side, he can cut in on that right hand and score. And I think Jesus has been playing poorly because he's playing up top. He can't play up top. That's the problem. You can't play him up top. He does not do well up top. So why do you keep playing him up top? He's better on the wing. We've been saying it. Put Jesus on the wing. He's better on the wing than up top. Pep knew that Jesus cannot play up top, so he put him on the left or on the right as well. He can play there. That's why Jesus did well at City. With our manager, he just plays him up top because it's this false nine. I don't want to see the false nine. I don't want to see it. Right? And finally, up top is Gyökeres. I don't want to see the German donkey up top. Gyökeres needs to start. Let's see if he can get the goals. And I do believe that Eze can score in the final because he did that against City. And I do think that he can turn up.
Yeah.
And I feel like, however, we just need to be careful because maybe City haven't been great, but you know that they can cause problems. But some of our top gooners are going to say that we're going to smash them 5-0, 6-0, 4-0. I'm like, come on, it's a final. I mean, it's a different Man City. City can turn up at any moment, and we may not be aware of it. We might be, we might be in danger. We might be exposed in midfield. I mean, if Zubimendi starts, I mean, oh my God, that midfield is going to get exposed. Rice has to run back.
May I interject here?
Go ahead,
I have some remarks about what you just said, Jalil. First of all, about Zubimendi, because I don't know where's this narrative coming from that Zubimendi is not running or he's steady Eddie. Because I think Zubimendi, what he did for Arsenal overall, I just checked the stat right now because I wanted to confirm. So Zubimendi, distance coverage in the Premier League is 321 kilometer, which is the second highest in the whole of the Premier League after Elliot Anderson. So for me, what Zubimendi is doing on the pitch could be off the ball as well that we don't see right now. That he's covering a lot of space, and he could have done a lot of things for Arsenal that I don't think Norgard would have done for Arsenal.
Yeah, but he could be running around like a headless chicken.
And off the ball, he's non-existent as well because off the ball, he's ball watching. He can't defend. That's the problem.
I see him mark his space a lot of the time.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. If you think that's the case, then that's fair. But how?
Xhaka further up the pitch, class.
That's fine. That's fine. But the other thing I want to. You guys saying we want to play Norgard, right? You guys are shouting out Norgard, saying that he could be, a better option, which is a fair take. But for me, it was a very small sample that we've seen Norgard with Arsenal that he can do it. Yeah, we've seen him do those long passes going forward, but I didn't see a huge sample to say, oh yes, he is consistent and he can deliver consistently in that. And also he's not in form, right? That's thanks to Arteta because he didn't. Exactly, right? Because he didn't play for whatever reasons. Right? I'm not talking about the reason, right? I'm not getting into the reasons. I know it's because of Arteta, and we can hammer Arteta about that. But the fact is that he hasn't been playing lately. So how can I know that the guy is sharp, is in form? So I don't know why would I play him in the final, not knowing that how would he turn up for Arsenal Football Club in the final?
Because Zubimendi has let us down. He's let goals in. Man United in a dream. He's passed it to their striker, who's gone on.
Who's sharper right now in form?
And then we've ended up losing the game.
Who's sharper now in form and played the majority of the minutes? It's Zubimendi, right? Regardless of the outcome of his play. And the last thing about Gabriel Jesus, right? The Gabriel Jesus one. You guys are shouting out to play in the left wing, as Darren also mentioned. He could be a wild card, but unfortunately, the last time he played as a left wing was under Manchester City, and that's before he got 3 knee injuries.
And they won titles.
Yeah, but
they won titles. They won titles regardless, right? I don't think Jesus was the reason why they won the titles. But
I remember him scoring goals for City when they won titles.
What I'm saying is,
under points he scored away against Bournemouth, and he was doing like a Brazilian Samba dance at the side of the pitch.
That's fine, but I think Pep was so brilliant that he could put a cat up front, and that cat could be the top goal scorer for Manchester City. That's not what I believe, right? That
is true.
I don't know, man. I don't say it's because of Jesus, right? I think that team was incredible. I think Pep was incredible, but Jesus playing the left wing after all these injuries and his knee, I don't know if he has the pace, the strength to do that anymore, and the legs to do it anymore. So
that's what Mertesacker had the legs against Chelsea.
I hear what Sam. See, for me, I'd rather start Norgard in the Champions League game against Leverkusen and say fuck it and save Zubamendi for the final, only because of you in finals you play your best players because you're trying to win. And I hear with what you're saying with that. Norgard for me should be starting against Leverkusen because he nullifies anything that those two guys are going to do because he's so much more defensive than Zubamendi. In the game with City, I would be starting Zubamendi. But like I said, the flip side of what people are saying with Jesus, it's hard to choose for that left wing. Like I said, for me tomorrow, I'm starting Madueke and Dowman as the wingers to put that game to bed against Leverkusen. And then we can have the conversation of who should be starting against City because now they're getting rested for this game. Chike, you're a City fan. You've heard us with what we've been saying, the different combinations of what we've been saying for the starting 11. What's the starting 11 that you want to see from City? Because I'll be very honest with you, as you and me said at the beginning of the show, I think Pep right now is getting in your guys' way.
100%.
He's made because how he decided to throw Semenyo as the number 10 against Real Madrid and play that high of a line was absolutely asinine. And I'll be honest with you, if you play that high of a line against Arsenal, all Arsenal's going to need is two different chances to break on a counterattack, and we may smoke you. Because I think you guys will have a problem if you play that high line. What's your thought process? What's the 11 that you want to see from City?
You know what? I was thinking about this when everyone was telling their starting 11s. Gianni, I really love this 4-2-3-1. I am tired of this 4-3-3 or this inverted wing bollocks. I would do Gigi Donnarumma in goal. I would do O'Reilly at right back. And unfortunately, even though this is going to sound controversial and I don't care what anyone says or whatever, I would do Diaz and Guehi at center back. And then I would throw a little bit of a twist and put O'Reilly at left back. And as my two midfielders, I'm putting.
Who you have? Wait, but you said O'Reilly at right back. Who would you have as one? Would you have O'Reilly at left back and then have Nunez as the right back?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I would have O'Reilly at left back and then Nunez at right back.
Okay.
Then I would do Rodri, and I would put
Nico G.
Sorry?
Nico G.
Yeah, I put Nico G. And then as my wingers, I put Semenyo on the right, Savio on the left, and then I put Cherki in the 10. And then just to throw people off, I'd put Marmoush up top and leave Holland on the bench. I wouldn't start Holland.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, I'm actually shocked that you said that because for me, the way I saw City line up with this weird fucking midfield is it's more so like an inverted 4-4-2. I was waiting to hear that you wanted to put like Marmoush and Holland up together and have like a two striker combination to go at Arsenal. Why would you start Marmoush over Holland in the final?
Marmoush is more of a goal threat.
Over Holland?
Yeah. And he's a better footballer than Holland. And Holland Holland doesn't tend to perform well in finals.
He is a better footballer.
Guy like
Marmoush is a better footballer by far.
That's not up for a debate that Marmoush is a better footballer.
He said a goal threat.
But
that's very specific.
Because the way I'm looking at it is this: if you're going to start Semenyo at the right wing, you're going to go Cherki at the 10, and you're going to go Savio at the left. That's begging for Holland to be the starting striker at that point because Cherki and Savio are just going to be serving up Holland the whole time. Marmoush, I hear it, but I just don't see Marmoush. I don't see I think City will probably be the ones to try to take the initiative and play more offensive. I see Arsenal playing more defensive and waiting to hit out on the counter against City than City trying to hit out on the counter. I think City's going to want to take the initiative and play with the ball more and have more possession.
What about Doku?
Doku's another person that you could throw out there. But my thing is, if you're going to be taking the initiative and Arsenal's going to be sitting back, I don't see Marmoush getting a touch in the box against Saliba and Magalhaes like that. I see Marmoush having to come further out of the box to try to get onto the ball. But then it's the same thing that we've been seeing. there's no attackers in the box. And then Marmoush gets in the way of Cherki, and Cherki gets in the way of Marmoush. That's why I'm surprised you said that, because for me, if you're going to play possession, you're going to start Savio and Cherki. Haaland should be the only striker starting, because you should just be dumping balls to Haaland the whole time.
Yeah, but again, I just the way that Haaland plays, I do want someone that would I do want someone that's going to track back and be a good footballer. And as much as Haaland can track back, as he's just not a good footballer compared to Marmoush. So I hear it, but I just like Marmoush just to throw Arsenal.
Why would you want your striker to track back?
Yeah, we're having that same problem. We don't want our striker to track back. We want him up top and just score fucking goals.
But I don't even understand Semenyo on the right. I think he's better on the left than he is on the right. But then again, like with Savio,
but that's where Savio plays.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I hear that.
I would play Semenyo on the right and Doku on the left. Man, Doku has been arguably one of your best players this season.
Yeah.
Promise.
I mean, I don't want you to play him, because I think he's going to cause us a lot of issues. I mean, I don't want you to play him, because if he's going to play,
I see both sides of the argument with either Doku or Savio. For me, Savio is one of them old school wingers. He's left-footed winger. He's just going to be there to dribble past and just put the ball in the box. But then that doesn't match up with Marmoush as the striker for me, because then that's more of a thing of you need Savio to just create a bit of pace and then just put a ball forward and let Marmoush run past Saliba and Magalhaes, which I don't think is going to happen that often against us, because I think Arsenal is going to be playing the defensive game. That's why I'm a little puzzled that you start Marmoush over Haaland. Haaland, for better or for worse, he's better. He's better in the air. That's why I would see
sometimes for worse.
But see, here's the thing. I see you putting Semenyo on the right, because if Savio is going to be serving up passes into the middle, you got two guys that could potentially end up in the box with Semenyo and Haaland. With Semenyo and Marmoush in the box, I just don't see them guys. See, like here, I can see Haaland being the more physical force and creating problems for Saliba and Magalhaes. Whether they have pocketed him in the past, a more physical striker could potentially bang with the center backs, and then there's always a gap that could be left for Cherki to come into the box and get into the gap, or Semenyo could come into the box and get into the gap to be that secondary scorer. If it's Marmoush, it's more of a thing now. Where's that gap going to come from? Because Marmoush is not going to trouble Saliba or Magalhaes in the air, which is then makes you much more a one-dimensional team than with Haaland. Gives you different dimensions of you can go aerial or you could keep it on the ground and try to get there. That's just my reason why I'm a little bit puzzled, because for me, Haaland for me needs to be starting, because you guys need goals, because your defense is so shit. It doesn't matter if Arsenal's been having problems or not. Your defense is shit enough to where Arsenal could find a way to have a good game and put 3 past you. As crazy as that sounds, your defense has been that bad. Let's just keep it out.
Oh, it's been horrific. I mean, just look at the Madrid game. They didn't even have to play that well, and they still found a way to score 3 goals. And one of them was
you're lucky it wasn't 6.
Assist from Courtois.
Yeah, you're lucky it wasn't 6.
Valverde got a hat trick. That last goal, bro. That Valverde.
Disgusting. Disgusting, bro.
All of them were good.
Let's keep it all the way. James Brown ain't it funky? Do you know what I'm saying?
But you know what, Nat? I think also we are forgetting the fact that I think this season would have been long time done for Arsenal if it wasn't for Donnarumma. I think that guy saved you multiple times. You know, multiple times he saved you.
PSG have struggled without Donnarumma. I know they've got.
Yeah.
You're right.
You know, Dembele and all of that. Do you know what I'm saying? Obviously, Gianni, you and me, we have the same thing about Marquinhos, bro. Mad overrated. Always has a mistake in him at the back. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, when Thiago left, it was Do you know what I'm saying? But
even when Thiago was there,
elite level man.
Even when Thiago was there, Marquinhos' mistake cost fucking PSG.
Exactly.
Thiago Silva.
Yeah. Thiago.
What makes you think Marquinhos is overrated? What makes you think, like, based on his style of play? What makes you think is? the hype
He
that
always
he gets, or
lacks
is it?
concentration, Quadra. Like to be honest, Quadra, he always lacks concentration in it. If you look at the best defenders of the last 10, 15 years, yeah, you think outside of Thiago Silva, who we've already mentioned, you could put, at least in my opinion anyway, Johnny will slightly different. So
VVD.
I will put Jerome Boateng up there. Chiellini is definitely up there.
100%.
He is up there.
VVD.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Van Dijk is definitely up there.
Yeah, you
Van
put
Dijk
Van
is
Dijk
Van
in there.
Dijk's up there.
Could
Yeah.
have Van Dijk.
Last 15 years, Van Dijk is definitely
I'll
up
say
there.
like he had a good year or so, but like
Year or
what
so?
I'm saying? He's had some poor games, but like there was a point in time, like was it last season when Liverpool won the league? Konate was class. To be
He
fair,
was.
Do you know what I'm saying? So there's I know there's a lot more off the top of my head.
Listen,
Marquinhos ain't that level. Do you know what I'm saying? Like Ruben
He's
Diaz
not.
as well was pretty similar as well.
If we're starting from 2011, Marquinhos ain't top 20 center backs.
oh, nowhere near.
No,
Nowhere
no,
near.
he's not.
Every time, if it wasn't for that young kid, what's it, Pachu? Was that the young
Pacho,
kid?
yeah, William Pacho, yeah,
Oh,
William
yeah,
Pacho.
Pachu is the reason why that they got there. Marquinhos is always out of position. Marquinhos is that typical Brazilian center back that likes to be on the ball and gets himself out of position and thinks that his pace is going to save his ass. Every time you see PSG give up goals when it mattered in the Champions League previous, it's always Marquinhos' side of the defense. It's always his side of the defense.
Even David Luiz was better at centre back because David Luiz is better on the ball, but he's even better defensively than even Marquinhos. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know if I'm going to say that, but David Luiz is better.
David Luiz was a great defender, Johnny.
I think David Luiz is better. I think David Luiz is better at tracking back and catching a defender than Marquinhos is running back if you're trying to cover the back line if you're caught out. Marquinhos, the problem is once he's caught out, he's as good as dusted.
Yeah, but I know, like the whole, what was it, the first time round, like when David Luiz was at Chelsea, he was he was all over the place, innit?
Yeah, he was very rash.
He went back to Chelsea and he actually defended better. Whereas Marquinhos, he's gone down. Do you know what I'm saying? Whereas David Luiz has at least got a bit better here and there defensively, because not that he ever had pace, but it was just like, you know, he wasn't making as many mistakes. Do you know what I'm saying? And even at Chelsea, he was playing at DM. Marquinhos ain't playing DM. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he's not going to be that much better. But again, the whole point is just like, it's concentration, in it. David Luiz has always struggled with concentration, but I think Marquinhos, and you're right, Johnny, like, you know, Thiago Silva, like, saved his ass. Not even made him look good.
No. It's not only Thiago Silva. They have the best. They have the best fullbacks in the whole world, man. They have Hakimi and they have Nuno Mendes. Those two.
Now.
Right now.
They're great. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, Hakimi and Nuno Gomes is absolute class. But again, even then, if you don't look good with them fullbacks and that William guy next to you, I'm sorry. As a captain for the longer, come on, man. Come on. Like,
exactly.
It's not good.
Exactly. That's I think Marquinhos is highly overrated in my person.
Gianni, if you allow, I want to ask Sheik, let's give it percentage wise. What is the percentage you think you have to win the final against Arsenal? Are you confident? What's your feeling as a City fan, especially at the last few games? You guys dropped points. You got battered by Madrid. So I know the confidence is not that high.
I'm going to say 25%.
Damn.
Whoa.
Damn.
Oh, I was waiting for 50-50 maybe.
Nope. 25%.
Yikes.
I agree with that. I agree with that, actually.
I don't.
The reason why
I'm being completely.
I don't agree with that.
Being generous.
Especially if they got knocked out from the UCL. I mean, they will,
that's where the key comes into what I was going to say, Sammy. If Pep goes into this, I personally believe Pep is going to call it as it is for the Champions League, and he's going to rest a lot of the starters for the League Cup game, and he's just going to let the Champions League go because he knows he's not beating Madrid. Unless Madrid has a royal fuck up, there's no way City's beating Real Madrid and moving on. There's absolutely no way.
No.
I think the percentage goes back up to closer to 50-50, but still 60-40 in Arsenal's favor if he rests majority of the first team. The whole thing with me, though, with City is I just think their defense is shot.
Yep.
I think their defense is shot. Ruben Diaz for me has been one of the most overrated center backs for the last few years. I don't care what people have said. I think Diaz has been highly overrated. I think Diaz looked good that year that they won the treble because Stones was playing more of a defensive midfield.
Yeah, he was in midfield. Yeah,
and they covered him and hit a lot of his flaws that he has as a center back. Since then, since Rodri has been injured and they haven't had the true cover in the middle like Rodri is given at his peak, he's getting exposed for what he really is as a center back. So for me, I just think their defense is fucking shit. It's going to come down to what they do offensively. Now, if he plays this same nonsense where he tries to do this inverted 4-4-2, it's only a matter of time before Arsenal catch him on a counterattack. That's my thing. Now, if we're going to play this to where they're going to play this high line, play this inverted 4-4-2, we have a chance at a break, and we just stop the ball to go back and pass.
When is the last time they attacked Gianni against Arsenal? They always approach the game pragmatically against us.
They were super pragmatic.
In the past 2 seasons.
The last game when they
last 2 seasons, not even last game. Last 2 seasons, they were always pragmatic against
this
us.
season was the worst, Sammy. They passed the pass against us.
They did. They removed the striker and brought a defender. Yeah,
they were 1-0 up, and they were like, "Do you know what? We'll try and hold out." Do you know what I'm saying?
No, because Gianni's saying that we're gonna hit them on the counter, but I don't think they're gonna allow spaces at the back, to hit them on the counter.
The problem with Man City, the problem with Pep Guardiola, and I'm sure you'll agree with this, Chike, to a degree.
Yes,
I don't even think that Pep will rest as many players. I'm not saying he won't rest any. But I think, personally, in my opinion, don't be surprised if he only rests like one or two.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know
if he does that, he's an idiot, though. Yeah, if he does that, he's an idiot. If he only rests
he's
one
just
or
an
two
absolute
starters,
dumbass.
he's a fucking idiot and
he's a bigger dumbass than I thought he was.
Rest a few players, but I don't think he'll rest the whole squad like he should. Well, rest the whole first team like he should. I don't think he will, because there'll be something in his mind where it's just like Real Madrid haven't been great this season, even though it is Champions League. Maybe if we score a goal, maybe, you know what I'm saying?
No.
You guys want it. But again, it's just like...
No.
I hear you, but the problem is this. The best goalkeeper in the world is on Real Madrid. Even if you get attacks, there's no guarantee that you're scoring on Courtois. That's the best goalkeeper in the world to start with, number one.
You don't think it's Donnarumma? You don't think Donnarumma is the best goalkeeper?
No, Donnarumma's not better than Courtois.
Not based on this season, because I think this season's been better.
No,
I
absolutely.
think they're two on the same level. I think they're both on the same level.
If Donnarumma was on the same level as Courtois, City would be closer in the title race than us.
Facts.
Courtois,
that's why they're still in the race. That's what I'm saying.
It is, but
he's
still not better than Courtois. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I believe City
the mistake that you saw
Madrid 4-0 tomorrow.
Go ahead, Darren.
Yeah, I wanted to entertain this remontada.
City could beat Madrid 4-0 tomorrow.
You're smoking crack, and I know
not
that.
at
And I
all.
love you,
I'm not.
but there's
Listen,
no way that's going to happen.
If we can beat Madrid 3-0 at home, why can't City beat them 3-4?
Yeah, man. And if there's any manager
Two
can
words.
do it, I think Pep is the one.
2 words.
No.
Pep Guardiola.
No way.
I think the way City plays
That's the reason why you can.
Could have been 4-0.
Not the reason
Just
why.
been 4-0.
I've seen it before in these Euro games.
If anybody wants to put some money on this,
get
I'm
turned
betting
over
the
again because they start the second leg thinking, "Oh well, that's it, job done," and then they go and concede a goal, and then they've got to concede one more, and then that's it. Game on.
I need to say this
against Liverpool. What happened? Look at the Liverpool Barcelona when Barcelona were 3-0 down and Liverpool won 4-0.
I got all this. I got all this, and I got all this. I'm betting the house on Real Madrid.
No. Never said that, did I? Never said that.
Ain't no way that's
put a couple of bills, man. The odds are obviously in Madrid's favor, but if they do win, man, they're gonna win a lot of money, man.
Imagine the momentum City will have going into Sunday if they beat Real Madrid and go through.
Nope.
I think it's very unlikely though, because I think Real Madrid could get the opening goal. Because Real Madrid could get that opening goal, and that's gonna really.
Yeah, it's good snowball, man.
You're right.
Why not?
Yeah. Chike, what's your prediction? What's your prediction for tomorrow's match?
For
which one?
For City
Real Madrid, Man City.
Real Madrid,
3-0 down and aggregate.
3-0 Real Madrid.
No.
Wow, man.
I mean, what
is this an aggregate or just tomorrow's game?
Tomorrow's game.
So 6-0 an aggregate.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, man, I don't think
It'll be
so.
close. 3-1
No.
City, I reckon.
No.
3-1 C.
I got 3-1
No.
Madrid. I got 3-1 Madrid.
3-0 City.
I've gone for a draw. I just feel like it's going to be a stinky draw, I think, in my opinion.
No.
Real Madrid.
And also,
Real
I saw
Madrid has to-
Bellingham's
Real Madrid has
training,
to come out
Vinicius
and ball.
training. No.
Yeah, Real Madrid
mean,
have not had the best season. Do you know what I'm saying? They already sacked
The-
Xabi Alonso.
Don't
Do you know
care.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Still Real
they're
Madrid.
inconsistent. They're
It's
Still
inconsistent.
Real
Yeah.
Madrid.
Construction phase merchant. They already sacked his ass. They got Arbeloa now, and Gareth Bale said it in a podcast, with
did say it.
Nev and all of them motherfuckers, right? Gareth Bale even said, 5-time Champions League winner, Gareth Bale, Real Madrid, the fans, the players, the whole culture is about Champions League. They're not going to lose to Man City like in a tie. Even if they lose the game, then they're not going to get knocked out by them because them fans will give them players that manager, even though he's a stand-in, and Florentino Perez, they already want his old ass, raggedy ass out. Do you know what I'm saying? Hellfire, bloodfire. Do you know what I'm
Real
saying?
Madrid will probably win the Champions League this season. They probably will win.
Oh, I don't think so.
No. I don't think they'll get past
I think
Bayern.
they'll get
in this-
Bayern.
Because I
Bayern.
don't think they
Bayern.
enjoyed getting smashed up by us 5-1 on aggregate last season.
But
I
Declan
think Bayern
Rice
Munich
will
will
never
beat
be
them.
able to-
I hear that, but I don't think they're beating
I
Bayern.
don't think they'll beat Bayern. Like,
I
if
mean,
they
the
play
way
Bayern,
Bayern are a very good team, and I think Real Madrid are going to get walloped in the first
I'm
and the second
telling
leg.
you. I'm telling you.
I'll be honest with you. The winner of that matchup will win that side of the bracket. I think the winner of Real Madrid and Bayern Munich make it to the final.
I think it's Bayern Munich likely, because I think
But
Bayern
I
Munich.
agree. I think it's Bayern. You can't tell me you're confident in Trent Alexander-Arnold the way he's played against Olise. That ain't
Trent
happening.
versus
Olise
Harry
Trent
Kane,
versus-
Yeah, he's gonna be cooked.
Trent
man.
versus Diaz.
Do you know what I'm
And
saying?
he's-
Yeah,
He's gonna get
Trent
cooked.
versus Diaz, Carreras, or
Diaz,
whoever's
yeah.
playing left back against Olise, and the way the
Ferland
form-
Mendy versus Elise. It's going to be a tough battle. I
And
mean, you've got
Valverde
Milik
up
Pavlovic
front.
as well, so that's going to be a.
Valverde, you know what the thing is with me with Valverde is Valverde. I hear it, but if Valverde's got to do too much defensive work, you're not going to have that much going forward. Because I do not trust a pass and pray for Vinicius Jr. to keep doing what he's doing. The only reason Vinny was able to do what he did is because Pep Guardiola tried committing suicide with that high of a line going against him and Brahim Diaz up top.
I think
Now,
he might
Sammy,
play his high
now, do
line
you remember
again.
when I
think-
said, so Gianni and I were
high line
talking
again.
earlier, and the thing that he said that really stuck with me, when he
Mhm.
said, when Arsenal are competing with this league, he said it was Arsenal versus Arsenal. With this City team, it's Pep Guardiola versus Pep Guardiola. And what Gianni just described yesterday is exactly why Pep Guardiola has only won one Champions League and has only won one Champions League, and why his tactics are absolutely the dumbest on the planet.
In some days, yes, I agree with you, but you gotta understand that he did win it, so he
did.
He does know. He does have the know-how, like it or not. Yeah, he could have won more, yes, but I still do rate Pep to be one of the greatest managers of all time, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Because of
Oh, yeah.
what he
No,
did.
With
I don't think
Barca.
anybody
And I think
is
he-
saying that.
Yeah, and I think he has some tricks under his sleeve to show tomorrow. I mean,
Nope.
I'm gonna be
See, I
shocked.
think- I think-
3-0 Madrid.
I think after his divorce, innit, he ain't been the same, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Soon as, like,
Yeah,
You know what?
after his
It's
ass
not
got,
even
after
that.
his lady friend left him, he hasn't been the same since.
I'm gonna be real. I'm not even trying to take the piss, innit? Like,
No, you're right.
his head's been gone since that whole divorce thing. Yeah, Ray Parler's still trying to do the Talk Sport shameless shit. Martin Keown, yeah, to try and recoup whatever money they can. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, the divorce ain't no fucking joke, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? That money at that level, yeah. What is Pep on? Like, what, 20 mil a year? 20
Something
mil
like
a
that.
year, bro. Divorce
Something
from
like
He
that.
earned it, but he earned it. I mean, he earned it, man.
Yeah.
100% he earned it. My thing with Pep is Pep right now is starting to remind me how it was towards the tail end of Munich, where Pep was getting in his own way at certain points. Now,
Mhm.
obviously, Bayern Munich at that time when Pep was there was a mile clear of every single team in the Bundesliga at that point. The problem was he was getting in his own way in the Champions League. And I think that's starting to spill over now onto City to why there's so much talk that Pep could be walking away after this year to go into the sabbatical. Because for me,
But Gianni, it's a different. No, it's a different circumstance. Gianni, he won the treble with City. He won the 4P with City, which has never been done.
Right.
With
Correct.
So look where we
Premier
are
League.
in comparison to the league, in comparison to where Bayern were 10 years ago, actually 11 years ago.
Yeah, but you know what? The difference between Bayern and City is massive, because Bayern, at the end of the day, the minimum expectation going to the season is a double. That's the minimum. If I go manage Bayern, that's the expectation of me to win a double with Bayern.
And the double also may
sorry.
include not the Deutsche Pokal for one season. The double may include Champions League in the league. That's the expectation with Bayern.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pep took
Exactly.
over a treble-winning side. Correct me if I'm wrong. Pep took over a treble-winning side at Bayern.
He did.
He took over from Heinkes.
Yeah,
He did.
Heinkes, where Robben scored the winner at Wembley, by the way,
Yep.
as well
He
against
did.
Dortmund, all German final. So he was already backs against the wall. We knew he was going to do well in the league, doing well in the cup and all that. But again, like you said, Gianni and Chica, you alluded to it as well. The Champions League, he overcomplicates it in the bigger games. When he was at Bayern, towards the end of Barca, when he did that well. But again, a lot of it.
Brother, even with City, Gundogan was one of the best number 8s in the world at the point, and he moved him to the number 6 against Chelsea in the final.
And they were favorites many years as well. For many seasons, they were favorites.
Yeah,
with Pep Guardiola.
With Pep.
But that's my point. I think right now there's been too many instances where Pep is getting some things wrong, and that's what happened his last season at Munich, where he was found out, and that's the whole reason why they moved on from him after 3 years. We big up to Zier. Zier says it all the time. In the league and domestically, he was fantastic. The problem is, at Bayern Munich, you're also measured at Champions League. Yes, he got to semifinals, but he never won. And to the point you made, Nat, he took over a treble-winning side that had the experience. He switched it. Remember, he was playing a 3-5-2 at Bayern. He was playing that offensive 3-5-2.
Long in the midfield, bro.
Correct.
He moved long from right back to midfield.
Correct. And he never got over the hump. And I'm just noticing, when you look at City, that some of these moves that he's been making is starting to look like that last year at Bayern, where it ended up taking away from him, to where that's what ended up leading towards the sack for him. I think Pep Guardiola, listen, if Pep pulled a remontada, fair play to him, and I will hold my hands up and say I got it wrong. I just don't think with the players that he has at his disposal and how they have to attack so much to get back into that game, I do not trust that high line against Freddie Valverde, Brahim Diaz, or Vinny or Güler. I just don't.
I don't either.
That's and I don't think I have yet to see that Mbappe has been cleared. But if Mbappe gets cleared to play, I really don't trust them to play that high line against Vinny and Mbappe. It's just you can't. I don't see City, with what we've seen in the track record of this season, I don't see City scoring 4 goals and not giving up 2. I really don't. That's my.
I think they'll concede, though. Don't worry, they will concede at one point. City.
But that's the problem. You got to score 4
That's
goals.
that's the issue.
Yeah,
that's
and
the
if
issue.
it's
That's why
down, that's going to be difficult.
back to do this. That's why, for me, I see more so Pep resting a decent amount of the players and going for the League Cup. To what Sammy's point was, and to what Richard said here in the chat, if somehow we got knocked out against Leverkusen, City rests players and then wins the League Cup, maybe that's the slip up that we've all been waiting to see if that happens with Arsenal. Me personally, I think that we can win this League Cup, whether even if they pulled a remontada or not. I think we're still winning the League Cup, in my personal opinion. I just have the feeling that Arsenal's walking away with a domestic double, whether it's League Cup final in the league or FA Cup final in the league. I just don't trust City to see out the rest of the games in the league for them to come back against us. I've seen enough now. The fact City in crunch time would have smoked that West Ham team off the block in the first 45 minutes. They were nowhere near. Nowhere. And the fact that West Ham had the amount of chances that they had shows me that this City team isn't about it. That's why I think that we should be taking it to them. But me personally, they have gone pragmatic against us. I just think in a final, I think Arteta will sit defensive. And I think if he sits defensive, my personal opinion, I don't give a shit if it's Haaland or Marmoush. The way they've been playing, whether we attack them or we sit defensive, I think we're winning. Because I just don't think this City team is up to par to what it used to be. I really don't. I think there's too much shit There's too many transfers and positions that they need to bring in to straighten that team out before we got to worry about City being the old City team. Like if we go on to win the league and we win another trophy, I personally think the bigger worry next season is Liverpool than City. Only because I know
They signed
Man
Mark
United.
Gahey, man. They just signed Mark Gahey. They signed Semenyo. They
Brother
signed
Gahey ain't
man,
that good. Let's be honest. Mark Gahey is subpar. He got
Wa-
signed
wa-
because he looked
was he probably the best defender in the Premier League in form at least?
No.
No.
Who was better than him at that
Good,
period
but he
of
ain't
time?
that good. Sonny,
Saliba and Magalhaes are better form than he
Yeah,
is.
but I'm saying attainable players, Gianni. I mean, he's not going to sign
Okay,
Saliba and Gabriel.
but attainable is different from attainable is different. He looked good
Because,
on that run for the FA Cup for Crystal Palace. Let's be honest. Mark
No, but
Gahey
you
did
have
not-
to understand the context of the situation. They had the urgent. I mean, the emergency of the what you call that defender man who got injured, Vardiol, right? Nobody expected Vardiol to have an injury until the end of the season. Nobody expected Ruben Dias to have a 6-week or whatever 2 months injury as well. So they had to go and buy a player, and they brought this kid from Watford back from his loan, and he looked absolutely shit. And they're just like, well, you know what? We have to go for somebody who's sound, somebody who's experienced. And the only one who was attainable was Mark Gahey. And they had to offer him $300K a week to bring him, actually, because he had initial agreement with Liverpool. So I don't see any defender at that particular moment in time who was available for City to get. If I'm wrong, tell me who.
No, I hear with what you're saying. I'm just simply saying I don't think Gahey's as highly rated as people say he is.
No.
I thought Gahey.
Nowhere near.
I think Gahey, with the ability of Adam Wharton and the midfield of Palace and the defensive setup that Glasner sets up Palace in, I thought he made Mark Gahey look better than he actually is. My personal opinion. I just don't think Gahey. I hear with what you're saying with the emergency and everything else, and you're 100% right on that. All I'm simply saying is I don't think Gahey is as good as everybody hyped him up to be. I think there's better center backs that if City was going to be City and they were going to go out there and spend some serious money, there's other center backs that you should have went and inquired about more than Mark Gahey. Because the fact that Mark Gahey's even getting £300,000 is ridiculous.
That says everything right there.
Yeah, 100%. Like the thing is with Mark Gahey, yeah, he's good, but if he was that good, yeah, I think he would have got over the line against West Ham. Even more so, I think he would have got over the line against Forest. If Gahey,
on top of that,
if
you notice, he
level.
wants Gahey to do the same stupid shit that John Stones did. He wants Gahey to step into the middle a little bit more. It doesn't fucking work.
He's never been that centre back. He's never been that centre back.
Even if he was, they said John Stones was that center back. It didn't fucking work. They had to put Stones in the midfield that year that they won the treble to play that stupid 3-2-4-1 in order to make it work. When you cannot tell me Ruben Dias, who's had injuries upon injuries, has been caught out of position before for City when the games mattered. You're going to sit here and tell me that Ruben Dias is going to sit alone, let the faster center back in Gahey step into the midfield when he's never really done that in the first place. And the simple games that he did at Palace, on and off, he had two other center backs protecting him. You got Diaz alone. It don't work. It don't work. I'm sorry, it don't work. It hasn't worked. That's why he's only got one Champions League under his belt at Manchester City. That's why the good teams figure out a way to come at you. That's the reason why, for me, Gahey, to what Sammy's saying, yes, for the situation, you're 100% right about that. He was a good fit for what they needed. But if we're being honest, if City's being City and they're going to drop some money, there's a lot of other center backs that you can go look at that's better than Mark Gahey. Let's just be real here. There's a lot of other center backs that we can
in
go
the summer, not January.
No, in January too. In January too.
If
you were serious and you were going to drop some money, there's other center backs. Here, Inter's going to lose Bastoni at the end of this year.
I'd take him in a heartbeat.
If you're going to overpay for a center back by 20-25 million because you need him halfway through the year, you go and offer 85-90 million for Bastoni halfway through the year. If you're about it.
Facts.
They weren't
Or go and offer 120 for Bill Saliba or Gabriel.
Well, I don't think no matter what.
You know how hard.
But
you know
Bastoni's the only one. Bastoni's the only one that if you're going to put 300K a week for a centre back, top tier, that you desperately need.
But
Yeah,
now
that's the only one
You guys
should
are
put
missing.
money on.
You're missing the point where they only spent 20 million on the transfer fee. Yes, his salary is high, but they paid only 20 million for him. Now,
That's
correct me
why I'm
if I'm
saying
wrong.
I hear what you're saying in the situation. The situation you're 100%.
Yeah, but you have to consider also during January, you're in the middle of the fiscal year financially. So it's not easy for you to pay this kind of money. And when is the last time we saw a crazy transfer for 90 million, 100 million in January? Usually in the summer, they do those big signings, right? The Bastonis, the whatever big players in the world. We've seen it during the summer. In the January window, it's very, very difficult for you to maneuver through the fiscal financial year and not get hit by the FFP and PSR because the revenue hasn't been generated yet for that particular year. So, and also, City are allegedly charged with 115 charges. So I don't think they'll go spend 90 million in January. That will just
But again, half of
condemn
those
them,
charges are
immediately.
bollocks. But that's it. Yeah, and
Regardless, allegedly, I just mentioned allegedly. I'm not going to call you anything. You're innocent innocent until proven guilty. So, but yeah, I mean, 90 million in January. Yeah, I hear Bastoni is a signing. I'm not saying the player is bad, but obviously he's an incredible player. But in the January transfer window, Gianni, I don't think that's possible.
To be honest, they should have made that signing in the summer. That's the ultimate.
100%.
The ultimate point is they should have made that signing in the summer.
No,
They brought
100%.
in, whether it cost 20, 30, 40, or 50 million, whether they put him on 100, 200, or 300k a week. If City were the same City, if Pep was still that guy, they would have made that signing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? You could put him on 200k a week, give or take. Yeah. He slots straight in.
100%.
Even with Diaz or without Diaz, either way, do you know what I'm saying? Your defense is automatically
Bastoni walks into every defense across Europe except Arsenal. Let's be real.
Sure.
Here.
Would you have Bastoni over Saliba? Because to be honest, not even.
No. I'm not gonna even entertain it.
I'm not too sure about that, John.
Saliba and Gabriel Magalhaes to me are better than Bastoni. Because
even individually as well as like a partnership, as a centre-back partnership.
Yes.
Not even individually, man.
Yeah, I'm saying individually too.
Look, I rate Saliba. I do rate Saliba. I rate Gabriel higher, but Bastoni, from what I've seen.
The only thing that Bastoni has over those two guys is if you play a back line of three, he can go forward. But if he's asked to play defense, I think Bastoni, I think is just a hair less of a defensive player than Saliba or Magalhaes. Offensively, he is better than them because the thing that Bastoni has that Magalhaes and Saliba don't have is the over-the-top ball and the accuracy with it. That's the only thing for me that Bastoni has over them. Bastoni has that. I'm trying to remember his name from Juventus. Bonucci. You know how Bonucci would have them over-the-top balls that would cause problems for the other team.
And Chiellini was more just the sitting.
Yeah, he would just sit. Yeah.
Bastoni has that over. Bastoni has that over the top, but defensively, I think he's a hair less than both Saliba and Magalhaes, in my opinion. Now, if say Real Madrid came in and bought Magalhaes or Saliba, bought either one of them, then Bastoni's the number one guy to come in and replace them because he's the next best center back behind them too, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Johnny, I'm gonna have to shoot, mate.
Appreciate your time, Darren.
Great to be on again.
Yep.
See you on the next one. Cheers, boys.
What's your real quick before you leave? What's your score line for tomorrow?
I'm going 2-0 Arsenal tomorrow. I reckon we'll tuck them up. We might get a goal just before half time. And then I reckon 60 minutes, we'll get another one. I think we'll be all right because I don't think Leverkusen are going to be all that away from home. I don't. They had their chance at home. They need to build 2 or 3 goal leads, or at least a 2-0, or even a 1-0 might have been better. But conceding that last goal at the end it's messed them up. And I feel sorry for them because they deserved to win, really, last week,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Lovely. See you
again. Lovely, Darren. Good to see you, sir.
Cheers. Thanks.
Cheers, mate.
Have a good night, Darren.
Bye.
Thoughts on Lukeba. Listen, Toronto Gooner, I'm not a believer in none of them scrubs off of fucking RB Leipzig. Every time they leave RB Leipzig and go to a different team, they fall apart. You've seen it with Nkunku. You've seen it with Timo Werner. I'm
But
sorry.
You have
Sesko,
seen that, Timo Werner.
Openda, Sesko. Nah.
Openda,
I don't know what's in the water over there at RB Leipzig. They look good in their jersey and then they fall apart. I gotta see.
Extra dose of fluoride, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what's in
exactly.
that.
It may even be bleach. It may even be bleach in the water over there.
It must be bleach. That Openda, I'm sorry, yeah. We were linked with him, remember? It wasn't just Sesko and Vlahovic and all that. Openda was like meant to be our third choice striker. I was like, please don't get Openda, bruv, because from what I saw of him, I don't rate Vlahovic like that at all. But Openda, that guy, bruv, that fucking guy, dog shit, bruv. All he is P&P, bruv, to the max. Like, he's super quick. You know, he's got decent strength. But other than that, what does the guy offer? What does the guy offer? Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got Gyökeres. He hasn't been great. But again, we don't play to his strengths, innit? Like, and then you see what Sesko's doing at Man United, isn't it? It's like, man, like, yeah, the whole Luke Becker. Do you know another centre back in it that even at one point I would have taken definitely as a backup to Gabriel Saliba, but for your lot, Chike, is Mancini. Is Mancini still at Roma?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you got Mancini either at the start of the season or even in January, that would have been a better option than Mark Gray, and you wouldn't have to put him on 300k a week.
Nope.
He slots straight in. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Like what Johnny's saying earlier, that there are so many better options. Not just.
But I don't think they will allow him to go in the middle of the season, right?
I'm saying right back. You need a right back. You need a left back.
Yes,
like
and a left back. Yeah, full backs are clear.
He's been way too injured.
No, you need a whole back line. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Both fullbacks are dog shit. Mateus Nunes ain't no fucking right back. And sorry, people may get on me for saying this. Vardiol is not a good enough left back. I'm sorry.
No, he ain't even a left back.
I think Aït-Nouri's good, man. Aït-Nouri's good, man.
Aït-Nouri's good Aït-Nouri's good if you have the rest of the back line sorted out. I think the fact that you're still trying to pull midfielders at a fullback position and the fact that
Aït-Nouri's not a midfielder.
I understand that. I'm saying you have Mateus Nunes as right back. He's a midfielder naturally. He's not. What I'm saying is the rest of the back line for City is not solidified enough for them to get away with Aït-Nouri as a left back. That's my thing with him. Vardiol was doing the same thing that Guéhi is doing now, trying to step into the midfield because he has pace and he can run track back and all this nonsense. When he gets caught out, yes, he has pace, but by then the damage is already done because it's Ruben Diaz on an island there. So for me, because you're trying to play that and because the other guy is not a proven defender, I just don't think Aït-Nouri fits that system yet. To what you were saying, if you got a guy like Mancini mixed with Guéhi, or Mancini with
Bastoni.
I don't know about that because Italy's backline is suspect right now. We got to qualify for the World Cup first before we could say that.
You're qualified, Johnny. You're qualified. Do you know what I'm saying?
We'll see.
The Italy national team has been sus, man.
The Italian national team is
Italian
right now.
Forza Azzurri is not Azzurriing.
Yeah, that's very true. I think if they had three other defenders in that back line, Aït-Nouri could be able to go. It's kind of like the same thing with what we saw with who's the Portuguese fullback that they had? Was it Cancelo?
Yeah.
That defense was much more solidified with the other three, and you had Rodri in form to why Cancelo could do whatever he wanted to do going up and down the pitch. I don't think City is that solid anymore to why we're seeing City struggle the way that they're struggling now. My opinion.
What really killed him, the Kyle Walker leaving. That's what really killed him.
That was massive.
Do you know who Man City needed to replace? Even though I don't rate Kyle Walker like that, they needed to replace him with Livramento, bro. Because I know City wanted Livramento at one point at right back.
Yes. I think he goes there. I think he goes there in the offseason, if I'm being quite honest with you. I think they'll get him in the offseason.
Yeah, I do as well. I do as well. But he should have been there in the summer. He should have been there last summer. You needed a right back.
Black Road,
we need a left back. We need a whole new back line.
Tomorrow Tomori is a shout because he's been one of the best center backs in Italy. He's been one of the best center backs in Italy for a while now. I think Tomori should be moving on from Milan because Milan's not going anywhere anytime soon. And if the rumors are true that Allegri may go to Real Madrid, Milan's about to explode again. So
Jesus.
I'd even
What if
take
Pep goes to AC Milan?
Huh?
What if Pep goes to AC Milan?
Hold on. Quasha, what were you saying?
Oh.
What do you think of the 4-1-3-2 formation, TK? What do you think that means? What's that formation mean? I have no idea what that means.
It's an inverted 4-4-2. It's bullshit.
Yeah, it's nasty.
Oh.
It's bullshit. Bernardo Silva's been ran into the ground. Same thing. Bernardo Silva's been ran into the ground. I don't see him making a difference. And everybody who was sucking off Tijani Reiners coming into this season did not watch him in Italy because Reiners had a good 3 games and then was shit for 5 to 7 games. And everybody fucking overhyped his ass because the funny thing is there's some people who tried to say, oh, Reiners was so important for Milan when they won. He wasn't there when they won the Scudetto. He wasn't there. A lot of people don't know that. He wasn't there. It was my gambling brother over here, Tonali, which we'll get into that real quick because now this guy's talking about getting suspended again because he got caught gambling again.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hey, we're
I was going to address that, Gianni. I'm like, you know what? Who said he's not going to do it again? Was it you, Gianni?
I said it, yeah. Because I thought he wasn't stupid, but he is stupid. I'll own up to it. Listen, I
remember somebody said it in the show. I can't remember. Was it you? Man, I was gonna say once a gambler was a gambler, bro.
You know what the problem is, man? It's that old saying: money doesn't change you; it only enhances who you are.
Facts.
So it's a very rare situation where when people get money, they change who they are. No, Black Girl, I disagree. No. Without getting too involved and not saying too much, Tonali's been gambling with the mob.
Oh, boy.
I'm not tolerating that shit at my football club. I'm sorry, not. We're not getting involved in that because for you to get caught the way that you've been getting caught, it's either one or two things are going on. You're either putting bets through a service that's being provided by the mob. And you were dumb enough to get caught and you were waiting to see if you're going to snitch, or the people around you are snitching on you and you've been doing it through these other gambling ways. Either way, you got too many people who can't shut the fuck up about your things, and I'm not willing to tolerate that. So
but here's the thing, like
Tonali now, because I know we were alluding to it with what Sammy was saying. Tonali's off the table. I don't want him at Arsenal now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not right now. Here's the thing. Do you remember? Do you remember what is it, Ivan Toney? Like when he was at Brentford, when he got caught with the gambling and all that. He did it one time, went to Saudi, and we ain't heard him do none of that shit since. I know, obviously, in the Arab world, the whole gambling thing is like haram and all that, and they have a lot stricter, penalties and all of that shit. But even then, yeah. Like, if you get caught once, you better not do it again. But if you get caught twice, bro, wherever you are in the world, yeah, like, I'm sorry, I don't care how good you are. Tonali's a quality player. That's what pisses me off in a way, because I would have loved to have had him next to Declan Rice.
He won the Champions League there, by the way.
Like, it's mad in the dunya, bro. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's the problem. I mean, look, if you remember when Tonali got caught the first time, it wasn't only him. Zaniolo got caught. Zaniolo got caught. There was about 5 or 6 players from Italy that got caught gambling. Now, the problem with Zaniolo was legitimately gambling with the mob. That's why they had to send his ass to work. So, the situation with Tonali is he's got too many loudmouths around his personal life that's giving it away.
Volatile.
Yeah, because there should be no, if you're a true gambler, you keep that quiet.
Oh, 100%.
You have to shut that F up.
For the longest, didn't it? Do you know what I'm saying? Until long after his playing days, didn't it? He knew. Do you know what I'm saying? As coked up as he was, he knew when to keep his mouth shut. He was dealing with like gangsters and all of that kind of shit. Do you know what I'm saying? You could say what is it? Paul Merson. He was dealing with some shiesty motherfuckers.
Yes,
because he was gambling on a mad level, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? He was dealing with gangsters. He was dealing with mobsters and all that. And we're talking 90s, bro.
Yeah.
Not now. Like I'm not saying the mob ain't shit now, but like 90s, bro. That is
God.
different gravy.
Oh, that's
Like in the
mental.
football world. But Tonali to do it twice in this day and age with all that
It's
surveillance, all
complete-
them cameras, all them people around you, bro. Like,
Not only that, it's utter stupidity that you, as a professional footballer in the Premier League, you're earning top dollar, and yet you're going get some, I don't know, man, peanut money. I don't know, man. And I mean, you're nicking a good living, bro. Why are you gambling with your life?
It's the worst, brother. It's the worst
career and,
addiction to ever have.
shit, bro.
Gambling is the worst.
It's
Gambling
the
is the worst
worst.
addiction. Gambling is the worst addiction that you can ever have as a person. It's worse than drug addiction. It's
Facts.
worse. It's worse
It's
than.
fine. All right. If you want to do that, go ahead, gamble in the NBA.
Yeah.
Go ahead, gamble
It's
in
worse
something
than
else.
alcoholism. I
Oh,
can
bro.
Right.
promise you that.
Go in a casino, man. Do whatever you want, but you know what? Spend your money however you want. I mean, it's freedom here, but to do it and breach the whatever rules and regulations, it's just utter stupidity, bro. Utter stupidity.
Yeah, but look,
No,
brother,
you're right.
look at Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan got forced out of the NBA for a year and a half because of gambling problems.
Wait. What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When?
When he got kicked out after he won the first three, he got kicked out because of gambling.
Wait. I thought he retired.
No, he got forced to retire for a season and a half because of his gambling problems.
But hey, he built his empire, and his brand, bro. Jordan's.
What?
Correct, but the problem is like what I've been saying is it's the worst addiction to have. Once you have it, that's the hardest addiction to kick. It's even harder than drug addiction. I know guys, brother. I live in a gambling neighborhood. I know guys. My one guy, I'm not going to say his name.
Please
not gonna
don't.
put him out there like that. He's got a very good concrete business. His family left him $500,000 in cash and a paid off house. Gambled it all away. And it happens way more. It happens way more than what you think. Happens. The gambling industry alone makes more money than drug dealing does.
Oh,
Whether people want to believe it or not, it makes way more money. More people do gambling than what you see. It's the worst addiction to have. I've seen guys go for broke. I've seen guys lose the deed to their house, and now him and his wife and 3 kids are now homeless because he gambled the house away with the bookies. So it's the worst addiction to have. It's the worst addiction to have. That's why I'm saying that Tonali, I'm sorry, because here's the other thing you got to look at now.
Please.
If you got caught gambling again, some of the games where Tonali played like shit, was it on purpose now?
Yellow cards as well.
So now that's even in the playing cards to be looked at, no, you cannot.
It's like Paqueta as well.
Nope.
Same, exactly like Paqueta.
Yeah.
Same with Zaniolo.
He's
Same
in Brazil now, Paqueta, as well, I think. And he ain't even getting games like that from what I hear, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Paqueta's like done out.
And I rated him highly.
Look at Dennis Rodman in the NBA. He's making millions and millions of dollars. Now he's essentially worth nothing.
Yeah. It's the worst. It's the worst. It's the worst addiction.
Worst addiction anyone could have.
The worst addiction anybody can have. People go from top to bottom faster in gambling than any drug, any alcohol, or anything else.
Facts.
Yeah, Paul Merson destroyed his life, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? He's still recovering to this day. Do you know what I'm saying? He can't even have money in his own name. His wife has all of his money, and rightly so. And in that circumstance, it's warranted. More often than not, it's not. But in that particular case, he has to have his wife or whoever else to manage his money, because otherwise
somebody responsible.
And he knows it, bro.
Yeah, he knows it. That's the shitty part.
But Sammy's point is, the Premier League makes the most money. You're getting the most money playing in the Premier League. You're not going to make fuck on gambling compared to what you're making on your weekly wage. Why even risk it? That's why it's even more of a situation with Tonali. It's the second time you've got caught. Clearly, you haven't learned from it. And again, I think all of us here rate Tonali that he's a very good midfielder.
Yeah.
But now, like I said, you now have to question, were some of them games that you played shit? Were you really shit? Or were you shaving points? That's where the question now has to come into play. And if that's even raised for any player, I'm sorry, you're not welcome at any of my teams. I got no time.
God would no.
Yeah.
God no. Absolutely no way.
Oh, I
mean,
hear
look
you
at
people want money they don't have, but if you are a Premier League starter, and I think Tonali is widely considered one of the 10, maybe definitely 15, but maybe 10 best midfielders in the Premier League, you're earning enough money to where you're getting the money you want. You're not,
Yes.
brother, I'm sorry. For anybody out there, all them 25 leg parlays that these guys push in America, I don't know if it's the same thing in England like that. Brother,
yeah.
it takes money you have to spend money in order to make money. If you want to reach the levels of money like that, I'm sorry, you got to put up your whole year's salary to try to do it. And I'm sorry for anybody that needs to learn this lesson. The house always wins.
It does.
The bookies always wins. The bookmaker's been around for over 1,000 years because they always win.
Yeah, it's been around
You may
for
get them
2,000 years.
You may get them one time, but the bookie's going to get you in the long run.
So invest, make a business, man.
100%.
Buy real estate. I'm saying make a business, buy real estate. I mean,
facts.
Yeah.
You're 100% right.
Always booming.
What is his agent doing, bruv? Maybe he must be in on it as well. Because like if I was his agent, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing, Sandro? Like what the fuck are you doing? Why are you like literally gambling your life away when you're like on what is he on? Or what is he gonna be on? Like what, 100K a week or some shit like that, give or take? The Newcastle.
Actually, I'm gonna look this up too. This is absolutely nasty.
Yeah, at Newcastle.
So now he's getting paid 135,000 pounds a week.
Fucking hell, bro.
No, I'm sorry, 125. 125,000 pounds a week.
Crazy.
Brother, 125,000 pounds a week. What do you gamble for?
He's a millionaire, bro. He's a millionaire.
Exactly. It's yeah, Benji, I'm sorry. People need to hear it sometimes. Now, like here, I have a little bit of a soft spot for Tonali because it's a part of the culture in Italy. Gambling is a part of the culture in Italy. I'm sorry, it is. You know, when I go to Italy, I go to the barber shop, I'll go get my hair cut, and then we play Trisette, which is our version of spades, or we play the picture card game. I can't believe I'm not remembering this right now. Scopa. We gamble on Scopa and Trisette. Those are our card games that we play in the South. We gamble on it, whether it's bullshit money or if you got a for real game. It's a part of the culture. And even with the American Italians, it's a part of the culture over here, playing blackjack and everything else. So gambling is in the culture. But again, if you're getting paid, I'm sorry, I don't know what job or what money you're trying to reach, but if you're getting paid 125,000 pounds a week, if you need more money than that, I'm sorry, you better step it up on the field to get
100%.
Ain't no fucking way you're gambling 125,000 that much to where you can't reach to where you're going. I'm sorry. If you give me 125,000 pounds a week for 2 months, I would never gamble again in my life.
I'm investing. I'm not gambling. I'm doing the opposite, bro. I'm investing that shit, bro.
Exactly.
I'm investing that shit. Do you know what I'm saying? In this country, sorry, I just have to say very quickly, in the UK, Kwaja, you'll be aware of this, yeah? I'm sure you're probably aware, Gianni, as well, yeah? In this country, like, when it comes to gambling, right, our thing has more been about the horses, innit? Like, there's Cheltenham, there's, like, Ascot. Ascot is basically in, it's kind of, it's not West Country, but it's, like, west of London, a bit further out west, in a county called Berkshire. It's where all the big wigs go, you know, like, there's other places dotted around the country, like Alex Ferguson, like mad into horse racing, Michael Owen, a lot of them. Do you know what I'm saying?
Them horses is one of the worst fucking things, dude. One of the worst fucking things.
Yeah, but it's huge in this country still. And it has been for the longest. Yeah. Horse race gambling or horse racing period. We got greyhound racing as well, but horse racing in this, Cheltenham, bruv, yeah. When it comes to horse racing, that's probably the number one outside of betting on football and, do you know what I'm saying, in this country, bro.
Sure.
100%. Even more than the slot machines. You know, we're not so much into the casino, like, you know, like the blackjack and all of that as much as you guys are. But when it comes to horse racing, that's number one, isn't it? Ask anyone else from the UK, even Wales, Scotland and Ireland, but especially in England, where I'm from, London town, like it's the horses, bruv. Anyone that's big into horses.
See, the Midwest, the Midwest in America,
Like,
the Midwest region in America, like the states of Illinois, Missouri, Indiana, even
Michigan,
the South, Iowa, Michigan, horse racing is fucking massive.
yeah,
It's massive.
yeah. Oh, so there's certain parts, right? Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, like the Kentucky Derby. The Kentucky
God.
Derby is one of the
the
most
Kentucky Derby's even in Connecticut.
Yes.
Like I remember from my graduation, I remember after I graduated, I went out to dinner with my family and we watched the Kentucky Derby. There was a whole mob of people at this restaurant we went to. Oh my God, the amount of people that were betting on, I think journalism won the, oh my God, the amount of people that bet. It was asinine. Like, I've never seen anything like it. Like, you know, hey.
Oh yeah, that's happened. You know how many times it's happened in Chicago for fucking business?
Yeah.
It's and for Tonali, like I said, and same thing to what Sammy was saying. I'd rather take a gamble on real estate than fucking gamble on fucking sports.
100%.
You're just asking to lose. You're asking to lose with that. At least real estate will make you some money back in the time frame than fucking trying to do this. It's nonsense. It's nonsense.
Listen, guys, I gotta go. Guys, take care, everyone.
Big up, Quad.
Great seeing you. Good luck tomorrow. I don't know.
I'm gonna go for a 2-0 win. I just feel like that Leverkusen result that really hurt them. I mean, we robbed them of a penalty that was very soft, really. I mean, how VAR looked at that and gave, it was enough for a penalty. I mean, this is what happens. Football is now about soft penalties now. Next game, another soft penalty will be given, and modern era football is gone, man. It's in the mud. Football right now has gone in the mud, man. I'm sorry. The quality of football is terrible. Haram football continuing. I mean, to be honest with you, I just don't make the style of football. The style of football has been terrible. The Premier League is a farmers league. I think it's the most overrated league in the world because I think the style of play is terrible. I just think that the quality of the Premier League hasn't been great. When you look at the likes of La Liga, Serie A, they play good football, and I think it's entertaining to watch. I mean, a fair play to you, Gianni. Your ball knowledge is elite. Your Serie A ball knowledge is brilliant, and fair play to you. I mean, you've watched Serie A more than me, but when you look at other teams in Europe, the way they play football, it's good, beautiful attacking style of football, whereas the Premier League is just boring, pragmatic, time wasting, and I'm just sick and tired of it, Gianni. I just want to see good football, but right now it's just not looking good.
Yep. All right, Quaja. I'll talk to you. I'll probably have a call-in show again this week after the Champions League games are over. So feel free, hop on.
Fine, bro.
You're always welcome.
I can't wait because when all the English teams get eliminated, we're gonna have some
Speak of yourself.
conversations.
I don't think
Speak
all
about
of them,
yourself.
I don't think all of them are getting eliminated. I think majority of them are. I don't think all.
Chelsea,
I think Chelsea, Man City will be the two to get knocked out first.
I would not be surprised if Liverpool gets knocked out.
No, the way they're playing, they're getting knocked out. I mean, the way they're playing right now, I mean, they couldn't beat the worst Spurs team. I mean, that Spurs team were like
no. Don't disrespect. Liverpool could beat the Spurs team.
Then why didn't they yesterday?
I'm kidding.
That still pisses me off, bro. I saw that game yesterday, bro. That pissed me off. Yeah, you had chance after chance after chance to win that game, and you fucking didn't, bro. You fucking didn't. You think that's going to stop us winning the league, bro? Yeah, you might have stopped them getting relegated or whatever, but come on, man. Disgrace.
No, they're getting relegated.
Take care, Quaja. Good to see you, my man. Thank you very much.
Big up.
Yeah.
So with the Tonali thing being out there, I know there's been talk. I think, Sammy, were you the one that posted? It showed that Zubamendi said he wasn't opposed to going back to Spain. If obviously Tonali's now out of the mix. Who would be a dream number 8? Who would be a dream midfield signing, and who would be a realistic signing for Arsenal?
Realistic could be Elliot Anderson or Wharton.
I like both of them.
Yeah,
I like Wharton.
A dream?
You guys, you should be looking at more White. If I'm being honest.
So it's funny. Did you say Valverde is the dream signing?
Yeah.
I'll take him.
I hear it. Yeah, I hear it. Especially for that third goal, bro. he does that
Hell
for
no.
us.
No, I rated him long before that, man. I rated him
hear it.
since
No,
2
me
seasons,
too, bro.
man. I've
I
been
hear
rating
it.
him.
I hear it, man.
I think Valverde and Pedri are the two best midfielders in the world right now, if I'm being honest with you.
I agreed. Yeah, agreed.
Both of those would be a dream signing.
I
RSV
would
is
choose
a shout.
Valverde as an 8. I don't know, 8. Valverde better than Pedro, I think. Pedri, because I think he's more. I mean, he has more athleticism in him, and also he can defend well. He can run track back and go forward. I mean, more than Pedri. Pedri is more a creative midfielder. Yeah, he has a excellent range of pass, high ball IQ. No doubt about that. But I mean, if I get both, that would be even beyond a dream for me. But I don't think that's possible.
Yeah.
Fair.
I think another signing that I would look at, and it's going to be realistic this year as well. I would throw Barella into that because I don't see Inter being able to hold on to him. I think Bastoni, Barella, and some of the other players, I think this Inter team is going to get blown up because they got to straighten out some financial stuff. I would throw Barella into that mix as well because I think him and Rice in the midfield together, I think they would shut down every offense, in my opinion, with those two guys just patrolling the defensive side of the game. You may not get as much offense, but that's why I want us to go into the market and go get another left winger and possibly look at another bench player as well to come in, even with the youth. And RSV said it as well that Pablo Barrios from Atletico is a good shout too. He's young and he's a really good player too.
Yeah.
Seedorf asked. I would love to see a note of Seedorf.
I don't know. I'm not going that far to say Seedorf just
Nah,
yet.
I'm just kidding. I'm just so starved of football. It's not even funny.
Yeah, Seedorf. That's a tall order to try to say Seedorf.
Yeah.
I understand.
So Johnny, what was it? Your realistic one is Barella. Like, who's your dream one? Was it like
Valverde?
Valverde. Well, okay.
Valverde.
Yeah. See, my dream one would be Pedri for me because for me, he's the best midfielder on the planet. I don't care what anyone says. As a realistic one, I initially thought Barella. He's definitely up there, but I'm thinking of going more towards. Do you know what? Yeah, like because there are still some good midfielders out there. Like in terms of what we need, like it's a tough one. You probably won't like this, Johnny, but I wouldn't mind going in for Lobotka, to be honest. Like,
see, the thing is, he's old. He's old and he's got an injury record now with Napoli. If this was a year or two ago, I would 100% back it for him to come to Arsenal because he can dictate pace. But with the injury he's picked up in the minutes that he's gotten at Napoli over the couple of years,
we do love an injury-prone player. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's why I don't want it. See, for me, what Black Crow was asking, I would take Kefren Turan, but he's a bench player. He's not breaking into the starting 11.
I think the only other one that you might not say is realistic, but I've always rated him from day dot is Camavinga, innit?
He's realistic. He's realistic. They've already put a price tag.
Yeah.
25 million.
Declan Rice would be class. Like Barella's definitely a shout for me, but
he's injury prone.
Different.
Yeah.
Camavinga for me. Manu Kone
as well. At Rome is a stud.
Manu Kone,
I like him.
I almost forgot about him, but yeah, I'll go with Pedri's the dream one for obvious reasons, and yeah, I'm gonna stick with Camavinga on this one. Like Barella's a shout, of course, but I'm gonna go with Camavinga, bro, and that is gettable.
But he's injury prone, Nat.
Yeah, that's the only. You know who I said it to Chike about City? I wouldn't mind seeing Morgan Gibbs White at Arsenal.
Oh, 100%.
As an 8.
Yeah.
He can play that role. Like Eze playing in that 8 against Everton, he only played there for 25 minutes odd, half an hour if you include added time. For me, even though he didn't do too bad, he's not a long-term 8. He's a number 10, Eberezer. So Morgan Gibbs White in that role is better.
Yeah, I don't rate him, man. I don't rate him, honestly.
Better. But for me, I'm sticking with Camavinga, bro. Camavinga has everything you need. Manu Kone is another one as well. Like either of them two, I would be more than happy if we get rid of Zubimendi, bro.
You know who else? And this may be a wild take, but he'll be available because especially if Juventus don't make Champions League, I would be interested to entertain how much they would throw a price tag on Locatelli.
Oh yeah,
That ship sailed a long time ago, bro.
Nah,
Long
not
time
really.
before he
Look
moved
at
to
that.
Juve.
I don't think so. And he takes the pressure off of Declan Rice as
I
well.
think almost 30.
Big time.
No,
Big
he's
time.
27.
30?
No, Locatelli's either 26 or 27, maybe 28.
Actually, no. I think he's 27. I think he's my age.
I think he's 27 or 28. I don't think he's 30.
Yeah,
The
I think
only
he's my
reason-
age.
The only reason why I throw Locatelli in
28.
there, he's 28. Okay.
Okay, he's
The
28.
reason why I throw Locatelli in there is because Locatelli's stock has dropped. You could get him for cheaper, and because of the fact that he hasn't played in the right position. He's not a holding midfielder. They've tried Allegri, and that bum Thiago Motta, and the other idiot, Spurs' coach.
Tudor.
They all tried him. They all wanted to
Two
play
dumbass.
they all tried playing this 3-4-3 bullshit. They all tried having him play as a number 6 when he's not that position. He's always been a number 8 that gets up and down the pitch. He's very good at making late runs into the box to score and everything else. That's the only reason why I would entertain it, to see what the price tag would be. If they're trying to throw a price tag on him similar to where Barella is, then fuck no, I'm leaving him at Juventus. But if we could get a Locatelli for like a 30, 35 million, I'd entertain it.
Like I said, he'd take the pressure off of Declan Rice and he'd do the Mendy role miles better.
Yes.
Miles better. I've got to ask you guys this as well, yeah?
Now, a youngster, real quick, a youngster to shout is Rovella from Lazio. Rovella from Lazio is a very good defensive midfielder. I think same thing with what I said with Thuram. I think he would be more of a bench player if you groomed him off the bench to eventually get into the starting line. He takes a lot of pressure off of Rice as well.
What was his name, Gianni? I'm sorry.
Nicolo Rovella.
Would you
I would
guys
take him at City, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Grooming, because
I think
Robbie's
it's
getting
too
up
much
there.
of a jump. I think it's
Gianni,
to jump into the start
as well. Yeah, would you guys entertain Nico Paz at Como?
He's already going back to Real.
No chance.
Yeah,
Real. From what it said in Italy, Real has agreed with him to hit the buyback clause at the end of the year. Now, if he was available, I would.
Yeah.
But the only problem, here's my only problem with Paz.
What's the problem?
He's not going to play defense. He's not going to come back and play defense like Arteta has forced both of our number 10s in both Odegaard and Eze to come back and play defense. So then the question there is, do you really think that the club would back a youngster over the manager? I don't think it happens. That's why I wouldn't chance Nico Paz to come to Arsenal.
And you wouldn't even put him in the like give him like that 8 role and then have Rice.
No, he can't play that. He can't play that. He's all offense. He's all
just out and out number 10, second striker maybe.
He's more of a number 10 second striker than he is an 8-10.
Fair, because you're not gonna put him on the bench. Like,
what about Fermin Lopez?
I would entertain Fermin Lopez. Again, it depends on the price, because my worry with him is Barcelona is going to ask for something crazy, and
like £100 million.
Yeah, I don't know if Fermin Lopez is ready to be a £100 million player and do that. That's my personal opinion.
But what would his release clause be?
They got crazy high release clauses on their youngsters. Like, I think, isn't Pedri's release clause like 175 million or some shit like that?
What?
Might be more than that. It might be 200.
Yeah.
At this point,
I think the release clause is like 300.
Fuck.
You're not getting them guys unless they decide to leave. You ain't getting them guys.
There's no way they're leaving. And to be honest, I don't think they should come to the Prem. I really don't.
See, if I was to spend money on midfield, number 10, like I said, I think Eze is a good enough number 10. It's just he's being asked to do too much defending.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem with Eze. Same with Odegaard. I'll be fair. I think it's the same problem with Odegaard. We can say whatever we want. When Odegaard was told to go forward, that 22-23 and 23-24, he was putting numbers up.
Yeah,
It's just we got so defensive afterwards to why I think Odegaard's gone to shit.
He's probably had enough as well, which is why he's being put in the stands. Yeah, because he's like, I'm sick and tired of playing this football. Like, when are we going to start attacking and not making me look like a jackass, like a dick? Do you know?
I hear you. No, I hear you.
You know me, guys. I've been saying Nick in the Living God. Quadra's been saying Oda Clapton. I've kind of adopted that as well. I hear it. But if you put him further forward, not defending, not trying to push up, guys. Let's push up. Let's put pressure on the goalkeeper and the defense. No. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like just attack every effort. Whoever our number 10 is. You know, when Odegaard was playing in the 22-23, he was not only getting numbers, he was performing. You have to hold your hands up, at least in that season, he was performing. Like I said, it might have even been on this channel, Johnny, like on your channel, where I was like, Odegaard's best away performance last time he actually performed in a big game was Tottenham away when we won 2-0 in that season. He scored a banger outside the box. When was the last time he'd done that? The last time he even took a shot that was well worth anything was against PSG that Donnarumma saved. That was slightly outside the box as well. So we know he can do it, but it's just like we don't play like that. We're way too. It's not even defensive. It's like negative because Jose is more pragmatic. Rafa Benitez is pragmatic. Hell, even Aladici, bruv, and what is it, Pulis and that. You know, they're pragmatic.
Pulis.
Yeah, Tapas Pulis, bruv. Yeah, 100%. But it's just like they were never
that
negative. And even when they were, it's because of the lack of...
Big up, man.
Oh, yeah, big up, sorry.
Danny, appreciate you hopping on, bro. You want to shout your... Damn. Okay.
Oh, yeah, you had to go down.
You
guys know this guy, Lamine Camara from Monaco? He's a good youngster as a midfielder. I would entertain him at Arsenal. But again, I'm not paying a crazy release for the youngster.
Here's a wild card. I've got to say this since we're still on the topic of midfielders, right?
Yeah. Tell me.
Either you, Chike, Gianni, would you take Paul Pogba even as like squad depth?
Yes.
Squad depth.
No,
like even on the bench to come on like
yes.
Not even Gianni.
Yes.
Not even with all that quality.
Yes.
Even with the injuries.
Yes.
Not at all. Wow.
Yes.
Not even on the bench.
I'm taking him in a heartbeat.
Nope.
Taking him in a heartbeat.
Not a chance.
Nowhere near the
Taking him in a heartbeat.
Not even in the squad.
Taking him in a heartbeat.
I need to hear this, Johnny. Why?
Yeah, I need to hear
because
this,
we're
Gianni.
not going to allow him the freedom he needs or deserves in order to be the player that he is.
What about if Arteta's no longer here? Even without
Arteta? Here's the problem.
Okay, what's the problem?
Pogba had Vidal, Marquisio, and Pirlo to cover up his work defensively in order for him to do what he's going to do. What manager is going to allow him that freedom?
Anyone that's not Arteta.
No. You're out of you're out of your mind if you think that's going to happen.
What?
The only top level manager that would allow him the freedom in his style of play is Luis Enrique. He's the only one.
What about Don Carlo? I think Don Carlo would like
no, because
seriously, not even Don Carlo.
I don't think Ancelotti would be able to do that because Ancelotti would have to sacrifice. Okay, if you got a 4-4-2, right? If you got a 4-4-2 diamond midfield at Arsenal, you're going to have Rice as the number 6, right?
Right.
Who are you putting aside him in the 8 in order for him to be able to have that freedom along with Eze?
Barella, maybe.
Okay, you have to make that signing in order to do that, right? Now your problem is if Pogba doesn't have a good game and he gets caught out and he's not able to influence the game, you're playing counterattacking football, which Pogba is not good at defending in that.
But he won't have to with Declan Rice.
You still have to if he can't influence the game. Look at how Juventus played when he was good. If he was on his A game and he ran the whole game, it's one thing. When he wasn't, Juve then had to play counterattacking football. And let's also remember, he was dominating Serie A at Serie A's shittiest point. That's the other part of the conversation that people forget about Pogba at Juve. He was at Juve when Juve was 8 miles ahead of the next team in Italy at that point. Paul Pogba playing now in Italy would be a more interesting situation because the levels between the teams have started to come higher up than where it was, where Juve was here and everybody was down here. For me, I think Luis Enrique is the only guy, because if you look at the way he rotates, Vitinha, Fabian Ruiz, and the rest of the midfield, that suits Pogba because now Pogba's not stuck to that number 6 position. The reason why Pogba was so good at France is because you've had one of the best defensive midfielders in the last few years of football, N'Golo Kante, who covers the world with the engine and the lungs that he has.
100%.
That's why Pogba could do that. There's not anybody who could do that.
As well. Yeah, you had Matuidi and
Matuidi was playing left wing and was coming into the middle to aid out defensively for Pogba to go more forward. That's what I'm saying. You're causing a little bit of a dilemma to where he's going to be as far as how he's going to get on and go to play. Now, if this was Pogba leaving Juventus, I may entertain it. But again, the problem is you don't have that other number 8 to properly do it. Because if you had him playing in that midfield with Zubamendi and Rice, I don't trust Zubamendi enough to aid defensively.
Oh yeah, like with Zubamendi in there, yeah. Like my thing, sorry, Chike, my thing is Paul Pogba. In terms of yes, like we know defensively and positionally that ain't his game. But for me personally, like Pogba is generational talent. Like on the ball, technically, he is generational. And yes, you know what happened behind the scenes, like with his brothers, and again, a whole money thing in it. Do you know what I'm saying? Madness and all of that shit. You know, like he went to Monaco recently. Well, he's at Monaco, like not really getting that much game time. But I'm not even saying to start, brother. I'm saying just have him in the squad when the chips are down. Do you know, when you need someone to open up the game, when Ebrieza's like having a stinker for whatever reason in it, with or without Arteta, you put a Pogba in that number 10. We know he can shoot from range. We know he can pick that pass, even though he's a lot slower. He's a lot less mobile than he used to be. I still think he causes damage, even in the Premier League, bruv, because the Premier League defensively ain't it, bruv. And like you said as well, Gianni, the Serie A, that would be interesting. You know, I think when it comes to La Liga, that's a bit tricky because
that's where he should have went instead of the Premier League. He should have went to Barcelona or Real Madrid rather than Man U.
To this day. No, but look, Johnny, I understand it. I hear it. The whole Juve thing, obviously with Pirlo, Marquisio, and Arturo Vidal. I agree with you. But when players are that good, it's like the whole Neymar thing, isn't it? Neymar, like if Neymar was going to leave Barca, in it, you know, to get out of the shadow of Messi, like PSG at that time was not the club that you should have gone to, bro.
No.
You either go to a top Premier League team or maybe even like Serie A, like maybe Juve, like do what Cristiano ended up doing, but do it better. Something of that ilk. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so you can still test yourself, but you're that generational, you're that good where you can still affect games and test yourself against better defenders or just different defenders. Do you know what I'm saying? Whereas in France, it was just too easy. That's why they didn't win the Champions League. They had Leo Messi with Mbappe as well. And they didn't win the Champions League. Do you know?
Nasty.
I just think with Pogba, before he retires, and you can put that age thing, that's fair enough. Because he's what, like 34, 35 now?
33, I think.
33, yeah. I hear it. But for me, I would still have him at Arsenal on the bench. Like, just pure impact, in it. You know, affect games. In the Champions League, bruv. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he doesn't have experience. He's a World Cup winner. You know, like he played in the
Champions League finalist.
Well. And in Man United, second time round, he wasn't utilised. Ollie thought he was like the reincarnation of Patrick Vieira. He was never that player, bro.
Yeah, no. I hear that.
He was a fucking douchebag for doing that shit. Fucking McMayo, bro. McTominay. I know McTominay's doing well for Napoli in that, but even then, McTominay weren't a pivot midfielder. He weren't a 6. He wasn't even really an 8. Like McTominay is basically second striker, which is what you guys have got the best out of him. Do you know what I'm saying? Pogba, in his right position with the freedom, and to be honest, I hear the Don Carlo like maybe he wouldn't, but bearing in mind Jude Bellingham, bruv, he gave Jude Bellingham that fucking freedom. He made sure that, you know, Valverde, Camavinga, and all that, Toni Kroos at the top, Modric, they gave Jude Bellingham the security, and Jude Bellingham he's not even fit to wash his boots, bruv. Let's be real. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying?
He's the most overrated footballer
would make an exception for a Pogba of that quality, but I think it's more of a time issue, bruv, and maybe an age issue as well. Like wrong time, you know, like he's going towards mid-30s now, and it's a shame, bruv, because I would love him. I always wanted him at Arsenal, bruv. I'm not going to lie.
Manchester
After
City.
Juve, if Wenger and the board were moving like dickheads, bruv, like crackheads, yeah, doing this whole like English cartel bullshit, right? I would have been like, and if we kept David Dean as well,
yes,
I would have been like, Arsenal, get Paul Pogba, French connection. Do you know what I'm saying? Stick him in at number 10. We got Santi Cazorla. You know, we got this is after Diaby, but Diaby weren't really a DM like that anyway. But like we got who was our DM? Like, was it Coquelin? Was decent?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Francis Coquelin.
Yeah. He was all right. Do you know what I'm saying? But even then, bruv, you could have Santi Cazorla in there. Even Aaron Ramsey, bruv, Jack Wilshere in that pivot and put Pogba in the 10. We keep the ball for days, bruv. And this is end of era Wenger, bruv. We should have got Pogba. We should have got Griezmann, Antoine Griezmann, bruv. It would have worked. But again, like, we didn't capitalise. And now Paul Pogba's at Monaco getting the tax-free money, hardly playing. Yes, he's had his injuries, but look, maybe it's just me, guys, but it's
no, I mean, I hear it.
It's fucking sad. Do you know what I'm saying?
Very sad.
Like to see him at Juve, and I hear what you're saying, Johnny, about like the lowest point of Serie A. I agree with you. But even with all of that protection and the right players around him, and we all players kind of need that, you know, you need that balance to a degree. But when you're generational, bro, you got to build the team around them. We didn't do that with Ozil well enough. That was my biggest issue with Arsene Wenger. It wasn't so. The reason why I got frustrated with Ozil is because we didn't build the team around him properly.
I hear that, but see, my thing with Ozil is, I think the difference with Ozil and Pogba is, somebody put it in the chat. Pogba's problem was one here. Tone said it. He had a bad entourage around him to start, first and foremost, especially when he left. Especially when he left Juventus. My thing is with Ozil is, I think Ozil got the game passed him by. I think Ozil and James Rodriguez are the two number 10s that had fantastic capabilities. It was what people wanted out of a number 10 position changed. Because if you look at James, the way Ancelotti was utilizing him at Everton is probably the best way to utilize him. Have him as a right wing, and then he's more central to be the creative player off the right-hand side, or allow him to go forward with the ball. Because he did do, I don't care what anybody says about James. James' first 2 years at Madrid, he was lights out. He was unbelievable. And he was good at Bayern Munich. He was class at Bayern Munich. The problem was James Rodriguez got the game passed by him, especially because that fucking bum idiot Rafa Benitez said that Andros Townsend was a better fucking player than James Rodriguez to fit his system. I mean, that goes to show you where Rafa Benitez was at the tail end of his career. I just think the game passed him by. You know what, RSV? I don't think Zidane ruined him. I think it was the fact of the game kind of passed him by for what players wanted, for what managers wanted players to be. Because I'll be honest with you, I've said this multiple times. Had Napoli backed Ancelotti when he was there the second season, he was supposed to be the number 10 for Napoli, and he was supposed to have Berardi on the right, Insigne on the left, and Osimhen as the striker. James Rodriguez is balling out, passing the ball to them boys on that team. And the game doesn't pass him by in that way. I just think that because of the way the number 10 position has kind of been erased from football now, I think that's the reason why James Rodriguez is where his career went the way that it went. Because you could see right now, the reason why everybody's talking about Nico Paz is because Nico Paz is a breath of fresh air to see the old number 10 again. That's the reason why I think Ozil and Rodriguez is more of a situation where how the game has evolved now has passed him by. Because I'm sorry, skill level, James Rodriguez is better than 98.5% of these fucking midfielders out here. Way better than. Listen, if James Rodriguez is at the peak of his power, he walks into Arsenal right now.
Walks in the city.
Odegaard and Eze can't tie that boy's shoes.
Yeah, Ezra's on the bench, bro. Ezra, like I saw a comment.
Like you just said, he walks in the cities.
1000%.
And James with that front line.
Oh God,
you guys would be shredding shit. You guys would be shredding shit.
In the league. Are you?
Haaland would have got 80 goals, bro. Like in all comps, if like James was like in the number 10, bro, instead of fucking whoever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like just very quickly, Black Crow, yeah. Like I don't think the game has passed Ebery Eze by in that particular case. I think it's more of a case of the manager. Yeah, exactly. The manager. It's a manager issue, not a player or player style issue. With James and Ozil, I agree. But I still say that if Wenger built the team around Mesut Ozil, which is what he should have done, Alexis Sanchez he thought was enough. It wasn't.
No.
Even with the limitations financially, which I don't personally fully believe. Do you know what I'm saying? Because the whole stadium, we were like the Champions League, like money, we were paying that shit off.
David, have you watched that David Dean interview?
And I need to see it.
A good chunk of it. I've seen.
I think that was more. I think there was more to that than what meets the eye about the money problems. Because the way he was saying it and how he was describing what was going on, it did sound like there was a lot of money being dried up, and it wasn't really there at the club, which could be to that. But I agree with you. Ozil, if you're going to go and spend that much money on Ozil and what he did at Real Madrid, for you not to put any type of players around him to make him your main man was a problem.
Yeah, Sancho Cazorla and Alexis Sanchez was not enough. As much as I rate them highly,
they would have been enough if there was a striker to link up. If Ozil was in the middle, Cazorla on the right, Sanchez on the left, and hell, had Wenger not had the hard on for fucking Podolski to be a left winger, Podolski is a striker with them guys. You would have had some
miles better. Podolski centrally, miles better. What was it? We bought Lacazette at the very least a year too late. Yeah. We got him the season after Leicester won it. If we had him in that season, I'm not saying we should have sold Giroud. All I'm saying is it's a different type of striker. It's a different option. Ozil can make them passes that he was making to Giroud, and he would have finished most of them. Whereas when like Theo Walcott came off the bench, especially during that season, we were spamming the balls into Theo Walcott, and I'm just like, why? You should be doing that for Giroud, bro. Walcott ain't a striker, number one. But
they put the ball out in open play for Giroud to try to run onto the ball when you got Walcott to do that, and then they're calling the ball into Walcott when you got Giroud to do that.
It was madness. And you're seeing it now, right, where with Gyökeres, right, we bought Gyökeres for banging in goals. That's it. He's not techie, nowhere near. He's not going to link play. He's not even like a Luca Toni, for example, like target man. Do you know what I'm saying? Good with the ball to feet, but he does the aerial duties. He's strong. He's tall. And he can put the ball in the back of the net. Obviously, World Cup winner in that. Got his move to Bayern. Like he's not that type of striker. He is that off the shoulder. And to be fair, his hold up play has got better. His hold up play has got a bit better, but at the same time, we still don't play to his strengths. Like, how many times has Ebery Eze and even Nick in the living guard, bro, played the ball over for him to run onto it? And when they do play that ball, it's always over here. Why is it always over here when they play that ball over the top? It's a piss take, bro. But again, this manager is instructing these motherfuckers to play this way.
Yep.
You know, playing Martinelli on the left. Why? He's a striker. Trossard out on the left as a touchline wingers. Why? He's a second striker at number 10. Jesus up front. The same shit that Wenger was doing with fucking Walcott. Arsene Wenger was doing the same shit with Walcott. Yep. Jesus should be out on the left or even on the right, but more so on the left for me. Bukayo Saka. If you're going to give him the freedom, give him the fucking freedom on the ball, but not as a touchline fucking winger. When he was out on the right, having a bit more freedom going forward, he got the numbers. He was less predictable. But
I don't agree with this. I don't think Drogba was overrated in ability. I think Drogba was very, very good, very good striker. if
And
I'm
look,
being-
he had skills. Like I've seen a few clips of him
Yeah.
like doing training, bruv. He can do that same flick
Yeah.
that what is it, Oba did. Do you know what I'm saying? Like where he just kind of rolls it onto
And
his
not
foot,
only that,
laces and then bounces up over his head.
that
Like,
season that Ancelotti was there the first year, that 2009, 2010, you couldn't stop Drogba. That was the whole reason why.
that was his best goal scoring season, bruv. as
Yeah,
well.
and they won the double that year in Ancelotti.
unbelievable.
And wasn't it the first? That was the first team to score 100 goals in the
In the
Premier
Premier League?
Taken. Yeah,
Probably, yeah.
I think it was.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Because remember, Drogba had some insane amount of goals. Lampard had some stupid amount of fucking goals.
Anelka was there at the time.
Anelka was
Oh, yeah,
there.
Anelka was there.
So was Kalou. So
Yeah.
Solomon Kalou was still there. Joe Cole was still there.
Mhm.
That was when they also had who was the French winger?
Malouda.
Malouda was there picking
Malouda.
passes left, right,
Yeah,
and
he was
center.
brilliant for them. Yeah, he was brilliant
Damn.
for them. Man. Like,
No, that TK, if you've never seen that fucking the highlights of that team, go look at that. That Chelsea 2009-2010 team gets disrespected because that Ancelotti had them boys balling out. And the following year, they only lost the league by a point to Manchester United. He almost went back with that.
And they
Chelsea.
sacked him, bro.
And they sacked
Came
him,
back in
yeah.
the following year on his third year. Yeah. No, go back and watch. City wasn't the first team to score 100. Go back and watch that offense from Chelsea. That team was fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, even the
Correct me if
04,
I'm wrong,
05 Chelsea.
wasn't it when they still had it was 10 points RSV. I didn't realize it was 10 points. Are you sure about that? Because I thought it was closer than that. If I'm wrong, I'll hold my hands up.
And look, they were still class in it. Like even like I was saying, even the 04, 05, like ultra defensive part of the bus. Chelsea, like Mourinho, first time round, I think they scored like what 95 goals.
It was 9 points. They
Oh, no,
lost the
sorry,
league
it was
by
9
9
points.
9 points.
So they still scored a lot of goals, innit?
Yeah, they scored 71 goals.
Okay, they
mad.
beat Man United by 2 points in 09. They lost by 9 points, 2010, 2011.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Fair.
Yeah, they scored 72 goals in 04, 05, but that was because they were just blitzing teams with their counterattack. That's one of the best counterattacking teams in football history was that 04 Chelsea team.
Yeah, Damien Duff, Iron Robin, Frank Lampard getting the goals. Drogba was even doing this.
What?
Madness.
And correct me if I'm wrong, with Ancelotti, wasn't that also when they had Deco?
Yeah,
They
I
signed
think
Deco
Deco
from
was still there.
Barcelona?
Yeah, he was there for. I think that might have been his final season as well before he went back to Brazil.
Wow.
Yeah.
Or when he went to Brazil, to Fluminense.
And they still, Chelsea scored 103 goals and gave up 32 goals. They had a 71 goal differential.
Yeah, Man United scored 86 and gave up 28. I think that was the least. That's the least amount of goals a team gave up that year. They conceded the least amount of goals that year.
Yeah.
And
Jesus.
top gooners were saying that, we're going to beat Chelsea's defensive record. We're
Yeah,
already on what 23 goals conceded,
Jesus.
22, 23 goals. The season ain't even done yet. We're going to concede 30 goals minimum. Minimum, we're going to concede 30 goals, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's double what that Chelsea team. Come on, man. It's just it's not the same.
No,
It's nowhere near the same, bro. My lord.
It's not. It's not. And it's yeah. For because I'm gonna get ready to wrap here in a few minutes.
Yeah, can I just say one thing real quick?
Go ahead, Chica.
If Paul Pogba was
who would be, because I didn't get to you. Who would be your dream signing for the midfield, and who is your realistic signing in the midfield for City?
my dream signing for midfield.
You could even
is
say two realistic because you need two new midfielders.
Yeah,
man.
we need so many. It's not even funny. So can I give two dream ones?
Sure.
Or okay, my two dream ones are going to be Pedri and Gavi. And oh my god, that was disgusting.
Really, you would take a risk on Gavi?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I need bowlers, man. I'm tired of seeing this haram.
You wouldn't take a
bullshit.
chance. You wouldn't have a dream signing as Valverde.
No, I'm also I also am low key. I also like Barca. Like I'm low key kind of a Barca fan. So I
thought you'd have gone for Frankie De Jong instead of Gavi, to be honest.
Yeah, same thing. Gavi's fitness has been a problem. That's why
I understand, but again, that's down to Barcelona playing them. And I think I was talking to my brother about this. Didn't he play like 70 games in a row, if I'm not mistaken. Gavi and
Are
Pedri.
you talking about the year that Xavi was the coach?
I might have been, because
He
I know
played
he played
a
like
shit
some
ton of
insane
football.
amount of games.
Yeah, he played a shit ton of football, and he played as a wing. He was like an inverted winger for Xavi Hernandez's team when they won. Because Gavi, Pedri, I'm trying to remember if it was Pedri and De Jong in the middle, and then he had Gavi like out left. Because that was, if you remember, Rafinha hadn't established himself as a left winger, and Ferran Torres. That was like that weird team where it was like Ferran Torres, Rafinha, and I think Adam Traore was on that team too. On that weird Barcelona team. That Barcelona team had some weird fucking players.
Martin Braithwaite.
Braithwaite was on that team. Yeah.
Serginho, do you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You know all about Serginho Dest, bro.
He's shit.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
so
like
bad.
That fucking like unveiling, bruv. Like him, Braithwaite got the number 9, bruv. I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, who was the big Dutch guy? The big Dutch guy from Sevilla was there too.
Luke de Jong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had scrubs during that era. That COVID era Barca was haram.
That's an era I want back. But yeah, those are my two, and then my two realistic ones are going to be Adam Wharton and Morgan Gibbs-White. Because City need all the help we can get. Because Jesus, my team is dying before my very eyes.
So let me ask you something.
Sure.
What would you do with Rodri? Because I'll be honest with you, if Rodri stinks out the joint and you don't walk away with the trophy this year, I think Rodri may have to be considered for sale. And it's an uncomfortable conversation for City fans to have. And listen, I'm not saying you promote Nico Gonzalez to be the new starting 6, because I don't think Gonzalez is ready to do that, nor do I think he can. I think Gonzalez is a better defensive midfielder in a 2-man pivot. But my thing with Rodri is this. He has started to get form, and then he has a shit game where you realize the injuries have taken a toll on him. Like, he had a couple games where he was looking good, but then Real Madrid happens. And it's like, brother, you just had a kid from Real Madrid run around you and show you that the ball was round and not square. And that's where I'm getting a little suspect on Rodri right now. I'm not trying to take away from what he's done.
No. I completely understand.
But I always say this: the name on the front of the jersey is more important than the name on the back, and it's a tough thing not only for fans but also for managers. Sometimes you have to be a good manager and good football knowledge to realize that somebody's starting to go downhill. And I'm not quite sure if Rodri can be at the top of his game for another season after what's been demanded of him this season after the injury. I just think that I could see Wharton and Gonzalez being a double pivot, and then maybe Morgan Gibbs-White as a number 10 rotation with Cherokee.
Yeah. I would love to. That actually would be the best option.
Chica, just very, very, very quickly. Yeah, do you know the issue with Rodri that I have?
What's that?
The thing is with Rodri, when you even before he was at your club, when he was at Letty, the closest thing to Rodri we've seen that can play in that number 6, and I'm talking one of the greats here, is Sergio Busquets. He was your Sergio Busquets in terms of he's the only one primetime Rodri without the injuries that can play that exact role. Defense, look after the ball, keep it. Sergio Busquets, and I know you love Barca, Chico. Look,
I love Barcelona.
Sergio Busquets, I couldn't stand that motherfucker.
Oh, I couldn't.
Because he wasn't on our team.
Yeah,
if he was on our team,
all the antics as well. I'm not saying it's Neymar antics, but it's like, the whole, the shithousery and all that. But on the ball, you could not get the ball off him. And Sergio Busquets was not quick. He was not strong. He wasn't that mobile. Do you know what I'm saying? He wasn't athletic.
Absolutely.
He had all the tech in the world, and you could not get the ball off him. 09 to even 15, but especially 09 to 11, primetime Busquets. One of the best midfielders, not just of that era. but of all time, mad underrated.
Easily.
Mad
Easily.
underrated. And that's what you got in terms of like regenerated form. Do you know what I'm saying? But with
I
the
agree.
injuries and the fact that you still heavily rely on him, I understand it. But it's not so much that the game has passed Rodri by. I just think, or even your team by. I just think it's a case of you have to find another way and accept that Rodri just ain't. Hey, look, maybe 60th, 70th minute, you never know. But the thing is, Rodri, I think it's very sad because as much as I hate seeing you guys win league after league and the treble and all of that, Rodri, and he scored the winner in that final as well. Rodri is a game changer. Not only with his attributes, playing the number 6 outside of obviously Busquets being the GOAT of that position and one of the GOATs of the game, but what he also brings the best out of everyone else. He allows, was it the Jack Grealishes,
he allowed the Grealishes, the KDBs, the Gundogan's, the Silvas.
He allows all them 4 players to do their thing, bro. And then when you brought in Haaland, Aguero before that, you know what I'm saying? You got Marmoush now. Like, he brings out the very, very best with the players in front of him. And he even gives a tiny bit of security. Well, tiny now. Do you know what I'm saying? Back. Like, without Rodri, you concede more goals, bro.
I know.
Without Rodri, they don't win 4 in a row.
Exactly. Like, he's so important. But sorry, Chico, I know I've gone on.
No, that's fine. No, I was just gonna say, yeah. I mean, you literally took the words out of my mouth. Honestly, no, don't even worry about it. To be honest, if the price was right and we were gonna get like 50 M's for him, I would consider selling him. I would sell him. I really would, because that 50 M's could get us, an Adam Wharton, or maybe we could get 25 mil for Adam Wharton or Morgan Gibbs-White, even though I don't think that's possible. But if the price is right,
you may if Forrest go down. If Forrest goes down, you may be able to raid Elliot Anderson and Morgan Gibbs-White for a much cheaper option than what it's going to be because of the what's it called? The fucking
PSR.
No, the money, the blanket, the parachute package that they get when they go.
The parachute package if they get relegated. Yeah, you're right.
Blackrow, I think Rodri would be a fantastic signing for Madrid.
Fantastic at Madrid.
Going to La Liga, he might get a couple more years out of his legs.
I agree.
Especially with that team. I mean, fuck, that'd be scary if you put Chouameni next to Rodri and
Camavinga next to Rodri, bro. Yeah. That is Ardagula at 10, brother. They might as well sell Bellingham. If they're bringing in Rodri, they need to sell Bellingham's ass real quick, bro.
Bellingham's got to go.
I think Bellingham is overrated as fucking piss.
Oh, he's dog shit.
Jude Bellingham shows why Carlo Ancelotti is one of the best managers of all time. Because this motherfucker lost Benzema. A lot of people forget Benzema wasn't supposed to leave that year. They had agreed for him to stay for one more year, and he ended up jumping early to go after the money with Saudi, which I can't blame Benzema. So him to figure that out for Jude Bellingham, to scam their way to a double, winning La Liga and the Champions League, shows the greatness of fucking Ancelotti, because that first half, Jude Bellingham was unplayable. The guy is a shit first touch. He's not a good number 10, but that first half of the season with Real Madrid, he was unplayable. Scoring winners in the fucking El
Clasico.
In the Clasico, scoring winners from all different types of shit. Man, Jude, exactly. Black Crow facts. Jude Bellingham does need to thank
Ancelotti for his. He needs to thank Papa Ancelotti. No way.
That guy, bruv. I'm English, bruv. Yeah, I've seen him play for England as well as like Real Madrid, a bit for Dortmund as well. That guy is probably the most overrated footballer I've ever seen. More than Nick and Livingard, more than Bruno Fernandes. You know my thoughts on them two, innit? And I'm sure there's others. Well, Jude Bellingham is the most overrated, even before Real Madrid.
I don't agree. I think
I completely disagree. Nowhere. We're not going.
I think the only reason why we're comparing is because Cole Palmer. I think Cole Palmer's been out of form for going on 2 years. I think that first half of the season with Chelsea was awesome, and then he's been sus. I hear Palmer's been a one-season wonder. I also think it's because he's playing in the wrong position. I think Palmer is much better as a winger than a number 10. My personal
completely agree.
Not an out and out. I'd say like more giving the freedom to drift out.
Like a James.
Yeah, like
James.
He's similar to like James. He starts wide but comes into the middle to help dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah.
Look at the goal he scored against Spain in the Euros.
Yeah, he was box crashing, nearly got a Ballon d'Or out of scamming that first half. You ain't lying.
100%. Don Carlito, bruv, is a G. This is why he is the greatest manager of all time for me, even better than Fergie. I know that might sound controversial, but if you're going to make that scrub into a world beater, even for half a year, never mind like make him out like he's the like Ballon d'Or contender, top 10. Fucking hell, bruv. You've got to be the greatest manager of all time, yeah, to make that fucking bum, yeah, that fucking bum. Well, forget about it, bruv. Like, if I was in his position, I would not be moving like that at all. That's all I'm saying.
No,
that guy don't have it, bruv.
No,
none of the England players rate him. Even the England scrubs in the squad, they're tired of him. They're already clocked out. They're done with his ass. You know, Cole Palmer don't rate him. Saka don't rate him. Do you know what I'm saying? The whole lot of them. And I'm talking about England, bro.
If I was the manager of England,
Thomas
again,
Tuchel.
I would go with the 4-2-3-1. My number 10, this may be controversial, but I don't give a fuck. My number 10 is Rodgers.
Yeah.
My number 10 is Rodgers.
I'm
putting Rodgers at the 10, Palmer at the right, and Saka in the left wing. Foden's holding bench because Foden's been shit Foden's been shit for a while too. So he does. Foden's not a necessarily guaranteed starter either. I'd rather see Jude Bellingham paired up with Rice as a number 8 position and come into the box late like he did at Dortmund, where he made his bones at Dortmund doing that. He's not an out and out number 10. Everybody thinks you can recreate what Ancelotti did. No.
No way.
Thomas Tuchel ain't on that type of time, but neither was fucking
we've got too many good midfielders that Jude Bellingham don't even make the squad.
No,
like even the bench. We've got Wharton. We've got
RSV,
Elliott.
you say that, but he's missing everybody else that allows Rodgers to do what he needs to do. Tielemans, Onana, Kamara, McGinn have all been in and out of injuries this year, which has allowed Rodgers to do what he needs to do. Because before all them injuries came up, he was on straight smoke with everybody.
Absolutely sourcing, bro.
Liam, I actually agree with this. I would call Dowman up to the main team for England if I'm being honest.
He plays over Saka for me. Left, right, in the middle. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because for me with Saka, like Saka ain't been performing. Yes, he'll make the squad, but do you know what I'm saying? But I hear the Phil for me, yeah. You guys know this. Phil Foden is a technically better footballer than Bukayo Saka. But even with that, if you ain't performing, you ain't on the squad or you don't make the team. Either way, Jude Bellingham should be nowhere near this England team. Foden can hold bench, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? Reassess your fucking career. Best believe that. Do you know what I'm saying? Because we've got players of serious quality and we've actually got a competent manager. We don't have Scrubgate no more. Do you know what I'm saying? That will play Saka to death. That will play Declan Rice to death. Other players, do you know what I'm saying? Not play Ivan Toney enough. Even Ollie Watkins, when he was on form, he wasn't playing him enough. Yes, we got Harry Kane, I hear it. But we even had options where we could play 2 up front.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't do it, bruv. The one time where I'm just like...
Kane and Ivan Toney right now would be fucking smoking shit.
Oh my God.
Kane and Ivan Toney right now would be fucking smoking shit.
That is our only chance of even getting near a World Cup final. I don't think England will win it, regardless. I don't think we'll win it. But if we want a chance, considering our record in the Euros, 2 finals back-to-back, didn't win it. We should have beaten you guys, Johnny. I'm sorry, but again, 1-0 up.
They got smoked after that. After England scored, they got smoked.
Yeah, but again, the manager, bro.
See, it's the manager, but here's my thing with that game. if England doesn't play defensive and you play with a back line of 4, I think Italy crucifies you guys. I think we would have crucified you guys. Because I'm sorry. Who was your back line? Who was your 3-man back line that you had? It was Maguire.
It was Harry Maguire.
Was it Stones?
I think it was Stones.
I think it was Stones.
Carl Walker and Luke Shaw, because Luke Shaw scored.
Oh yeah.
Right, but you had a back line of 5. Luke Shaw and Walker were the wing backs. I'm trying to remember who the 3 in the middle were.
No, it wasn't Mark Guay. No.
He was too young.
Yeah. Who else?
It was.
I should know this as well.
It was Kieran. It was Maguire, Stones, and Walker, and then Trippier and Shaw were wing backs.
Yeah, no, Walker was playing the right centre back in the back.
Right centre back.
And then Trippier was playing wing. Yeah. You're right, playing wing back. And then we had we had Foden, we had Saka. Kane was up front.
Yep.
Who was in the midfield? I think was it Jordan Henderson?
Yes,
Jordan Henderson, Calvin Phillips.
Calvin Phillips. I think Declan Rice might have been in there as well.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
So, mate, I'm not saying that Italian team of the Euros was your last good team. Do you know what I'm saying? And you were playing some quality football.
I think the team we have now is better than that team.
Even better.
Yeah.
I went through. Shout out to Sam Madrista. We were talking about this when we were talking about Italy qualifying. If you take the politics out and you put the best team forward for Italy, you could go 4-2-3-1 or 4-3-3. Your back line is going to be Bastoni, Mancini. Right back is going to be Di Lorenzo. And your left back is going to be fucking DeMarco. Yep. So if you line up the same way and you look at the way Mancini played, you play with a back line of 3. DeMarco swings in and Di Lorenzo swings in and DeMarco goes forward, which, by the way, DeMarco's got 20 goal contributions for Inter. He's got 6 goals and 14 assists this year for Inter Milan. Your midfield, you can take your pick. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with Tonali. He may get suspended because of the whole gambling thing. But if you don't suspend him, you have Tonali, Locatelli, Fratesi, Barella. Who's that other motherfucker that we got? The guy from Rome, Lorenzo Pellegrini.
Oh yeah, Pellegrini.
Pellegrini.
You have that 5 to choose from for your middle 3, and then on the wings, left wing is going to be Zaccagni from Lazio, and at right wing is going to be Berardi. You still have Orsolini off the bench, the captain of Bologna that got them to win the fucking Coppa Italia, and then you have Retegui as the striker. I'm sorry. Outside of fucking France and Spain and maybe England, and Portugal, there ain't that many teams better than this fucking Italy team if you take the politics out of it.
Would you bring Scamacca in the squad, on the bench? Would you have him?
Okay, you would bring Scamacca.
Scamacca would be on the bench for Retegui.
Yeah. I thought you.
Scamacca would be on the bench for Retegui, and I would have Raspadori as either a backup number 10 or a backup left wing. But again, just holding it to the starting 11, outside of Portugal, outside of Spain, outside of France, maybe England,
Germany,
and hell,
Germany.
I think we beat Germany. I think we
we smoked Germany.
Germany. The key to Germany is going to be the health of Jamal Musiala. That's the key to Germany.
Then Carl has to make the squad.
Carl will make the squad, but here's the thing: are you going to get what you think you're going to get out of Wirtz because of what's happened at Liverpool?
Probably not.
Wirtz and I rate him highly, but yeah,
I like Wirtz.
And I don't trust Nagelsmann as a coach, if I'm being quite honest.
As a coach,
That's why I'm saying, for me, Italy has a damn good fucking team. Are the politics going to kick in? Because if Gattuso's going to come in here and be a fucking dumbass and choose Politano over fucking Berardi or Orsolini, we might as well not qualify. You know what I mean? If we're going to start picking random dipshits that are okay for a couple months to come onto the national team, there ain't no fucking reason for us to be playing then at this point. You're asking for us to get knocked out again. I mean, Mancini, Bastoni, you still got Buongiorno, you still have Casale, you have multiple center backs that you could choose from, and you still got Gigi Donnarumma as the goalkeeper. And even if, let's say, Donnarumma got hurt, you still got Carnesecchi from Atalanta, who's a badass goalkeeper. It's not like we're lacking. We have enough players to be good. It's, are the politics going to kick in again? Because if the politics kick in, and here, even the guy who's been good for Fiorentina, we still got Moise Kean.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Moise
Yeah,
Kean.
I was talking about it.
Amazing.
Yeah, he's still playing in that. Yeah, because like there's no more Balotelli. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that. Like how old is he now? Like
33 or 34.
he's 34, and is he still playing? Period.
I think he's either in Turkey or he's in Switzerland.
Oh right, okay, yeah. It's a shame, man, because that guy, bro, he was part of that Inter team, like, and yeah, like
Mario Balotelli is part of the reason why we never won a major trophy again up until the 2021 team.
Jesus.
Mario, if you look at Mario Balotelli with some of the players that we had in some of these other teams, we should have did better.
much better.
100%.
Because you had like Marchisio still, you still had Chiellini, Bonucci. I think Pirlo played up until, what was it, the World Cup 2014, I believe. I think that was his last major tournament.
Either that or the Euros of 2016.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. But then Verratti as well.
You still had Verratti. They're talking about bringing Verratti back to the national team. I go, are you fucking nuts?
Where does he even play, bro? Like, what team? Like, I haven't seen that guy.
I think he's in the Saudi league.
But well, yeah, there you go, innit? Like, you know, and we were thinking of bringing Jordan Henderson back, like when he was at Saudi. Obviously, now he's
Marco Verratti.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah, what are we doing here?
Italy, it's going to come down to if the politics kick in or not. If the politics don't kick in and we take the right team, we should be dog walking Northern Ireland, and we should be dog walking fucking Wales or Bosnia. I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about them other teams like that. If you go with the right team, you beat both of them fucking teams.
Yeah, because Wales don't have Bale no more. Like he
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
No Aaron Ramsey as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
no Joe Allen, no Ashley Williams,
no Hal Robson-Kanu because he was
exactly.
Yeah. None of this generational talent.
Bosnia doesn't have Pjanic, Dzeko, or any of those killers. Northern Ireland, I don't even remember anybody from Northern Ireland outside of
Stephen Davis in the midfield. That's the one that I could think of. And Johnny Evans at the back. Stephen Davis. That's about it.
We should be walking both of them. All four of them teams. We should be smoking. But again, Italy's going to fuck around and find out and allow politics into it, because I know for a fact Gattuso's going to pick Politano, because Politano's best individual season was under Gattuso when we missed Champions League. Why he has this fetish for this asshole, I don't know. and then there's going to become questions about different fucking spots. Bro, it's absolutely mind-blowing to me that we're still in this situation, because even as shit as everybody says Italy is, and rightfully so, we still have a good starting 11. We still have a decent starting 11. I'm sorry. We're beating majority teams if you play the proper fucking 11 out there. I don't know. I don't get it. Again, Lorenzo Pellegrini at Rome. If you miss and match, let's say you want to put Barella at the 6 and you got Pellegrini and Locatelli in the midfield. That's still a fucking good midfield.
I think it's better than our midfield. Like them three alone. Even with the Whartons, Elliot Andersons, like even with Ebery Eze, Gibbs White, Rogers, they're all good players, but it's just
and then look at Spalletti. Spalletti wanted to play that stupid fucking 3-3-1, whatever the fuck nonsense he tried playing. Like, dude, what are you doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? It's not like we don't have good players. We got good fucking players.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely mind-blowing to me. Real quick before we wrap up, what are your predictions? Obviously, I'm going to say it's going to be a dicey 2-1 for Arsenal over Leverkusen. I think because of the fact that the onus is on us to go forward, I'm a little bit nervous of Leverkusen counterattacking. and I'll be honest with you, I would be shocked if it's not a 3-1 or 2-0 or 4-2 Real Madrid Manchester City game. I'm being so real, dude. I think
I'll be shocked if it's not 3-0.
that's okay. Do you, from everything that we've seen, obviously, I said this very early on in the stream. I think the reason why the Premier League is getting a realization in Champions League is because this bullshit on corner kicks is not being allowed. And I think, and I'm not somebody who believes in coincidences like that. I think the fact that they have stopped this nonsense has exposed the Premier League sides. I think Arsenal's going through, and I have a gut feeling just because it's at Anfield that Liverpool's going through. Do you guys think any of the other Premier League teams make a comeback? I'm sure you guys say no. And do you think that maybe Liverpool or Arsenal get knocked out?
You want to go first, Nat?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I'll start with Arsenal because it's the
real
easy.
Quick. Liam, if this is what happens, if we go to penalties against fucking Leverkusen, I'm gonna tell you this right now. We might get smoked in that League Cup final because everybody will be running to the ground for playing that many minutes.
No extra time. No extra time, Liam. For me, I reckon Arteta will do something similar to what he did against Everton. Like, we'll play better, but it won't be that much better. I think it will be 2-0, but it will be a very stinky 2-0. Do you know what I'm saying? We're not going to batter them, but the fact that we're at home, and from what I've seen, very little that I've seen, Leverkusen, they don't have what they have at home away. Do you know what I'm saying? I know it sounds kind of cliche and obvious, but you know, after that Everton game with Max Dowman, we'll be buzzing. Our fans will be up for that game. The players will be up for that game more so. And them Arsenal players won't want to take it to extra time. They'd rather lose that game than take it to extra time. And I hear it, at least for this season. As much as I want to win the Champions League, you know this, Gianni, but I'm not sacrificing that League Cup just to get to the quarterfinals. And then we get battered by Bodo Glimt because Haug is 10 times better than Nick in a Living God. Do you know what I'm saying? And Nick in a Living God 4K in Bodo Arctic Circle settings. When it comes to Liverpool, with the way that they performed against Tottenham, fuck them, by the way, royally.
Yeah.
Fuck them. Yeah. I think Galatasaray will have enough. 1-0 or even a 2-1. Yeah, no, do you know what? I'm going to say 2-1. Galatasaray go through. 2. I think Liverpool will score, but I don't trust their defense. I don't trust them. You had the worst Spurs side ever, and you couldn't beat their ass. You couldn't whoop their asses, bro. You had 4 or 5 chances in that game. All you had to do, West Ham did their job. They drew against your lot, innit, Chike, yeah?
Yeah.
Boris got a point against, was it Fulham at home? Yeah? They done their job, innit? All Liverpool had to do was fucking beat the worst Tottenham manager I've ever seen and the worst Tottenham team I've ever. They couldn't fucking do it, bro. And we lost to these cunts. Come on, man. I don't mean to get irate, Johnny, but like, I'm sorry. Like, we know Spurs ain't going through.
Nope.
Chelsea ain't going through.
Nope.
And I have to be real, City ain't going through.
No.
Like,
why did you keep saying 3-0?
The game, but even then, it will probably be like a 2-1, maybe. Do you know what I'm saying?
What did I say? What did I say to you when we last did the show? I said, bet the house that City's going out to Real Madrid. Everyone, City's got a chance. But brother, I said, bet the house they're losing to Real.
Bet the house, you will be homeless.
Ain't no way.
You will be homeless.
Bet the car, the lot, mate. Do you know?
Yeah, bet the car, lose your car.
And we said the same thing about Chelsea. We said the same thing. People were saying, "Oh, Chelsea, no way."
And I was watching it at Chelsea pub as well, like, because I went straight just before I let Chico go. Yeah,
no problem.
I was in a pub down the road from where I live. Yeah, where I live is mainly Chelsea.
Oh,
there's the odd Man United fan, Liverpool fan, obviously a few Arsenal fans, including myself, but it's mainly Chelsea, bro. They saw me losing my shit when we were playing Leverkusen. They enjoyed that, but then I got to see them get spanked by PSG with Stephen Bartlett, aka Diary of a CEO Merchant. You looked it up, Johnny. You looked it up. See, Chico, you already know, innit? like Matisse FC, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? You've got problems, blue co or not. You've got problems. So yeah, Stephen Bartlett's going to knock you out of the last 16, bruv. And it's not the first time that's happened, but this is a worse Chelsea team.
Yep.
And it's not even a better PSG team, because the PSG team that knocked out Chelsea, like, what was it, around 10 years ago? They had Zlatan, they had Verratti, they had Thiago Silva. Even David Luiz was good in that tie.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. You know what I'm saying? What was it? Pastore and that.
Yes, Javier Pastore.
Lavezzi, innit? Lavezzi. Yeah, Lavezzi was playing. You know,
and my boy Menez. Menez was still on that team before he
I
went
think
to
Lucas was there. Lucas was there. Yeah,
Milan.
Lucas, I think, was still at PSG at that time.
Yes.
I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? So Liverpool, they're going out, bruv, along with Man City, Chelsea, and Tottenham. Fuck Liverpool. You had one job and you couldn't fucking do it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be surprised if Forest beat Spurs. Do you know what I'm saying? Do not be surprised.
Doesn't Spurs play West Ham and Forest before the season's up?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think Spurs are going down. I think Spurs are going down.
Even
and
with
they
Liverpool
will stay
trying to
down.
help them out somehow. Yeah. Allison doing the whole, we just got to make sure Arsenal don't win the league and all of that. And then, because Arsenal are closer to winning the league title, we're going to keep Tottenham up. Get fucked, bro. You guys have been shit all season, yeah? Verts ain't been doing it as much as I rate it. But again, hashtag slot out, yeah? Hussam settings, hashtag slot out.
Bro, this is their run-in.
Oh, geez.
They have Atletico. Then they have Nottingham Forest at home. They then travel to Sunderland. They're losing that game.
They're losing that.
Yeah, that's a loss.
They got Brighton at home. Then they travel to Wolves.
Okay.
Look, they're not winning Wolves. They're not beating Wolves now. No chance.
I don't think they're beating Wolves now either. I think that's a draw. Then they go on the road to Villa.
Loss.
Then they get Leeds. Then they're on the road at Chelsea. And
they're not beating Leeds either. They're not beating Leeds either.
And then their last game of the season is at home to Everton.
Loss.
Yeah,
they're not beating Chelsea. Chelsea have too much pride to lose to Tottenham. Even a shit Chelsea team will beat this. Definitely beat this Tottenham team, 100%. But that's all I got to say on the matter. Get Tottenham the fuck out of this league, bro. This whole top six bollocks. I'm sick of this shit. Villa should be up there. Even Leeds are more worthy of that. Do you know what I'm saying? Fuck Tottenham, bro. Like, fuck Liverpool as well, bro. Liverpool have pissed me off, yeah? They pissed me off. Like, I was chilling, bunning, a zoo, whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Watching a bit of Ted. And I had to, bro, because I was that pissed off, bro. Yeah? Liverpool had one fucking job. One job. You're not going to stop us winning the league. We are the only ones to stop us winning the league. And Man City as well, to a degree. Do you know what I'm saying?
Arsenal versus Arsenal.
Exactly. Yeah. Liverpool, you had your opportunities. You failed, bro. You failed. You got 4 points out of us. Well done. Well done. You got 4 points out of us. Can't even beat the shittest Tottenham team at home. Get fucked, bro. I don't care if they're title. I'm sorry, John. I have to be real. They can get fucked. Royally fucked. Like
they can. You know what the funny thing is, though, is I think next season, I think Liverpool is the biggest threat to us. Because I think unless City's going to drop $500 million in the transfer window, which I don't think is really going to happen.
I'd rather be in a title race with City than Liverpool next season. I don't care, bro. After what I saw on Sunday, no. Liverpool, no. You ain't that serious, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? You were serious last season.
It depends who they get in as a manager.
They need to get that manager out the door, bro.
Yeah.
Just for that result alone, get him the fuck out.
Yeah.
You should not.
Yeah, Slot's got to go. He needs to get.
Slot's definitely gone. Slot's definitely gone. I think the whole thing with that is that I think, man, I'll be honest with you. You know who would scare me if he went to Liverpool?
Xabi Alonso.
No.
Diego Simeone.
Oh yeah.
Simeone, first of all, would give a kick up the ass to all them boys. All that shit that happened this year is not happening. And with the way Simeone can get wingers and attackers to play, Ekitike and Isak up top as a duo would be fucking disgusting with him.
He's playing that 4-4-2 as well. Best believe, Premier League, it doesn't matter. He's playing that 4-4-2. And they'll love it. They'll
And
absolutely.
imagine Verts getting freedom like Lookman's got now at the left wing. Listen, Cody Gakpo, his days are numbered at Liverpool.
He's dog shit.
He's garbage.
Especially here.
You saw that miss that he did, bro.
Brother, imagine you get Diego Simeone in a 4-4-2 and you get Olise and Verts as the wingers serving Ekatike and Isak. That ain't nothing but fucking problems. Nothing but fucking problems.
Facts.
Because Gravenberch and McAllister with him are going to run the fucking midfield. They will run the midfield under Simeone. I think Simeone at Liverpool would be a fucking problem for everybody. I still think Xabi Alonso would be a problem too. Don't get me wrong. But I think Xabi Alonso, the thing with me is, I think he would be doing too much fucking tinkering to figure out that 3-4-3 nonsense that he played at Leverkusen. I just don't think that works with Liverpool. I think Liverpool an old school 4-4-2 defensively. Because here, that's the other thing. Simeone's going to get in there. He's going to break his foot off in Konate's ass. Konate ain't going to be doing what he's been doing this fucking game. I'm telling you that right now. And Kirkes is going to get a kick up the ass as well with Simeone at that fucking team. So I think Simeone's a dangerous fucking manager to potentially go into Liverpool. Chike, before we wrap,
yes,
what's your prediction for the City matchup? What's your prediction for the Arsenal matchup? And who are the teams that you think for the Premier League is going out?
Getting relegated?
No, getting out as far as the Champions League.
Oh, that's very easy. Every team's getting eliminated from the Premier League. The Premier League is awful. I mean, no. I cannot.
You think Arsenal will lose to Leverkusen at home? I don't think. Yes. I think we may be the only team going through. I'm giving Liverpool a little bit of a nod because it's Anfield, and Anfield does create magic in the Champions League. But I think it may create magic just for Galatasaray. Liverpool's going to get smoked by PSG. They're going to get killed by PSG.
Sawdust, brother.
I don't even, to be honest with you, knowing that you're going to get PSG next, I'd rather just forfeit and just say lose to Leverkusen. No, I'm serious.
We don't get them. Liverpool gets PSG in the next round.
Oh, no. If I'm Liverpool, I'm forfeiting. F that. I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
Yeah, they need to walk their asses out of the Champions League, bro. I don't fucking care, bro. I'm
dead serious. Yeah. So as far as that, all the English teams are going out. And what were the other questions? I'm so sorry.
What was your score line for Real Madrid and City, and what's your score line for
3-0?
the game?
3-0 Real Madrid. I said it before, and I'm going to stick to it. 3-0 Real Madrid, and brace this. 2-0 Leverkusen.
Oh, fuck. That's a hot take.
Stranger things have happened.
We live in a world of hot takes.
GK, if that fucking happens, I will praise you. I will praise you and give you all the props. And there will be, we've already hit 5 hours and 10 minutes. There will be an 8-hour stream of motherfucking Arteta if Leverkusen beats us 2-0.
Yeah.
If you thought the fucking rage and meltdowns were bad, if we lose to Leverkusen 2-0 and we get if we lose to Leverkusen, period, it's gonna be a problem. But if we lose 2-0 at home, it'll be biblical.
Fuck Arteta, and if Liverpool go through, fuck them. If they don't go through, fuck them. Do you know what I'm saying? If they somehow scam it off of penalties or they lose off of penalties, either way, fuck them. They're getting their asses whooped in the next round if they get through either way. Fuck Liverpool. I will never forgive them. I'm sorry. You cannot do what you did on Sunday and think you're going to scam your way to even get far in the Champions League.
No way.
You might get far in the FA Cup because anyone can win the FA Cup from the quarterfinal stage for sure. But even then, fuck them, bro. If they win that FA, fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck the lot of them, bro. No, I'm sorry. Like,
who do they have in the FA Cup? Who are they playing?
Us. It's Liverpool.
Oh yeah,
that's like the Etihad.
Oh wow.
GK, whoop their asses, bro. I know. Whoop their motherfucking ass. I don't care, bro. If we face you again in the semis or final, it is what it is. I'm cool with that. I'd much rather that. You might beat us in the FA Cup. Who knows? Might even beat us in the League Cup. Who knows? But I don't want Liverpool winning shit this season. For that
I hear it.
performance, they
completely
deserve
hear
that.
it.
Fuck the lot of them. Dickheads, bro.
Yeah,
How
they're
dare
assholes.
you? How dare you
Assholes.
blow a 1-0 lead to shit Spurs? Toilet bowl. DFS sofa salesman. Harold and Kumar at the helm at Tottenham. Come on, man. Come on.
Fuck that.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I reckon you'll beat them. Because
I actually think we will. The Liverpool has been
you're better
fucking
at going forward.
shit.
Yeah, you're better going forward, bro.
100%.
You're much better going forward. Do you know what I'm saying?
100%.
Like, your defense is not as well. It might even be just as bad, if not worse. But your attack is way better, and it's a cup game. You'll just go for it.
Anything can happen.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, go for it. Let's smoke them 3-0 like we did the Etihad earlier in the season. Let's smoke these fuckers 3-0. I'm down for it.
Beat them 6-0, bruv. I'll be cheering every fucking goal. I don't give a shit, bruv. I don't give a shit, bruv. What Liverpool done on Sunday? Hellfire. Blood fire, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying for them? Sorry, Johnny.
No, I don't give a shit.
I agree.
So bad. And Liverpool fucked it, potentially.
I hear
Forest. I have more faith in Forest beating them. I have more faith in West Ham, Chelsea for sure. Chelsea won't let us down because they can't stand losing to Tottenham, no matter where they are in the table.
Yeah, Chelsea won't allow themselves to lose.
Exactly. Cole Palmer will turn up. Caicedo, Reece James got a new contract. Gusto, if they're fit by then, they'll even if they have Rodgers or Jorgensen, they're both shit.
I'll be honest with you. That last game of the season, I think they lose to Everton because Everton is playing for Europe right now.
Yeah, Everton gave us a fucking game, bruv. They were defending proper. We just scumbagged our way through and Max Dowman.
Real quick, because I just thought of this when you brought up Everton. I know we talked about the midfield. Who would be your dream and realistic purchase for left wing?
If you can think of one before I do, Chike, just say it, man.
Lamine Yamal.
No, he's right wing.
I mean, he's that good. Like, he's
that good to play both.
Yeah, I hear it. For me, dream would be
dream for me is Vara.
Yeah, I'm going with that. Yeah. Vara is the dream. Realistic. When he gets back fit, Rodrigo still for me. When he's fit, like when he comes back, I know he's out for the rest of the season and summer, but I don't care. We've signed injured players before. We signed Ken Kallstrom with a broken back. We can bring Rodrigo in with an ACL with a month to go. I don't care, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's still realistic for us. You know, like maybe Morgan Rogers might be more realistic.
That's my realistic look. I'm looking at Rodgers. Because I think Rodgers, to the same thing to what I said before about Rodgers has fallen off because of the injuries of Tielemans, McGinn, Onana, Kamara. That's really added to his fall off. I would take Suge's fucking classic where he goes Serge Gnabry.
He will not let that go, man.
I'll not let that go.
I'll be honest with you. I would take Serge. I wouldn't take him to be a starter. I would take Serge for more squad rotation, but in order to get Serge, you have to dump Havertz and Odegaard because he can rotate in and out as being a 10 as well. So I would entertain Serge if you got rid of those guys. Blackrow, that's a shout for Baena as well because
that's a shout. Baena and
I see Baena as more of a number 10, and when it comes to the Serge thing, I would dump Madueke for Serge Gnabry in a heartbeat, bro. I don't care. I don't fucking care. Because as direct as Madueke is, he ain't got no end products. Serge Gnabry with far less pace than what he had before, even now, is better. I don't care.
You know who I would entertain because I think he'd be realistic and I think he hasn't played well because of the drop off in the team. I like that guy Pino from Crystal Palace. Jeremy Pino.
Jeremy Pino. He was at Everton.
I like that guy Pino. I also like this is going to be a hot take. That kid from fucking Galatasaray, Barış Yılmaz.
Yeah.
Both actually there's 3 guys that are Turkish that are all realistic. I would look at Barış Yilmaz, I would look at Yunus Akgun, and I would look at the other one, Ektor Koglu. I think all 3 of those guys are realistic options to look at. Me personally, the dream is obviously fucking Vara, but I don't think that's happening. Listen.
No.
If PSG said 100 million, I'd be there the same fucking day as soon as they were done saying the sentence with 100 million.
Even Usman Dembele, bro. Like I wouldn't. I'm kind of like
Yeah.
You know what? I like him more as a striker than a winger. I like Dembele more as a striker than a winger, in my opinion.
Well, like a second striker, like
Yeah.
yeah.
Dude, him and fucking Gyökeres up top would be a fucking problem.
Yeah, it would. It would, man. Like, do you know? Like, I actually, and again, I know I'm going back to Liverpool because they pissed me off so much. When Liverpool signed Florian Wirtz, yeah,
I'll be right back.
God.
Yeah, no worries, brother. I was
Yeah,
pissed
no
off that they even signed him because we had to deal with Nick and the Living God for the longest. I was like, why not get Florian Wirtz and just dump Oda clapped ass? Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
He's horrible.
Liverpool, yeah. They bought him in this season to do magic, yeah. And then you got Arnie Slot doing this bullshit, bruv. And then in that game, yeah, starving because he's not getting the freedom. Because if he was playing in his right role, I think him alone would have done enough to get over Spurs. Do you know what I'm saying?
100%.
Yeah, but the way they've been playing, bro, it's like even though Havertz for me is more of a number 10, with the freedom he can play on the left. He can do the James role inverted, Uno reversed. Do you know what I'm saying? Instead of the right, it's the left.
100%.
But Liverpool have him now, and it's like that was the dream in terms of replacing Odegaard. But yeah, fuck Liverpool, man. Like,
they're shit, mate.
They deserve hellfire, man. Hellfire.
Yeah.
You've got Ekatike, you've got Wirtz, you've got Isak. I do rate McAllister.
I love McAllister.
Obviously, you got Virgil van Dijk still there. His best days are behind him, but it is what it is. Konate's been poor this season, but before that, he was doing really well. Alisson, we know, is a world-class keeper, but again, not as good as he was before. But yeah, Liverpool don't deserve shit this season.
They don't deserve a damn thing.
Hot take? You want a hot take?
Let's hear it.
If I'm Liverpool, I'm getting rid of both fucking Salah and Van Dijk.
I agree.
That's not a hot take.
I agree.
That's not a hot take at all.
If you could sell Salah to if you could sell Salah and Van Dijk to
the Saudi league.
If you could sell both of them to Saudi and get money, I would, because and Konate, because I'd actually sell Konate too, if I'm being honest with you, because he had a shit season. If I'm looking to rebuild Liverpool, Bastoni's the first guy I'm getting to replace Van Dijk.
Yeah.
The second center back, honestly, because I think once he leaves, Villa's going to get busted up. I would go get Konsa.
Yeah, Konsa's a great.
Conte Sal, yeah.
Other mates hasn't moved to a big team sooner, like Mark Guay has done. Then Konsa's the better defender.
I think if you went Konsa and Bastoni in that center back line, and you were able to go get a better fullback, I honestly think, like with the Simeone, I think you could play a 4-4-2 and have Frimpong play as the right back because he could go up and down the pitch more offensive, and you would need Kirkes to be the left back that could sit home and help out with the back line. I think you'd be fine. Now the question is for right wing here. If you're gonna go right wing, obviously Olise is then the option as well to go to. I would, if you're just gonna dump money like you did last season, I'd dump money and get all those guys, and I think you're fine if you're Liverpool. Now I forgot this because of what I brought up with Villa. Another midfielder for me that I would look into, but again, it would depend on health. I would not rule out Yuri Tielemans for Arsenal.
We should have got him on a free, bruv. That was criminal behavior. And just very quickly, Liam, bruv, I'm not obsessed. I'm livid, bruv. I'm pissed off, yeah? Because we will not get a better chance, yeah, for Tottenham to go fucking down, yeah?
Yeah.
You fucking cunts decided to not take your fucking chances, yeah, and try and keep them up retribution is coming your way, or your team's way, rather, I should say, yeah, because it's not personal to you, but it's more your team, innit? If you're a Liverpool fan, yeah, the footballing gods need to intervene, bro. Tottenham need to go down. Down, 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 down.
Down.
Spurs is
Baby, are
going
you
down, down,
going
down. That's exactly what we need, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Forest, I have more faith in them. West Ham, like I said, I have more faith in them. Chelsea, I definitely have more faith in them. Everton, absolutely. Yeah. Who else do they have to play? What was it? Leeds. I have more faith in them.
Chelsea.
I said from the start, Leeds will stay up.
Yeah, you did.
I was crazy for saying Leeds would stay up from the jump, and I haven't moved from that. I've moved from the Barca position, but not from the Leeds position. I knew they'd stay up, bro. Even if Tottenham somehow by a miracle stay up, yeah, they're dusted, bro. They're dusted. No one's going to Tottenham, bro. No Champions League, no Europe. They're not going to be back in Europe for a long time, bro. Either way, the footballing gods, yeah, need to take it one step further. Get them relegated, because Liverpool, halas, bullshit, bro. Like, nah, it needs to happen, bro. It needs to happen. But yeah, like, it is what it is.
He said, "Damn, son."
Yeah, damn.
Damn, find this.
Damn. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly.
Damn.
Spurs need to go down. You were saying it's Johnny for the longest. You was like, I want Spurs relegated. Do you know what I'm saying? And
you know what the thing is? The reason why I want Spurs relegated is because of the fact that it knocks out this bull. Here's the problem that I have, right? And I know we've said we were going to end soon, and we've extended this by
that's my fault. Fine
margin. Tactics, guys. No, you know what it is for me is what adds to the reason why I get pissed off with Arsenal is because of PSR. I know it's not something that Arsenal has instituted or anything else, but the problem is you already have a leg up on these other teams because of the fact that PSR allows you to spend more money than these other teams do. And the fact that you're allowed to spend more money than these other teams, and this goes across the board for all the big six teams, and the fact that these other teams even have the capability of trying to keep up with you is nonsense. And the reason why I want Spurs to go down is because Spurs shows that this whole nonsensical bullshit of PSR should be thrown away. It really should. Everybody in England talks about we want the Premier League to reach the same level that the Serie A was in the 90s. The Serie A didn't handicap any owner. If you had the money and you wanted a ball and you wanted a chance at winning, you were able to spend money. That's the reason why I'm fine with Tottenham getting relegated, because if Tottenham gets relegated, even when you have a leg up on other teams, it shows that this bullshit has to stop. You know, Liam saying, I don't want Everton to go down when they were in danger. I hear that. The problem is Everton is one of the teams, like Aston Villa, that's been fucked by PSR. Because Everton, we can say what we want about Usmanov and fucking Farhad Mashiri.
Yeah, Mashiri, that was the guy. Yeah.
Usmanov and Mashiri fucked up on transfers. They should have never spent $40 million on Gylfi Sigurdsson and all them other fucking bums they spent a shit ton of money on. They figured it out and they've balanced themselves. And I'll be honest with you, Everton's actually on a good little track, especially if they make Europe this year. I would not be surprised if Everton is a team for maybe the next 2 to 3 years that could potentially stay within that 9th spot to maybe 7th, maybe even 6th, depending on how the bigger teams are moving.
They're more of a big six club than Tottenham will ever be, bro. Like their history.
No, 100%.
Villa as well. Like Leeds have won titles. Like when was the last time Spurs won a title? Oh, but we won the Europa League. We had Abby fucking Summers, saying she'll take the Europa League back if Spurs stay in the Premier League. That tells me everything.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Wigan are not going to take back their FA Cup even now, bro. And we played them earlier. Exactly, bro.
Fuck no, because it's all about the trophies.
Bro. Losers. The lot of them, they deserve to go down. Black Crow, you're 100% spot on. What was it? The show goes on. Do you
More
know what I'm
greedy,
saying?
yeah.
Greedy bastards, bro.
The show goes on, ladies and
Chelsea
gentlemen.
isn't. Listen, Chelsea ain't going down. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
They
Chelsea,
were close. They were close, but yeah,
Chelsea's not going to go down. If they were going to go down, they would have went down when they were spending all that money and they were in the bottom half of the league. They're not going down.
Yeah,
no way.
If anything, what's going to happen with Chelsea? Chelsea will bounce out of Europe for a year, maybe two, and it's all going to depend if they actually get a for real transfer ban. If they don't get a for real transfer ban, I don't see Chelsea having any issues of staying up in the Premier League. That's not going to happen to them. For me,
God, no.
the biggest Spurs need to go down because, first of all, as Nat said, Spurs does not deserve to be even put into the Big Six because it ain't what the fuck they are. The reason why Spurs are in the Big Six is because when this third round of big money getting pumped into the Premier League, Pochettino had them punching above their weight limit. That's the only reason why.
Way above it.
They've been put into the Big Six. Everton and Villa deserve to be considered a Big Six team, a Big Six team than fucking Spurs do. And like I said, if you want the Premier League to reach the same levels as the Serie A, you don't handicap the teams. The reason why they're handicapping is because they know if they lift that, Newcastle's owners are about to splash stupid cash because they got the richest owners in all of football, and Newcastle will be a fucking problem. But you know what? It is what it is. But that's why I want to see Spurs go down. He said he'd rather see Spurs get relegated than Arsenal win the league and Spurs fans celebrated and then Boston City beat them at home. Wait, he said he'd rather see Spurs get relegated than Arsenal win the league. I mean,
make it happen. Footballing gods, make it happen.
Make it happen.
Like you said, RSV, you're 100% spot on. They're fucking losers, bro. They're bums, bro. They are the bums. A bum can always get lucky once. That was the
100%.
Broken clock works 2 times a day.
Yep. Yeah. Broken clock is wrong twice a day.
100%. And their clock is ticking. Their time is running out. And it will run out. Trust me. If it's not this season, don't be surprised if it's next season as well, because they're not winning the Champions League.
No.
They were never winning it anyway. Do you know what I'm saying? You can be shit in the league. Like I said earlier, Johnny, I ended on this. You can be shit in the league and still win the Europa League. Definitely the Conference League. In the Premier League or even others. Do you know what I'm saying? Champions League, you can't do that. Because other than Chelsea, and I'm sure there's other teams that have finished in similar positions around Europe, you can't finish that low in the league and win the Champions League.
Yeah, well, not Europa League, but I think Rome finished 5th and they won the Conference League.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, other than Chelsea, I can't think of another team that has finished 6th or lower that have won the Champions League, won the European Cup in their league that season.
Yeah, no.
I don't think it's ever happened. And these Spurs fans think that they can catch life every no. You have the worst manager. These players have already clocked out. Liverpool done you a favour, but it won't be enough because Forest will turn up. West Ham will definitely turn up because I know the rivalry. I'm aware of that rivalry in it. Leeds will put you down as well if they have to. Chelsea will definitely want to put you down. And then Everton will do their thing as well because they gave us a proper fucking game. Do you know what I'm saying? They attacked
100%.
better and they defended better up until Max Dowman came on. Let's be real. Max Dowman with the magic. That was it, innit? Spurs are going down, bro.
How's it going, Willinho? Appreciate you. What's going on, my guy?
Good. All good. Hope you're good too.
Yep. Who's what team do you back?
I'm a Real Madrid fan.
Okay. What do you? Well, we have a City fan here.
Oh,
what's your prediction for tomorrow? Because I think you guys are going to smoke City again.
Yeah, I believe we're gonna beat City. I said 3-0.
That's what he said. He said 3-0. He said 3-0 as well. He said 3-0 as well for the game tomorrow. I said 3-1. I think you guys may give up 1 goal, but I think you guys are going to smoke them. What do you rate your chances if you guys? Well, not if. What do you rate your chances against Bayern Munich in the next round?
I do not want to face Bayern, man. They're very scary this year.
I think, well, you guys get Bayern because the bracket's set. I
Yeah.
honestly think the winner between you guys and Bayern decides who's going to the finals from that side of the table. Because while PSG did look good against Chelsea, Chelsea's been inconsistent as fuck. And I don't know if with Marquinhos coming back down to regular form, because last year was the first time he actually did good on a run of the Champions League. I don't think PSG is the same team as they were last year. They're still good. They're still a threat. But I don't think PSG could beat Bayern, and I don't know if PSG beats Madrid. If you guys were to get past Bayern, do you guys think you'll win it again?
Yeah, I think we'll win it, to be honest, because PSG aren't that good. Yeah, I think we'll win it, yeah, if we get past Bayern.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't think I've stood by this. I don't think Arsenal's winning. I don't think Arsenal's winning the Champions League. I think Arsenal gets a double. I think it's the league and maybe one other. I think it's the league in either the League Cup or the FA Cup, but I think we're definitely winning the Premier League, and I think we're winning one other trophy this year just because City and Liverpool have been ass, and I don't think they're competing with us on that. Unfortunately, we're getting ready to close out. Do you have a channel at all?
No. I don't have a channel. Just came here to like chill or something. Yeah.
Yeah, we've been on for 5.5 hours. I'm gonna wrap it here because I got to go to work in the morning.
Same.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
I'll have another call-in show later on this week. You're more than welcome to hop on. I appreciate you hopping on, my guy.
Yeah, me too. I have like a school tomorrow, so I just came here to hop in for a bit.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be setting up the stream later on. It'll probably be Wednesday or Thursday. I'll have another call-in show. So if you want to hop on, you're more than welcome to hop on.
All right.
Natster, you want to shout your channel before we bounce, bro?
Yeah,
and appreciate your time. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, no worries, brother. Always a pleasure, never a chore. Big up Chica and big up Winnie.
Big up Natster.
Even though it's been short, but I'm sure you'll probably be on this channel again. We'll
Absolutely.
be talking for a bit longer and all of that. Natster official, NATSTER. Do you know what I'm saying? YouTube and Instagram, you'll find me there. Very simple. I don't have any other socials. I will be doing a match reaction after the Leverkusen game, unless I'm off to the boozer. That's the pub or bar for you guys. Then after, but it shouldn't be that much longer than that. But yeah, I will be doing a match reaction either way after the Leverkusen game. I thought it was Wednesday. It's actually tomorrow. And then League Cup final, I will definitely be doing a match reaction for that. I don't know. I'm going to tell you this. Regardless of the result, it will not be on the Sunday. It will probably be on the Monday. I'm gonna be real because I'm gonna be wavy as a mother. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna be so wavy, man. Either way. We win, I'll be buzzing.
Yeah,
buzzing my nut off. If we lose, I'll be livid, and I just other than maybe Northside's channel, you won't see me, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? you won't see me like on my channel, not until the day after. But yeah, no, big up Gianni, big up Chike,
big up Nats.
Bounce because it's like nearly 3 a.m. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock at night.
Bro, yes, I do know my rugby as well, even though I don't watch it like I used to. Like I said earlier, I messaged you, Gianni, like Forza Italia rugby and all of that, beating England. We lost to France. We gave them the championship. We are crap, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Bummy ass Borthwick out the door, bruv. He's like Scrubgate and Arteta rolled into one in rugby terms. He's useless, bruv. He's useless. I'd rather your Italian coach. Do you know what I'm saying? Not Gattuso, the other guy, Gonzalo.
Yeah, fuck Gattuso.
Yeah.
Yo,
Do you know
Johnny, big up, guys.
Yeah, big up,
man.
I'm
busy with stuff. I gotta go, but I'll join you guys when you're doing another call-in show. I'll join you guys if I have time, though.
Okay, yeah. All good, my guy.
I'm gonna bounce as well. Gianni,
Big up,
thank you so much for having me on. we gotta do something for we should definitely do something for NFL, maybe even March Madness, because I'm gonna be making picks later on this week, and I'm gonna be honest, the field is wide open, and I don't even know if my Huskies are gonna make it. So
Arizona.
I
got Arizona winning. I got Arizona winning,
um,
and I'll be honest with you.
please.
NFL is going to be very interesting this year. NFL is going to be very interesting this year.
Yeah,
Do
it's gonna be something.
do not expect the Bears to make the playoffs. And
What?
Nope.
Wow.
Do not expect the Bears to make the playoffs unless we make some miraculous things happen with rookies. And the rest of the NFL is going to be a very interesting season. And this NBA playoffs is going to be very interesting as well. But we'll see what ends up happening. But big up
Let's
to you,
go
Chief.
next. Hey, big up, Johnny. Thank you so much for having me, man.
Yep. Big up to everybody who stopped by.
Everybody.
And yeah, man, we will end on that.
We will.